Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, see truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
That's right. That's right. It's time. It's back once again for your monthly favorite, the great, the incredible Speaker's Corner. It is March 2024 edition. That means we're doing it monthly. It is the first Thursday of every month. That means that it is the first Thursday of this month, March. And so we will plug ahead, if I can get all these things worked out. If you're a VIP member, you already saw the exclusive backroom access. You could see the prep going into the show. I've got 4 monitors now. I feel like a monitor slut, basically. Just sleeping around with every monitor I can. And not even caring about any kind of MTDs. They're monitor transmitted diseases. And don't even care. Not even wrapping it up, nothing. We're on to March 2024. We got 4 minutes for each person. We've got the screen ready to go, I believe. We're going to make sure everything is good. We've got the Rokfin chat up. We're going to say hello to everybody over here. What's this one? I already see my name in there. Dave Sims here. What's up, man? Oh, there we go. Dave Sims here. What's up, man? You should have seen the exchange again with Larkin today. All I saw was that he's still in the chat, still saying the same garbage. He's still saying that rubber balls, because you can stack rubber balls and the one on the very top doesn't fly into space. That explains the atmosphere, which makes a lot of sense because rubber balls and gas, last time I checked, operate almost identical. Sometimes you can't tell the difference of it. Like I just breathe. Did I breathe in a black rubber ball or did I breathe in gas? I can't really tell. They act so much alike. I can see why he got that confused. See who else is in the chat. I do have the chat up now at all times because I'm cool like that. We've got Dearth in the house. Says thanks to the MPE. Rubber balls is the new one. That is great. Rubber balls is the atmosphere. That's what we should start asking people. Like, how do you have rubber balls with adjacent to a vacuum? Go ahead and explain that one. What do you mean? They have weight, so they're way down and they're... Oh, but why don't they go flying off into the vacuum? Because rubber balls don't do that. Oh, well, it's a tough one. I get it. It's tough. Some people are anticipating trolls, says Brian Cash. Brian Cash, we don't worry about trolls. We don't even give them a second thought. No longer on the ball in the house. Saying hello to Dave. JC can't see me. Am I JC or somebody else? Speaker's Corner, blah, 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 blah. Speaker's Corner, blah, 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 blah. Corner, corner. Speaker's Corner. Whack song. I don't know about whack. I think it's pretty good, personally. But, again, not going to argue with you. If you want to think it's whack, be my guest. Let's see what else we got here. I'm just see if there's anybody else in here I need to say hello to. And then we got some people already rating, so we'll get started with the show. That's what we will do. What's up with the crump dancing intro? I like dancing, if you didn't know that. Can't figure that out. I think it is one of those universal things, kind of like music. It can bring people together. You see somebody dance, you're going to stop on the street and watch them dance. If you've ever been to San Francisco and watched people that are the street performers, that kind of thing. So that's why I do it. Brings people together. All right, let's... It's a gradient, Jaren. Right, the rubber balls, they do go up in a gradient. It's true. The heavier ones are at the bottom. The lighter ones at the top. And the lightest one, it just stays there. It doesn't get sucked into the vacuum. Because don't you guys know the vacuum doesn't suck? Does it equalize, gas pressure? I mean, yeah, well, sure. But it doesn't suck. So you guys should figure this out already, please. Do we want to do any sponsors? Well, real quick, I'm wearing the tinfoil hat, courtesy of the Tinfoil Hat Factory. go to tinfoilhatfactory.com. You can also go to jjcbdrub.com, jjscbdrub.com. Another sponsor, thank you very much. And how about thcshow.live? Go get a cool hat or a cool backpack or a cool hoodie. And you can use my coupon code Jaren420 to get 20% off. No, 10% off. I'm a liar. 10%. 10% off. All right, let's go to the first person. If we can get this up here, give me 1 second. We're going to make sure that everything's working. And I believe it is. But you got to give it a good run. All right, and we're going to go over here. And that didn't even fix yet. All right, let's go with the first person up. I think we've got Space Audits, if I put on the right screen. Oh, now you're in the wrong box. Oh, you guys couldn't even hear me before, could you? Could you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Could you hear me during the intro?
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Now I can hear me. You couldn't hear the intro either.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I had to watch on YouTube.
Such a loser. Such a loser. All right. Well, I only upset you and the other person in there, so it's not that bad.
Nice.
It's better to upset you guys than it
Toby?
is to True Earth Whisperer.
Oh, okay. Toby should be coming through here in a little bit.
All right, be good.
But yeah.
We'll be good.
So,
all right. Well, you want to get your clock started? I'll get you started here, and we will go.
Yep.
All right. You got 4 minutes. Have fun.
Thank you, sir. So tonight, Toby and I from Ether Cosmology are headed over to the Medicinal Mass Media Discord server to do a presentation on ether and the history of interferometry, and basically go through the major interferometry experiments that changed all of physics, and some of the subsequent ones throughout history where they made some different measurements that couldn't be substantiated. But we're gonna go through like the whole shebang, right? The idea there is to have as much opposition as possible, right? So it'll be like a live Q&A thing. So what the format will be is we'll give like a brief introduction on like some prerequisite information, and then we'll just kind of pull up the major papers, go over the major points of them, and then open the floor for questions, and then go into more detail on the specifics of it, and then move on to the next one. So it should be a really good time. I'll have links for Jaren to put out. I'll put some in the chat later after I'm done here. So that's what we'll be doing. So to give a little preview on what we'll be sharing tonight, so let me pull this up real quick.
And what channel did you say it was on?
So it'll be on our YouTube channel. So Ether Cosmology, you can watch it there, or you can watch it on my channel, Space Audits. It'll be streamed. It'll be restreamed on there. But the Discord server that we'll be on will be hosted. It's called Medicinal Mass Media, hosted by Demon Stride.
Okay.
Shout out to Demon Stride. All right, so let me just present here a little something.
Sure. Make sure I've got everything good to go. I think I have it working.
City allow. Okay, so one of the questions that will be posed and will be used, or that will provide for evidence of the ether, right, is why does light respond hydrodynamically? Like as if there's a fluid medium in which it's propagating through, and the response to that, changes electromagnetic propagation, right? So in 2004, or 2003, sorry, actually it was earlier than that, 2002, a guy named Yuri Galev did some interferometry experiments where he had a half shielded interferometer. So this is the layout. So we had plastic shielding here, and then the other arm is open, exposed to the air. So the idea here was to measure the turbulent and laminar flow within this plastic section, right, the shielded section. And the way that he did that was the wave bands that make the measurements and that you're measuring to make the measurements, right, when they're responding chaotically and moving like in a manner that has no predictable pattern, right? So just chaotically, he determines that as it's being turbulent flow within the tube of ether. And then when it settles and it becomes laminar and the flow is like continuous, the wave bands settle down and they become the predictable pattern, which you can get your fringe readings from to derive a velocity. So that's a really interesting mechanic because our position is that the ether is a medium that's required for electromagnetic propagation, and the medium is responding in measurements that correspond to hydrodynamics. So what that would mean is hydrodynamically, right? So if you take it, so kind of look at it like this. Say you have like a plastic tube and you have water flowing through it, and like the tube's curved and whatnot, right? So hydrodynamics, you would be able to predict like the different levels of viscosity that's going on, like with the curves of the tube in relation to the material. So like the drag and the friction, and so you could be able to predict the flow within that and the different streams of speed that would be going in that tube, like that the medium would be experiencing. So light is responding in that exact manner.
Wow, did you have that plan to be exactly 4 minutes? That was perfect.
No, just right off the dome, brother.
We're off the dome. You're awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate that, and we'll check that out. And you said you have some links you want me to put somewhere? Or
yeah, I'll have them in the private chat here in a second.
Are you
Actually,
are you a mod?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm mod in chat, so I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Cool.
Bro.
Drop them in the chat there. Appreciate it.
All right, peace.
Talk to you later. All right, let's go with True Earth Whisperer is in the house. Sorry about that. That's going to be a mess for a second while I fix that. Which one is it? This one. All right, True Earth, what's up?
Jaron, how are you, brother?
Fantastic. Just so good, you have no idea.
Good, good. How am I coming through? All right?
Super good. Super great. Super
fantastic.
Cool. Yep, you ready?
Awesome. Yeah, you bet.
Your clock starts. Go ahead.
All right. All right. You know, so yeah, I'm True Earth Whisperer. You can call me Sonny. And I just want to thank you for this opportunity. I think this is just such a great way to promote other people that are, you know, maybe hanging out in the background a little bit and giving them that chance to speak up. So, yeah, I guess I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity because there's a lot of talk out there right now about unity consciousness and, you know, generating more of a heart coherence between people. So I'm a teacher of a method called dyads. And if you're not familiar with what a dyad is, it's a two-person exercise. So we're used to that. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. It's more of a spiritual technology and an enhancement of our communication skills, really. So with this comes an invitation, and I'm just reaching out to the community to see who's feeling a resonance with this, perhaps called to either, you know, share more of your story, speak up a little. Oh, sorry, music a bit loud. Is that me or?
Oh no, somebody.
Anyways,
I was just acknowledging that I saw it and lowered it so people know. Go ahead.
Good, good. Yeah. So, getting into it really quick, what a dyad is, we get two individuals, okay, and my vision is to bring in a true earther and a glober from the other side to come together
in the same building,
and
the same building at the same time. That can't happen.
Yeah, at the same time. This is a practice for the intellectually honest and the mature truth seeker warrior, because I think once you get into the method, and it's a process, you begin to peel away the layers and empty the mind. So sitting across from one another, or you know, on a Zoom call, we get two individuals and we use a koan. And what a koan is basically a question that has no answer. It's asking the question. It's simply just the very act of asking the question that the seeker is just brought more deeper into the search, I guess you could say. So drilling down on this koan together, one question, and it's the same question going back and forth. So one person gives the command or the request, and the other person, the only job, and we've set parameters, we've set agreements. The only job of the other person is to receive the result of the contemplation. So the one person is going to give the question or the koan, and the other person goes within, just takes some time to receive the request and expresses what comes up as the result of that contemplation. And the other person that gave the request simply says, thank you. And so that cycle is complete. And we go back and forth for about 40 minutes, back and forth on the same question. And in this case, the question is, tell me something about where you live. Within that, we can both explore everybody's ideas, everybody's own personal experiences of the reality. And all we get to say at the very end is, thank you. It may seem simple, because it is, but it's powerful. And the more deeper you get into it, the more layers are stripped away, the more mind is emptied, and the more we can really get down to unity consciousness and heart coherence. So that's my offering. I'm bringing it to the community to see who wants to get involved. And you can reach out to me at trueearthwhisperer@gmail.com. Thank you, Jaron. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Hopefully, I'm going to check with you guys. Make sure this volume's okay. If this is the music volume that comes in, would that be all right? Hopefully. That is good. We got Toby coming up next. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I get an okay. If that's not too loud. If that's the music that kind of comes in behind people. Or I could lower it a little bit as well. Jaron, I don't know if it's intentional, but your overall volume has been lower than other videos on YouTube for the past month or so, too. I don't know about that. I would think that I would get more complaints if that was the case, but maybe not. Maybe people would just stay quiet. I can go louder and louder. The problem is I have to turn down my headphones at the same time. Otherwise, I'll blow my eardrums out. And I don't want to also clip it into the red. So that looks good there. A little bit higher there with that. Test. I got into the red a little bit there. All right, let's bring on Toby. Toby, what's going on, my friend?
Yo, thanks for having me on, or thanks for doing this. This is an awesome format. Really cool idea.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Massive respect to you for everything that you do.
You as well, my friend. You've really been a breath of fresh air, and I love all the new people coming in. I don't get to see you guys enough and see what you're doing, but I hear good things.
I feel the feeling is mutual. Well, I appreciate it.
I did watch you with good old PhD Tony, who's one of the best just men alive, really. I try to be like him in all my walks of life. What about you?
Yeah, no, he taught me a lot, and I'm going to go get re-educated.
Yeah, you do. You need to get into school, get that physics education. Hurry up. All right, go ahead. You got your 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I just want to talk real quick about the pendulum. I brought it up during that debate, but I'm just going to go over kind of the same thing again, basically. If you start looking into flat Earth, people are going to try and tell you that the Earth is definitely rotating because the Foucault pendulum, the Foucault pendulum will precess in line with the math that a globe predicts exactly. But when you go to actually look into that and you try to see how that's been substantiated and you start pressing them for sources, it's not so straightforward. And it turns out that actually a lot of times on their first, second, third attempts, they don't even get the proper precession. And at the museums, if you can go look at the manuals for these pendulums, and they have electromagnetic motors in them essentially, and electromagnetic brakes in them that cause them to precess in exactly in alignment with what the math would predict on a globe. Because you think about it, it kind of just makes common sense, right? Because even if it would somewhat precess in line with the globe, there would still be problems with it. So these museums, they wouldn't want to have humidity or something like that cause a problem, and someone comes to the museum and sees that the pendulum's no longer precessing. But on top of all that, right? So it's never been substantiated in the way that they will tell you that it's been substantiated. But then on top of all that, there's a guy, Merced. He was a Nobel laureate, and in 1954 he had his pendulum precessing, and during the solar eclipse, it went totally anomalous. It basically skipped the precession, or it didn't precess in the fashion it was supposed to. And then it happened again in 56 and 59, and he thought it was so anomalous that he actually, let me share my screen here.
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. I think that should work. Yeah. So it was actually so anomalous that he started recording his pendulum over time, and he wrote a book in 1997 called The Anisotropy of Space. L'anisotropie de Space was the French name. You can't find the English translation. I had to translate it myself using a French AI. And if you go to his Wikipedia page in 1997, where this book is published, they have all his books listed. And right where this book is, the one that's talking about the pendulum and how the theory of gravity is totally bunk, it's just not listed. This book has been erased from Merced Elias's history.
Wow.
But this shows the anomaly that he saw in 59. Here's him saying that it's totally inexplicable within the context of the current theory. 55, another Elias effect, equal to the sidereal motion of the moon. So here's the other thing about it. It didn't just match, there wasn't just an Elias effect. There wasn't just totally anomalous behavior during the solar eclipse, but also there's a periodicity to the whole thing that actually matches the motion of the moon. They're going to try and tell you it's Earth rotation. It's actually depends on where the sun and the moon are in the sky.
I'm going to pause you real quick because I wanted to know, did you know that in that paper he talks about the change going to be 24 hours and 50 minutes? And he says that there's nothing that matches that. Well, that is the orbit of the moon. It's 24 hours, 50 minutes.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's super interesting. And it's completely inexplicable within the framework of the current theories he's saying here. So this is kind of like an illustration of what it would potentially look like, right? So interferometry specifically, which is different than a pendulum, obviously, but in their paradigm, they'll try and tell you that the interferometer, like the measurement of the rotation of the Earth that they use interferometry to measure, is the same thing, right? It's the same cause. The cause of the Earth rotating is what caused it. So I actually think it could be caused by the ether wind. It'd be a similar thing with the pendulum versus interferometry. Am I out of time?
Nope. Well, you got about 45 minutes, 47 seconds.
Cool. So this is kind of what that would look like, right? Is as you have the sun coming through here on this racetrack that's essentially going through here, the track that the sun and the moon are on, it would induct inwards, and you would create these spiral motions in the north and the south, and that's what would give you the hurricanes and the cyclones and the precession of the pendulum. But so it wasn't just Merced Elias that observed it. There was a Harvard lab, Saxel and Milder and Allen saw it, and here's showing the anomalous behavior. Here's normal day, which also there's daily periodicity, and we all know the Earth's not getting faster and slower throughout the day, but it still follows a daily rate of getting faster and slower. So obviously that it's not very coherent to say that that's Earth rotation. And they say the results of this order of magnitude have been consistently observed in Harvard over a period of 17 years. So, and then here's another one confirming it in Bucharest, confirming the existence of the Elias effect. And then when they don't see the Elias effect, they have a break in place, an electromagnetic break in place. I think it's kind of a bunk way to try and measure something like that. And then, they do have explanations. They try to give you explanations within current modern day science to say, well, the Elias effect is definitely not real, but just in case it is, we have this idea of anisotropic dark glow acceleration that can explain it. So, yeah.
Wow, thank you. That's awesome. I don't know if did you hear when I read the paper from the South Pole test that they did?
Alan told me about it.
It's one of the funniest papers. It's just one of the funniest
hilarious.
Papers ever. They just keep saying we tried it and it was going the wrong way. Then we tried it and it was half. It did only half the period it was supposed to do. It did a half day spin. And then they just keep. Then we tweaked it. We kept tweaking it, and then eventually they tweak it till where it works. And then it proved that it's if you just keep doing the test until you get the results you want, that'll prove it. Pretty funny. All right, well, thank you. Exactly. Tell people where they can find you. I know you're going to be there tonight too, but go ahead and tell people.
Yeah, so ethercosmology.com is probably the easiest way to find us. And tonight we're going to be doing a presentation at around 10 p.m. Eastern. And like Alan said, we're going to be going through interferometry. We might get into the pendulum stuff. It depends on how the interferometry stuff goes.
Are you the one doing all that AI work too?
I did a little bit. I did a few of those joke videos, and then Shane has done quite a few as well.
Okay, yeah, I like them. They're awesome.
Good stuff. Fun.
All right, appreciate it. Take it easy.
Yeah, take care, Jaron. Thank you.
All right, bye. All right, that was Toby for us. Let me get this back up real quick, and we'll just cover how you get on the show if you want to join me. So if you want to come on the show, it is on the screen at the top there. Join the show. Go to tinyurl.com/cornerism. Jump on and say your piece. And that's about it. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on Rokfin. Hello, everybody. Rokfin, I see you in the chat there. Somebody already tipped. Look at that. Thank you very much. Mark Wanatroba in there, and some other people I can barely read. I got to get that a little larger, I guess. And then also we've got, if you're interested, if you go to whop.com/Jeranism. How do you remember that? Well, because if you knew how many times I've been called a WAP in my life, you might get it. So it is whop.com/Jeranism. It is time for the very cool VIP club, and you'll hear about me talking about this in the next coming month a lot. Whereas right now I'm just making sure we've got some members already, and we're just making sure everything worked. I can do live streams there. It's streaming live right now on, what's going on with that? Well, that's certainly weird. Are you seeing just a black screen? Wonder why it doesn't pick up my browser screen. Browser solo, it shows it in the preview window. And I should have known that when I did window capture it doesn't ever work. I shouldn't have done that. Why doesn't that work? It'll be back on in a second. I'm just trying to figure out. Well, will that work? It's not going to even take that one, is it? Oh, it does. That's weird. Okay. I don't know why I picked that up. So there you go. There's the Jeranism VIP Club. And so it's got a couple different benefits. Every video from every show, plus the audio version. So a lot of people want the MP3 versions. Those will be uploaded the day after every show. Easy to watch, listen, download from Telegram. Every live stream is on there as we're streaming live now. We've got Cryptoism group class. What I did is I combined the crypto and the truth, but I did it in a way that you don't get, if you don't like crypto, you'll never see it, because there's basically a specific Telegram chat group that you just wouldn't go in there, and you wouldn't have to see basically anything about it at all. But we're all part of the same group. What that allows you to do is to kind of dabble. If you want to come to a Friday night meeting, you can. We do it every other Friday night, 6 to 8 p.m., and that includes this Friday night. And we do have usually a presentation, or we speak, or you can ask questions. We go with that. You get an exclusive chat, 2 of them, VIP chat and a Cryptoism only chat. We do a once monthly. This is what seems to be people's most excited about. People want to attend Saturday, the first Saturday of the month at 12 p.m. Pacific. We'll be having just a hangout on Zoom, and I'll be bringing a guest on each time, just somebody to kind of hang out with us at the beginning. And this time it's going to be Rose 777. It's going to be joining us. So come by. We'll talk with her for an hour or two, and then we'll just get high or something. It'll be fun. And then Telegram live streams and stories. Like I said, before I went live today, I did a little Telegram story just showing people my setup, my very snobby, white, privileged 4 monitor. I guarantee you no black people have four monitors. Only white people have 4 monitors. And that's just white privilege. It's just the way it goes. But I guarantee there's no black people. You think Jesse Lee Peterson has 4 monitors? No way. No chance. Anyway, Jeranism VIP Club comes with all kinds of stuff that we just mentioned and much more. You also get 50% off all consultations while you're a member. You also get a free 30-minute consultation if you sign up for a year. Lots of fun stuff. Anyway, it's whop.com/Jeranism. And what was the one other thing I wanted to mention? Oh, yeah. We've got coming up next week, and let's go over to here. Let's go to here. We've got our episode number 1 coming on Tuesday of a new show I'm calling Debatism X. Why? I have no flipping idea. It just seemed like the easiest thing to not have to add anything else to it. Just like, I can put an X on the screen, can I? So it's a Debatism X, and it's going to be just a 60-minute conversation between 2 people. And I have changed the rules a little bit. I rethought about it. I'm going to do a 10-second time. So what that means is that the person can press their space bar or whatever. They're going to basically say, okay, I want to talk. It's my turn to talk. And then the other person has 10 seconds to wrap up what they're saying. This should teach people to have a conversation, that you can go back and forth. You don't need to talk over each other. And it's basically going to have both of their clocks, and they both get 30 minutes to speak. It will be a conversation back and forth, but maybe somebody uses up all their minutes real early and leaves 10 minutes for the other guy to finish off the conversation. We will see how it goes. That will be on Tuesday, 3 p.m. Pacific. Craig from Fight the Flat Earth against Dave, Silver and Soul, Unchained Mind. If you're not checking out his channel, he's great, man. That guy's down in the trenches, having people jump on his show where he's remember Liam that came on this show and said that we were all in a state of disillusionment. You're all in a state of disillusionment. Oh, I believe people who see back in time. I believe that they're deranged. I said, no, you guys believe we see back in time. Oh, then I believe it. That guy's like been on his show the last couple nights. Anyway, check him out. Silver and Soul, Unchained Mind. And check out the new episode of Debatism X, which should be over in about an hour and 15 minutes at the most. Quick intro, flip a coin, and just let them talk while I manage the clocks and see who's going to be muted. Should be interesting to see if we can have actual Globers have actual adult-like conversations. I know it's a crazy thought, but we can have conversations where somebody speaks, and then when they're done speaking is when you start speaking. I know it's crazy, but I think Dave is excellent for that, and we'll see what Craig can do. And let's see who else, if that's everything I wanted to do. Yes, and then I had that. Oh, yeah, that's just the VIP club. We got that. All right, let's get back to the StreamYard. See who's there. All right, we're going to go with Dr. Bass Ackwards is coming on here in a second. Let me make sure we can get this correctly. No, not that one. No, not that one. I don't know which one is now. This one. There we go. Dr. Bass, how are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm doing fantastic.
How you doing?
Super good, thank you.
Good. Yeah. I like to shout out Dave too, man. His channel is awesome.
Weiss?
Dave, Sovereign Soul.
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
The guy you were talking about.
Yeah, he's great. I love because I'm always up late doing something out in the garage or something, and I always love those shows I can go to. Like, oh, I bet he had a show, and sure enough, he did. It's like almost every day. He's
nice. Always on. Yeah, and he's smart too, man. He really knows how to how to cover the subject well.
He's taught me some things just yesterday. He taught me
same here.
a different way to say things and a better understanding. So he's excellent. That's why
he's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to get him up there first.
I've been impressed. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what I was thinking about recently? I put some serious thought into this. Like I've just been wondering. I mean, I want to ask I wish I had more people I could talk to, because I just want to. Have you ever known anyone that actually was aspiring to be an astronaut? That actually, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't think anybody knows anyone that wanted to be that actually pursued that career and succeeded in being an astronaut. I don't think there's anyone that knows anyone.
No, you know, Bill Nye supposedly, pause your time. Bill Nye says he applied like 7 times and that they denied him every time. Really? So, I mean, imagine, and this is why I don't think that he's as much as a liar. Well, he's a liar, but I mean, he's also just really sold on it, really believes it. Because, like, why wouldn't they send him to space? Like, imagine what news that would be, how big of a event that would be. Like, we're going to put Bill Nye up in space for 2 weeks, but the problem is they know they can't do that because what are they going to tell him? Well, when we're up there, we're on wires and strings, and he's like, "What are you talking about?" So,
they got a true believer. They don't want to wreck it.
A true believer is so much more valuable than a person that's lying. A liar is a liability, and anytime they could have a change of conscience, but a true believer, we've seen how hard it is to change their minds.
And what was up with him saying that, like, Earth is a closed system, we can't leave Earth? What was that clip from? Like,
yeah, he was having like a conversation. They were talking about. I think they were talking about throwing trash into space. Because again, it makes sense when you see that they just throw everything from space into they're like, oh, it just burns up in the atmosphere. Then people are like, well, we're burying our trash here. Wouldn't it be better to haul it up to space and dump it into the atmosphere? It burns up,
right?
You know, it kind of makes sense if that's the belief that you have.
It does, yeah.
But
they're like, no, we can't do that.
But we're a closed system, and we don't want to be putting trash up there, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's why he said that. Okay, I was wondering. Where
only science is allowed to dump shit into and that's what they do in the piss and the shit from the astronauts. Supposedly, just throw in the atmosphere. Pretty nice.
Oh, I thought they consumed it.
Actually, you might be right. I think that they are trying to recycle it.
It's so disgusting. That's what I was getting at, though. I don't think anybody really wants to be an astronaut. I think on some level, just most people don't really believe in it. Like they might believe in it so much as they're like, oh, that's cool, but nobody really wants to do it. Nobody would want to get on a rocket, like risk having an unplanned disassembly,
it happens like 1 out of 4 times. So it's
just not a good idea. And then go somewhere where there's no air, and you have to rely on like some machines that other people made to provide your air for you.
It's so ludicrous too. They have like the craft will take off and they show it, and then it gets up into space, and then they're like, okay, and then they meet up with the ISS like in 3 days. So like, what? Those people have to sit
3 days?
Yeah, so they have to like sit in those chairs like that.
Oh man,
who would do that? That's the worst thing ever.
It just sounds terrible.
It's just no fun to. People can't stand being on a flight together in an airplane for 15 hours, but these 3 people are going to be sitting right next to each other for 72 hours. Yeah, right.
For 3 days,
and there's no bathroom in there, so they're fucking taking a dump in their diapers, and
that's just
where do
wrong.
I sign up? Where do I sign up?
There's no way that's real, man.
No, there's not. It's just a joke.
But it just sounds so like unappealing. Like I don't think anybody's even questioning after that. I don't think there's a single person that wants to do that. Or, I mean, maybe there's probably people that apply for it, but like, you know what I mean? I just don't. Well, obviously, I don't believe it's real at all. But like, I think on some level, most people kind of just don't fully believe it, whether or not they're admitting it. But I think what you're doing, what everyone's doing that's involved in this, it's eventually going to just touch everyone, and everyone's going to be like, you know what? Wait a minute, like if you just turn a critical eye on it, it really falls apart. Like you just have to. It's like going to Disneyland. You have to it requires suspension of disbelief. People have to you can't go ask questions. It's for kids. It's like.
Yeah,
that's what I think it's for indoctrinating children. Because then once you grow up, it's like buried in your
absolutely
your conscience.
That's why they put it to us so young, right? I mean, put the globe in your kindergarten classroom. I mean, things that just shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't be forcing that on kids unless you're ready to prove it real easily when they grow up. Otherwise, they'll jump back. Yeah,
and that's the thing. I think what it is like when you finally question that shit, and you actually realize that it's just a load of nonsense, like that's when you finally grow up. You know, that's when you've finally grown up. Like if you still believe that shit as a grown man, and even after like we've had these kind of conversations with people, you know, like to fight the flat earth, these clowns, it's like you're just not a grown man yet. You just haven't really let go of your childhood, like fascination.
Imagine if all your beliefs came from somebody else. Think how miserable you would be if everything you believe was not because you believe it, but because other men who you respect more than you have told you that that's the case. And so you don't, I mean, I can't even imagine having no beliefs of my own. Everything that I believe is like whatever a physics book says. Wow. Impressive.
It's a drag. And like when you really, like if you just dare to take a critical eye at any of it, like, you know, once, like it's kind of like how when it's beyond our scope, like we just sort of like rely on other people to fill us in, you know, like, but that's just a bogus way to live. You know, I mean, it's such a, like space is like a blank check for like people that just want to take advantage of you. Like it just
absolutely. That's 100% it. Yep. And it's just a jobs program, and it keeps everybody kind of the money in the system, because you're not actually going and throwing the money out in space. You're spending it on other businesses here. So it's just an economic driver.
It's basically totally a jobs. Yeah. That's where I mean, because they get so much, like however many billions a year, you know, and it's not like the money is necessarily being wasted. I mean, it is, but it's like, but it provides jobs for people. It's helping the economy in that way, I guess.
That's all it does. Yep.
It's still just ridiculous. So it's so cheesy, like with the moon landing thing, the cartoon they did recently.
Oh no, that was real. They really went there. There's
it's so sad.
Jesus, it's so bad.
It's so cringe.
All right, well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate the call. You want to tell people where they can find you and all that?
Oh yeah, hit me up on Dr. Bass Ackwards channel. I do a daily stream every morning. I just play guitar and joke around.
I didn't know you did a daily stream. All right, I'll check that out. I didn't know you do a daily stream.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, man, I'd love to have you up there.
All right, sounds good.
Talking to the chat. Yeah, right on.
All right,
keep it up, brother.
All right, we've got Brenda debates. Hold on, let me get the clock started real quickly. I don't want to be longer here than we need to be. All right, Brenda, go ahead. You got 4 minutes.
How are you doing, Jaron?
Just great. Just fantastic.
Right. So a couple of things, at least, to begin with, you know, I've always been respectful of the flat earthers when I've been on debatism, haven't I?
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't understand this, and I think that the times that Craig has been on, he's been respectful.
Sure.
I haven't seen any globe earthers on debatism that have been disrespectful. I haven't seen too many on modern day debate that have been disrespectful. So I don't know where you're getting this.
I see them as disrespectful when they have conversations. Now, debatism is set up so that you guys really aren't supposed to have back and forths for that exact reason, right? It's more set up to be a timed thing where, you know, the claim, answer, that kind of thing. So this is more, I do think conversations are beneficial if people can actually have them. So that's what I'm saying.
So do you think that flat earthers could come on to Globe Earth streaming channels?
Could they? They do.
Well, why don't they then?
Which channels are you talking about?
Well, there's a number of channels that have streaming. Craig and Mike Toon.
Doesn't Craig do a debate like a bunch of times a week, and there's a flat earther every time?
Yeah, but they're usually very disrespectful people.
Okay. All right.
They are.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Well, they have sometimes he's had to remove them because they say very offensive things.
Oh, yes.
That threaten the channel.
Okay. And then he has every right to remove people.
Right. So it seems to me the problem is on the flat earther side, not the globe side.
Good. I take a lot of what you say into account, so that's good.
Right. So what experiment could a person do that both a flat earther and a globe earther would agree to, that if it came out one way, then the earth is definitely flat, and another way that the earth is definitely a globe? Can you think of any experiment that we could do that would accomplish that?
Sure. The ones that they did in Monterey. I mean, the ones that they did in Canada or Alaska, where they did it on the ice. put lights distances away and they all stayed in line with each other?
I don't think too many globe earthers would agree with that because
Well, of course not, because they believe in refraction. Right. Exactly.
Right.
So you get you get magic. You get to use magic.
But refraction isn't magic. But
Well-
what experiment would we all agree to? So globers wouldn't agree to that.
Right.
So what experiment could people do that both parties would agree to?
I'd have to think about that. I mean, on the top of my head, I can't think of something off the top of my head. Because
Well, I think we could repeat the experiment, the observation that you did.
Yeah, I think so.
On that what was the show? That
Behind the Curve.
documentary. Right, we could repeat that.
I think so. But I think we should do it at 4 miles, and I think we should have a laser that can keep a 6-inch diameter over 4 miles. Then
I think you just do it during the day. You don't need a laser. You don't need a light at all. You just do it during the day.
Do what during the day? What are you talking about?
Make the observation during the day.
Observation of what?
You have like 3 poles, a set distance. I don't know what, 15 feet above, say, a canal.
Okay.
Right? And then you sight from the first pole to the third pole. And if the middle pole is above, then the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I think that's a lot harder than you think it is.
And if the last experiment? Would decide it, wouldn't that decide it?
Sure, it's a lot easier to do. It's a lot easier to say than it is to do. I don't think you've ever done an experiment.
Well, it's been done, many times.
Oh, it's been done.
Yeah.
So, can you give me a video of the 4 mile test being done with 3 posts?
I don't know if it was 4 miles.
How long?
It might have been 6. It might have been 6.
Okay,
I don't know.
Then show me 6 miles.
It's been done. Now I don't have a link for you right now.
Okay, I didn't say right now. Can you provide it to me?
Do you think that would be something that flat earthers would agree to?
Possibly. Yep. That or like
so you have 3 measuring sticks, all in equal height, above, say, a canal or a body of water that we all agree is flat.
Okay.
Or it should be flat.
Right.
Right. And if the middle pole is above the 2 end poles, then the Earth is curved, right?
Yeah, if what you're saying is correct, I'll line up the camera with the first and last pole.
Yeah.
And then slide the middle pole in and see if it hits at the same point or at much lower.
Well, if it's flat, then it should be. All 3 should line up.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I know. I was just restating what you said. That's
all right. Yeah, that's good. We could start kind of working on that. See what it would take to do that. The canal's a good spot. That's all I got to say. The canal's a good spot.
Yeah, and you could do it during the day. You just have, say, poles with flags on them of some kind, or a sign, or a circle with a red dot, or something.
Thank you for that. I got to see what that is. There, I can't get up there. Only way to do this is to have a tight string travel for 2 miles between 2 points. That does not work ever. But anyway.
Yeah, you don't need a string. You just do line of sight.
Any final words? Tell people where they can find you if they want more information, more wisdom from you.
Oh, at Brenda Debates.
Thank you very much.
That's the name of my channel.
Wheelchair Bear, welcome.
Hello.
Let me start your clock here in a second. Let me see if I can just think. I just saw 2 super chats. I want to thank them because I couldn't get them on screen time. Super chats, fan funding. There it is. So we've got Sir Link says, "Hey Jaron, been following you for years. There's hit pieces on you trying to find the curve, and they say you debunked yourself. If any video links to the topic, I understand how clever editing can paint a false narrative." Yeah, you can find this show if you just search "interesting" on YouTube. You can find. Oh wait, the best place to do it. Go to Jeranism.com. I'm going to show you over here if it'll show on the screen. Or why not? Wait 1 second. I'll be right with you. So we're going Jeranism.com. If you want to find this easily. You can't really see very well, but close enough. Anyway, scroll down to where it says, I'm sorry, up here in the menu, there's a videos button. Let's see if I can do this way so you can see it better. It's probably the easiest way to get there. There we go. So once you're at videos, you just scroll down and it's going to have the Jeranism show. And the very first video on the Jeranism show is interesting. So there you go. Watch that. That gives you a good rundown of whether anybody was upset by the movie. Why do you always leave me out? So emails from them and them admitting that what they saw with the, and they just put one scene. Put it this way. If I would have, oops, sorry, gosh darn it. Hold on 1 second. Let me fix this. I don't know why this is not working anymore. This one? Nope, I have to do it. 1 second, I'm going to fix this because it's going to bug me all night. It's not picking up window capture. Let me go display capture, left side, add, display capture. Sorry, just take a second. We're going to put on this left one. I don't know why that didn't work. And ultra wide. Okay, now we're going to move this over here. All right, now we're back. Is that close enough? There we go. All right, this is what I was trying to show you. You better be there. Thank you. So this is, here is the interesting one. So we went to videos, and then once videos come up, you can find, and people always ask where the old videos are. I saw somebody in the chat earlier asking something about you're looking for the 80 quotes video. So the best place to go for that is Odyssey, and I'll show you that in a second. But anyway, here's your interesting one if you're interested in that. But if I would have done what they did, so imagine this. Let me give you this scenario. We go out that night to do the experiment. We keep doing observations where neither is seen. Sometimes we do see the light with both of them. We're just kind of all over the place. There's never really, we're trying to repeat things. We see it, then we try to repeat it, and we don't see it. So we're kind of all over the place. And then we walk away from that and go, well, we didn't see it. We didn't really prove anything. Now imagine I came home and I do a video and I take just the one scene of us seeing the light at 17 feet. Okay, imagine that. I take that one scene and I make a video and I say, we proved that the earth was flat. Imagine the shit that I would get for that. Imagine. What? And nobody in their right mind would ever do that because that's completely dishonest. We saw both. We saw both at both times. Both at sometimes, neither at sometimes. And they admit that in that video I did called Interesting, where they say in the email, you'll read them say, we had several observations where both were seen. We had several observations where none were seen. But on this one observation, we saw it at this and not at this. But again, they're talking about 17 and 23 feet. But that would mean that when Enrique put it above his head, that he somehow lifted it 6 feet above his chest, which is not the case. So again, it's clearly a hit piece, and they clearly chose to lie about it. You can go to Odyssey, click that, and then you'll go to Odyssey, the best place there. You can go to content. And then the cool thing about Odyssey is they've got a little search box here. So if you are looking for those 80 quotes, just type in 80, and let's see if it is there. Search. Can you not type a number 80? Hitting enter. Let's type in quotes instead. Quotes. And let's see. So there you go. So there's the, this is a clip. Maybe it's just the clip. It looks like I don't see the original. And then also there's the Jeranism Mirror channel on YouTube that might have it. But I'll look for the original. Oh, this is an hour and 1 minute. This might be. Oh no, the big one was 3 minutes or 3 hours. But anyway, that's a good time. Hour video right here. Quotes. So anytime you want to look up something, refraction, just type it in the Odyssey refraction. I don't know why I said none, but there you go. And if you want to see the water trick with the arrows going back and forth, or you want to see atmospheric magnification, distortion, all that fun stuff is there. Okay, so that is the best place to get all that content, like I said. And if you become a member at a VIP at Telegram, you get everything. So, all right, let's get back to the show. All right, so that was you talking about that. Hopefully I answered your questions for Link. Any plans for future experiments? How can one help or join? Lake Tahoe should be seen from end to end if the lake level, right? Not necessarily. Again, what are you talking about seeing from that kind of distance? It's I'd have to see the case. I guess the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go down to Oceanside to do an observation of the sun setting behind Santa Catalina Island from about 65 miles away. The island should be gone. No way to see it. But of course, when the sun sets behind it, we'll see it, and then I'll come in and I'll explain it all to you people, and then people in the globe side will just claim that it's refraction that's magically lifting up this mountain and displaying it right at the horizon. It's an absolute impossibility that that's the case, but that's what they claim. All right, let's, what else do you have? Only way to do it is to have a tight string. Yes, you can't ever do that. There's no such thing as a tight string for 2 miles. You need to go out and practice and see what you're talking about. There's going to be a huge dip, a swag, not swag, is it swag? Slag, no. I don't know what it's called. I'll think of it in a second. Slack, thank you very much. I love how they just say refraction. It's like you can't win. Well, it's been crafted for 400 years, so it's they of course have their way outs. The one I would love to use is like, if you imagine you're looking at something on the horizon, so that's right at your eye level or about there, right? And then imagine something halfway between you and that horizon. Like let's say we're looking at water, and there's a boat that's halfway between you and the horizon. Well, will that boat be lower or higher than the horizon line? And the answer is it's lower in your view, but it really should be higher. And if you ask a glober, well, I thought if it's a globe, but shouldn't it be that the further thing is lower than the closer thing? And you know what they'd have to invoke? It's perspective, which is just funny to hear them have to say that. Thank you for being a member for 12 months, Blake. And thank you, Lord Racer, also. Jaren is the homie. All right, I like it. And we got Blake, 1991, says, man, I miss hearing you speak socially about world events. Man, I miss hearing you speak socially about world events. Don't know what you mean by that, but I do that on my Jeranism show on Fridays. That's kind of my chance to speak about whatever I want. All right, let's get back to StreamYard. What's up, my buddy? How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
And looks like you're doing good.
Sure.
I sent in a video.
Okay. You want to do that?
Or on Telegram.
Okay.
I'll just talk about it a little bit and then I'll go. So it's the Northern Lights. Just there's about a minute of the Northern Lights, and that one day they were stretched like they went south of me. Normally we have to look north to see them. So I'm on the 49th parallel, like right on the Montana border.
Sorry.
And with Alberta. And yeah, when they were stretched, like you could see them north and then straight above me. And lots of times they looked like a dove or something. Like it changed shapes. I couldn't get it on video. I couldn't get my settings set right on video. It was too dark, I guess. And then, so I just have still pictures, but.
So whose video is this that we're watching?
What's that?
I thought this was your video that we're going to watch.
Yes.
Oh, it is your video, but it's not a video?
But I didn't get video of I just got still pictures of the Northern Lights.
Got you. And from where again?
And then time lapse and stuff. I tried doing time lapse and it just flew by too fast, so you couldn't see them.
What is your location, latitude?
49th.
49. Okay. And
yeah.
You saw him from there, and that's not a normal thing? Like, would you say you've
seen it a couple times in your life? A few times a year. Last year, it would probably happen 5 or 6, maybe 4 times, I guess. And that one day they were...
Go ahead.
Pardon me?
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
One day they were just really, really significant where I couldn't hear them. It was pretty windy that day. Like, I remember when I was a kid, you could hear, they make a sound.
Like a buzz?
And yeah, or like whales, kind of like a whale.
Wow. Do you think that it's from, so I'm just saying what the mainstream idea is, which usually I would disagree with, but they claim that they can see the sun do some sort of burp, and then they say, oh, in 2 days that we'll have strong aurora lights or northern lights. Do you ever notice, does it coincide with when they say that? It's kind of weird that they would know 2 days ahead of time before. Sometimes they do.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt too.
One of my friends said it was it's just stardust. It's stardust reflecting. What?
Stardust reflecting? Don't think so.
And that's what they told him when he went up to see him, like the Northwest Territories, and
everything is electrical.
Yeah.
Everything's electrical.
Yeah,
everything.
It's obviously electrical. It's really weird. Like I thought it was just clouds at first when I went out last year, and it was like, wait, that's not right, because there was no moon. So.
I found you.
Okay,
YouTube was free trying to debug.
I'll let you play the video, and then.
Okay, we'll play the video. Thank you very much. Do you want to come back to you for your final? We'll just play the video.
No, that's all right.
All right,
you can go on.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, we'll see ya.
Peace. Okay, here's Craig or his video from Wheelchair Bear. Here we go. Is there sound?
There is sound.
Thank you. Got it. It's a bucket list item for me for sure, is to see that one day. Yeah, that's a beautiful picture right there. Thank you very much, Wheelchair Bear, for that. Let's get to the next one in line. We got Brian Leakey from FE Tests, Flat Earth Tests, the YouTube channel. Have you checked it out? That is the question. Let's bring him on here if I can find him. There we go. Are you there? Maybe you're not having a video. That's why.
What's going on, buddy?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Hopefully you don't got too bad of an echo, but my phone's messed up. But
seems okay.
I was able to send you a video that I was going to try and get you to play. I sent it on Jeranism X on Telegram. You responded. I just noticed you responded, so I was late getting back to you. But it's a video that I wanted to start at 4:29.
What do you mean you sent it to me on Jeranism X?
I mean, it just says Jeranism.
Oh, okay,
there's a little X.
Gotcha.
It's the last one you responded to about what's his name, Arkham Rose. I do agree. He definitely takes the cake, bro.
There's nothing worse, right? I mean, that's the worst one. There's nothing.
We need to do a top left or a bottom left award. Because I can put together myself 2 or 3 entries, man. I just made a video with PhD Tony arguing that we should see Mount Everest everywhere. I mean, come on, dude.
PhD Tony said that?
Yeah, my last video,
God.
that might be the one I should play, but
it might be.
I believe everybody just seen it on modern day debates. But yeah, he's thinking we should see
what a clown.
Mount Everest from everywhere.
What a clown! My goodness. Okay, what account did you mail me from? I'm on your Brian Leakey account, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, it's I think it says Tabby.
Okay, thank you. I'll search that. There you go. I got you. Yeah, he's saying Larkin takes the case. Takes the cake. Yeah, absolutely. So starting at 4:29 of this video here. Is that what you want to start? What you said?
Yeah. And this is about when they're talking about these crazy distances from Australia to, from like Sydney to Santiago, and Australia being the wrong size. But if you follow Gleason's instructions and you do everything how the map is dictated, then you get about the same distance. It's about 4,000 kilometers from Perth to Sydney. And from Sydney to Santiago comes out to be about, I think it's about 8,000, 9,000 miles or something. It's
man, that's so easy.
It's in the video, man.
Okay, we'll watch it. And if that's the case too, I mean, that's easy. Then the jet streams explain it easily. You know, if you get up to that, if you get up to that 10, 11, 12,000, yeah, I agree. Then the plane kind of needs to be going about 800 the whole time. So, and that might be a little bit tough to find, evidence to back that up. But as far as it getting there in if it's only doing an extra 2,000 miles, that's a simple then. Because for sure, when we go look at those planes, they actually, if you look at the planes that are doing that trek, if you do the math on it, it comes out that they're doing only about 550 miles per hour. But we know that there's sometimes 200 to 300 mile per hour winds. So again, then you have to believe all of a sudden that these planes are only doing 250 miles per hour in the sky and then using the 250 extra, which is just ludicrous because the plane can go 500. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that? All right.
Exactly. Even without taking the jet streams into account, it puts them at doing like 400 or 450 on some of them flights. It's like, it's stupid to even believe,
Yeah, there's no way they'd be doing that. Just like these boats that win these contests down south or circumnavigating, and then you find out figure out the math, they did 4 knots. Like, what? How could that be the I'll go beat that, and I've never sailed a boat in my life. Probably die.
Yeah, I looked that up, man. I said, I bet you if I look in the southern hemisphere, if I look at the same boat, like the Comanche or whatever, I bet you the times will be different. And instead of doing a video on like records for top speed, I was like, I'm gonna get the 24-hour record because that's a good, consistent, record, and it's been, over all these years. They've been taking track of them in the north and in the south in these different races, and it should be pretty consistent because we're talking about a full day and we're talking about over decades. With with thousands of boats. And sure enough, I wasn't surprised when I got there, and it was like twice. It was a big difference.
Yeah,
It didn't surprise me one bit.
You want how far do you want to go in this video?
It's if you start at 4 minutes 29 seconds.
Okay.
It should be about to the end. It shouldn't be more than about another 4.5 minutes or so.
All right, here it goes. We're gonna watch that. Thank you much for calling in. We'll talk to you soon. Peace. Here we go.
We're going to make a little mini scale with 15 individual degrees to get easy and accurate measurements. I actually meant to use the other scale, but it doesn't matter. It's the same principle here. It used to be built in as a hand on the Gleason's map, but instead of cutting it out, we're going to transfer it onto a piece of paper. So I'll show you in just a second. You see between 30 and 45 degrees, there's 15 little lines and there's 5 bigger lines. We'll mark between 2 latitudes and we'll mark 5 big lines. See how it's labeled here, 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15. Then we'll fill in the tweeners, the 1, 2, the 4, 5, the 7, 8, so on. Or you could just take the piece of paper and put it over the scale and trace it. And you can hang on to it, so every time you need to get a city's latitude accurate within a degree, then you will have it. So I'm going to show you how this works. So now we're going to locate Sydney, and we're going to locate the nearest latitude line, which is 30 degrees. Then we're going to set our scale down and count the individual degrees. And we get 1, 2, 3, 4. So Sydney is 34 degrees south latitude, or negative 34 degrees south latitude. Now we're going to go and write down negative 34 degrees for Sydney's latitude, and then we're going to go on to the longitude. Now we're going to use a string line for longitude. Make sure it's long enough to make it out past the edge. Also make sure it's perfectly centered. Then you want to line it up exactly with Sydney, and you want to mark it, and it's 1 degree past the 150th east longitude. So that's 150 degrees east of Greenwich. So I circled where it's marked on the map. It's a little hard to make out here. You can count over from Greenwich if you'd like. Now we're going to record our longitude. So we have 34 south latitude and 151 east longitude. Next, we will do the same for Perth, and then we will follow Gleason's instructions and calculate the distance. So we've located Perth, and we got our little scale. We got 15, 30 degrees, and a little past 30. We're going to line up our little scale, and we get, let's see, 1, 2 degrees past 30. So 32 degrees south latitude for Perth. Now for the longitude. So we pull our string, and the nearest longitude is 105 east, and then we got 110, 115. Yeah, 115 east longitude. So now we could get the distance between Sydney and Perth. So it's negative 32 latitude and 115. So how many degrees are these apart? So there's Sydney, and the longitude from Sydney and the longitude from Perth. So we subtract 115 from 151, and we get 36 degrees. So 36 degrees times 60 nautical miles is 2,160 nautical miles. If we convert that into kilometers, it's approximately 4,000 kilometers. So not 5,000 miles. That's not the way the AE map works, B-ball. So now we're going to check the distance between Sydney and Santiago. Since we already got the coordinates for Sydney, we're going to do Santiago. And I've already showed y'all how to do it. So I'm just going to skip to the results. So for Chile, we have 33 south latitude. And for longitude, it's 71.5 west of Greenwich. So 71.5 west longitude. So we have 8 full longitudes. So 8 times 15 degrees is 120. And then from Santiago, we have 3.5 left over. And then for Sydney, we have 14. So altogether, that's 137.5 degrees times 60 nautical miles is 8,250 nautical miles to do flat Earth circumnavigation between Sydney and Santiago. That's roughly 15,279 kilometers. So it ain't no 30,000 miles. This is how it works. This according to Gleason's instructions. So if you believe the globe, then that flight does about between 400 and 450 miles per hour, which I don't believe for 1 second because they're in some of the fastest jet streams down there. So on a flat Earth, they're doing about 650 miles per hour. Which one seems more realistic? I'm going with the Gleason. I will have one more part to this, but thanks for watching.
Thank you. And that's, I was just doing some math because I know I've heard Toon say before that the plane needs to be going 1,500 miles per hour for it to work. So if you take 1,500 times 14, you get 21,000. So he thinks that there's 21,000 miles for some reason between those two locations. I don't really know why, other than they don't get the map. All right, let's go to the next person, and that's going to be, wow, I can't say that name. Help me out. Jenna something, something, something? Hold on, let me see. Oh, I accidentally removed myself. You guys couldn't hear me all of a sudden. My bad. Jenna something. You're up next. Geno Lazananix. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that. Whatever. Is they there? Jenna Lovanovitz. Nope. All right, we're going to go to somebody else. We'll be back with you. 1 second. Oh, maybe they're there? No, not yet. All right, let's go over here, and we'll go with instead Flat Earth Eric in the house. Eric.
Hey, this is I got to be known from now on as Flat Smack Flurf.
Okay, you're Flat Smack Flurf. I like it. I didn't get everybody to verify. I didn't verify any names yesterday.
Yeah, I want you to flurfify my name, please.
Is that what it is? Is it flurfify? Wow, we could go far with that.
Yeah, you got to flurfify my name.
We could all show up at conferences and all be wearing our shirt with our name on the back of it, just so people know. Make it very easy.
I'll take a shirt like that from anybody. Hey, look,
Yes.
I don't have any curve to pay away, so you're out of luck.
Oh no, that's how we pay the curve away. You have to do that.
Not me. I'm the top guy.
Deep down inside, you are a curvert, and so you have to pay it away by.
No, I used to be, but I don't have to pay for that.
Oh, not anymore. Damn it! I always am on the ass end of the stick. So I'm always on the ass end of the stick. You're right, because we used to be that, so we don't have to pay it away anymore.
No, that's other people have to pay
but
away.
You passed it. Okay.
Yeah. But I get a pass because I've done so much flat smacking.
Right. Okay. Got you. You get a pass. I started your clock. Go ahead.
How's the audio?
Good. Excellent.
You're supposed to play my video of Ashton Forbes with the UFOs going around the Malaysian airline.
Oh, I've seen that one before. But what did you think of it?
Well, that's what I wanted to play, but we can just talk about it if you like.
Yeah, I'll bring it up right now. I showed somebody this before. I can never search your name on here. So weird. Telegram doesn't let me find you. Wait, there it is. I think it's because I renamed you, and that's why. No, I'm just realizing it's my fault. So we got this. Which one? Did you send it to me?
If you're looking at our Telegram between you and me,
yes.
Just go to the tab that says links, and it's near the top. It's Ashton
Okay,
Forbes.
go to the tab that says links. Let's go here. Okay. Oh, wait, what am I in the wrong section here?
Yeah, and I think you need to turn that clock off.
Which clock? Oh, you mean pause?
You said you turned the clock on.
What clock? Oh,
Your
listen, I got you.
timer.
You're talking about where it says listen live 30 for 5 minutes or no?
No, the what now?
You sent me a message that looks like today, March 7th. Not
No,
that.
it's
Okay, I'm going
if
back
you
in time.
look in your tabs at the top of your Telegram, to me, it should have one for links.
Yeah, I'm on the
And if you look at
computer.
that-
So I'm on the computer. I'm not in the normal, and I'm streaming. That's
All right,
why.
just yeah. What do you want to do?
Before we talked about the wraps.
It was February 28th. I sent it.
Thank
to
you. Beautiful. I'll find it easily. February 28th. We'll bring that up. There's March 3rd. March
And it
1st.
says
It's a YouTube link, says Ashton Ford.
Got it. All right, bring it up.
Play it.
Do I start anywhere or?
No, right in the beginning. Just make it go to the appearance, the view. Open it up and just find the window where it's playing.
Okay.
And turn off my 4 minutes.
Yeah, we got that. Ready?
I'm waiting.
Here we go. I believe it's on the screen. No, it's not on the screen. I lied. What is this? It's Twitter? Oh boy, it's not even the right size. All right, that'll be good enough. You send me a Twitter link.
Whatever you do. All
There we
right.
Boom.
I sent it last month thinking you would check it.
It's right there. That's what you're talking about?
All right. I'm waiting on the delay. I don't have a good view on cornerism.
Oh, yeah, you got to
Yeah, you got it queued up just fine. And we'll talk about it real quick. It's only like 20 seconds.
You think this is real?
I believe that Ashton Forbes claims that it was leaked online, and he's got all the receipts about where it came from.
Okay.
And I recommend. I haven't decided yet, but it seems like he's got a good story about it. He found it supposedly, and he's defending it real heavy on the internet, and he's catching a lot of flack. So he must be over a target.
Yeah, have you? I'm sure somebody's looked into it deeper, and they've actually looked at whether the plane matches that plane and everything.
Yeah, there's exhaustive research about what this video is. It turned up on something like Reddit, or what's that one that Witsit goes on all the time? That
Discord
server, huh?
Discord.
Yeah, it turned up on Discord. I don't know, not very long ago, I think.
And what is the story? Explain to me the story of how this would be captured by video from the ground.
Okay, that's a real good question, and I don't know the details, but what I remember hearing about it is that the United States government was monitoring this airplane, and what I remember hearing, it's got to be confirmed, but I want people to look into it, is that they knew this airline was carrying a bunch of lithium batteries for freight.
I heard that.
And they're illegal to do, and the batteries caught on fire, and the pilots were trying to figure out how to, put the fire out, but lithium batteries come back on again right away. You put them out and then they come back.
Uh-huh.
And so the U.S. government knew there was distress for this airplane, and they put a satellite, and they sent one of those spy plane drones, and they took these pictures. One of these is actual video, and the other one's enhanced so you can see the shit. And supposedly the airplane being green is because it's so hot from the fire in the cargo. And it was a passenger airplane. Shouldn't have had lithium batteries on it, but they did because it's over there and they do whatever they want.
And then it disappears here. So, that to me looks very, very suspect, but that's just me.
What do you mean by that?
The disappearing part looks suspect. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So that's something that I think would be...
yeah, it's something new. He's claiming it's advanced interdimensional technology that the government has reverse engineered from who knows where. And he's on Twitter and some other places. He's a very rational, reasonable guy.
What's his name again?
I think
Ashton Forbes.
Ashton Forbes.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's the Malaysia airline that went down, and CNN did 40 hours of video or coverage on it every 24 hours.
MH370, yes, which should be impossible in today's day of age, losing a plane.
Yeah, so he thinks that the U.S. government used some kind of super advanced technology to zap them or transport them through dimension to Diego Garcia. Do you know about Diego Garcia?
I do.
Right. So
there's actually stories of them being there.
Yeah, that kind of thing. The phones and shit.
Right.
So,
the phones. Right.
I just wanted to publicize this. I mean,
Do you know why I'm here on the show tonight?
No. What do you mean?
I'm looking out for my friend Streamflurf, because I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to be.
I'm not Streamflurf. That's not my. You got to think of something else. We're going to come up with another one. That's not.
I'm calling you Streamflurf.
I don't like it.
Well, you get over it.
All right. I'm not buying that shirt from anybody, but anyway, go ahead.
The only reason I'm here, is because I wanted to make sure my friend had, some content for his call-in show. It's been a long time since I've been on here.
It has been long, yes. And you
were doing it so late, I couldn't stay up.
Now we're going to do it at 3 so we get everybody in here. You got the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app behind you, and if people want to sign up for that, they can use the code WATER, right?
That's what I hope for.
Okay. Or can they still use dearth and spell it wrong or no?
DITRH. No, he put the kibosh on that. He took that away from me. I had 11. It was the misspelling of DIRTH.
It's pretty brilliant.
I had 11 referrals, and he took it away.
All right, your clock is back on now. You've got more time than anybody.
I don't care about that clock. You got somebody waiting.
Deal with it. Oh yeah, you're done?
Wait.
Oh,
no, look, I'm doing meetups every Saturday at 7 p.m. in my community. It's at the same venue where you met Bob Nodell in Cary, North Carolina. Everybody calls it Raleigh, but it wasn't Raleigh.
Yes, it was in Cary.
Right. That's where I live.
Okay.
The place is about I could walk there in 30 minutes. And so I'm using the app to post meetups every Saturday at 7 p.m.
It's actually a nice area.
That's what a great guy I am. See, I'm just
it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with that. Pretty sure.
Do you want to hear a joke?
If it's good.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm down.
I heard this hilarious joke about time travel, but I can't tell you because you didn't like it.
You've already told me that one.
Okay. Look, hey, if you need to kill some time, I'll tell the audience that they should get on here.
You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, I just want everybody to know how easy it is to get on this camera, and you don't have to be selected until you're good and ready. You got a button where you activate it, so you take your time and figure out all the background, or if you want a camera or don't, and get it all ready. But it's easy to do. Once you do it the first time, you'd be
a pro
looking for it. Yeah.
Put it this way, Brenda can do it. So
I hate it when you talk about him.
You hate it when I talk about him. All right, I'll remember that. All right, I'm gonna let you go. It's been fun.
That's it.
Later. We've got up next. Now we've got. You need to tell me how to pronounce your name.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, but can you tell me how to pronounce your name since I can't do it myself?
Oh, Jenna Lozenix.
Jenna Lozenix.
I'm sorry?
It's Jenna Lozenix. Okay, I got it now.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You?
I'm not sure what you were just talking about. I just walked in the door. I had my I had this on, but I had to go pick up my kids, so now I'm back.
Okay, you can talk about whatever you want. It's your time. You get 4 minutes, and it starts now.
Okay. There was something I wanted to talk about the eclipse.
Okay.
That's happening on the 8th. I was wondering if you were planning on watching it and where you were going to be about.
It's on the same time as I think I'll be down south, so I'll either watch it from down there or from here, depending on if we go down later than... What is the date of the eclipse? The
April 8th?
8th, yeah. So that's around the same time that I want to be down there, between the 8th and the 12th. So I might be here or I might be down south in LA.
Oh, okay. So you won't be in the path of totality then?
No.
Doesn't sound like.
It's also a bucket list item, but no, I will not be in the path of totality. I know Dave Weiss will be.
Where's Dave Weiss going to be?
Somewhere in New York.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be at Niagara Falls. And so
he mentioned when I asked him somewhere about it, he said something about Niagara Falls. So that's must be near where.
Oh, that'd be great. I should reach out to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually wondering what your theory that it could be that is happening when the eclipse happens.
My theory of what it could be when the eclipse happens?
Yeah.
I think for me, I think that the sun and moon, I believe that they're opposite. I think that the moon is further than the sun. But
really?
Yeah, so I tend to think that it gets behind and blocks the source light of the sun. and what we see is.
Do you think the sun is like an apparent location outside of
yes,
possibly a firmament area?
The real sun or the one we see?
I suppose
the one
both. The one we see,
the one we see appears to be inside the dome, but I don't think the source is. Although, I've been looking into what that guy, Tomb of Illumination, has to say, because he's kind of thrown me for a loop, and he thinks that the source sun is at the North Pole and is projecting up off and he's got some pretty good evidence for that. So I got to look into that still. So it could be that the source sun isn't outside the dome; it's inside and at the North Pole.
Yeah, I've seen some theories about that. I really don't know. I wish we actually spent like, I don't know, $60 to $80 million a day trying to figure that out.
Right.
That'd be nice.
Be nice.
Or like actually go up there. I wonder if you
yeah.
were trying. Now, let's say there is a height that we can get to. If we wanted to go after the sun, like fly towards it, would the sun keep on appearing to just be farther and farther away, like a rainbow? Like you can't ever catch it?
I believe so. Yep.
So it's really just apparent location.
And moon works the same too. Like the moon, it looks big from here, but if you've ever been up in a plane and looked at it, it looks tiny. And I think if the further you go towards it, the more small it gets. It's kind of weird.
You don't think that it looks tiny just because we don't have anything to refer it next to, like
Could be.
a house or a tree?
Could be a bit. You look up videos of the moon from planes, like a full moon from a plane, and it looks really, really tiny.
Huh, that's interesting. Okay, I guess my last. Now, this is going to be way off topic, but it seems to be something that you appear to be interested in.
Okay.
And so I'm going to bring it up. What are your thoughts on cryptocurrency and its current run that it's having?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think it's. I've told people it will always grow. That not every coin, of course not, but I mean. If you would have bought Bitcoin back when I was telling people to get 0.25 Bitcoin so that they would own more than anybody else, more than 99% of the world.
Yeah.
The kids scream like
yeah, because you can only split it so many ways, or there's 21 million that has to be shared by everybody.
Right. So if 0.25 means that there would be 84 million segments of 0.25 Bitcoin, right? Divide that by the 8 billion population and you get 0.01. So you basically are at 99%. You own more than 99% of the world forever. But I was telling people to do that when it would have cost $4,000. So that means
I looked into it when it was $1,200. I bought some.
Yeah.
Then it dropped to $900, and I was like, "Oh, this is stupid," and I got out.
Yeah. So Bitcoin was 16,000 at the time, and I told people get 0.25. So if they would have done that,
great.
they would.
All right, I know I'm out of time. Can I reach out to you?
Telegram is the best. Telegram is the best way to reach out to me.
Okay, I'm going to reach out to you there a little bit about crypto and the Eclipse. Thank you.
Sounds good. Yep. And also you can join that crypto group. If you join the VIP group, we do crypto class every other Friday night for 2 hours. Yep. So go to.
I'm very interested. Yeah, I'll look you up on Telegram right now.
All right. Sounds good. Take it easy. Bye. Peace. All right. Let's go with Harmon. Harmon, Dodgers fucking suck, dude. Oh, sorry. Oh, look at you gambling.
Hey.
The good life. My goodness.
I'm here at the casino. I'm at the Hooters Casino right here. Hold on a second.
Hooters?
Girls, I told you have to wait. I'm on the internet with Jeranism show, the #1 internet show. These Hooter girls just don't understand your importance.
Just tell them that they can wait their turn.
That's what I'm telling them. They're sitting on the bench right here pouting.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
they want access to Harmon now, not later.
I told them your priority.
Thank you. I'm sure if you did that, you got problems.
Anyway, so I just call and say hi and bullshit with you. Did you like that video I sent to you on the Jeranism links with Shelly?
Yeah, it's good. I think that it inspired me to want to go down further south and look at it cross from a further distance, because that's not one that really is a. She had a great point about it being a debunk of the 3-mile horizon, but the actual math comes about to like 400 feet should be hidden. Again, if we brought that
she was at 41 miles. She's from Dana Point. I know exactly where she was at. She's getting beach. It's at 41 miles, 980 feet should be hidden. The highest point on Catalina Island is 2,080 feet. So not over half the island should have been hidden.
And you can see the whole thing. But
you can see the whole thing.
But Dana Point's only 35 miles. You sure it's 40?
No, where she was at. She's at a beach. Dana Point, there's, it's like Seal Beach and Oceanside, and they're all different distance. Like Seal Beach is 23 miles and Long Beach is 31 miles. So it just depends on where you're at.
Yeah, I'm going to go down to Ocean.
The point she gave me, I looked it up. It's 41 miles.
Okay. I will
anyway,
show that. I can show that.
I just want to say hi and see how it's going. I did win a bunch of money on this machine here just now. I won about 10,000, and I was going to send you 2,000, but I decided to donate it to the Dodgers.
Jesus. It's like the one nun that lost all that money. She told me after she lost, she says, "I know I should have just given it to you." She lost $265,000, which is now worth about $500,000. And she's like, "I should have just given it to you." I'm like, "Oh, that makes me feel good. Yeah, you should." Rather than give it to the Indian scammers. Huh? Yeah, she's like, I'm like, yeah. Rather than because she said she took a vow of poverty, so she couldn't use it anyway. She's like, "I should have just given it to you." I'm like, yeah. Rather than give it to some Indian scammers, you damn well right you should have. But anyway, hey, can we hear a buffalo?
I got
at
a
least?
nephew in
Buffalo.
Central California.
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear? What?
Go ahead. I was singing Buffalo.
Oh, I got a nephew freaking in Central California that does a lot of things with the crippled, because he's an ex-military and they have the people who are injured and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lady just donated to him and his friend $1.5 million just for them to do what they want with it.
What?
Yeah, she was like 86 years old. She said, "I'm not using it," and so she sent him $1.5 million.
I got to get with the
well,
old
my
ladies.
nephew blocked my number right after that. No joke.
I need a sugar mama now. You're right. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
That I never
it
thought
happens.
about that. I never thought about that. All right. Okay, I can work that out. I'll talk to the wife. She might be okay with it if it's $1 million on the other end.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just want to say hi.
Well, hello.
And I like Shelly's thing. I'm gonna go to that meetup next week in Southern California. They're at Huntington Beach.
Okay, I'm going to go down there about April, somewhere 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. If you want to go down to the ocean side there.
That's where they're having the one in March, right, next week.
I have no idea. Is that what they're doing?
Well, it's a common meetup there. It's at Huntington Beach, and I paid attention online. They've met there several times. And then on Sunday this week, they got a meetup in Vegas. I'm gonna go there and meet up in Vegas too. I'm gonna start going to a few.
So April 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th is when the sun sets right behind Catalina from Oceanside.
Oh, from Oceanside?
Yeah.
Did you listen to her video? She said there was another one that's 60-some miles away. And I don't remember what island she was saying. I had heard it, but I forgot now.
Yeah.
And that she's going to get that picture, too, when it sets behind it.
Yeah, no, I'll bring up her video to show people, too.
Yeah, I really liked it, especially just held with a hand with a phone, and what a good video.
The ludicrous thing is that that the horizon is 3 miles for a 6-foot observer.
Right.
That's ludicrous. I mean, you can see the entire mountain. It's just so ridiculous.
People kept questioning, "What are you talking about? The sun should go down before the Catalina Island." Well, if the horizon's there, it should go down before Catalina Island. People couldn't understand what she was trying to say.
Yeah, I got what she was saying. It's a little.
I know you did.
Said differently than some people say it, but I got it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Later. We've got The World is a Lie. Welcome to the show. The World is a Lie. Are you there? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Ruhif, welcome to the show.
Yo. Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm going to start your clock.
Very good.
And you can go ahead.
Yep. So the first one, you've just answered when that observation is. So during the eclipse, I would love to help you plan that as well.
Okay.
The main.
Sorry, what do you mean by plan?
Well, I've just sent you something on Telegram.
Okay.
So you will see the main peak of Santa Catalina, but the thing that will distinguish flat from globe is whether you can see a different peak just to the northwest called Silver Peak, which is 1,800 feet, whereas the main peak's like 2,000 feet. So,
are you talking about with refraction involved?
Yeah, just assuming standard refraction. Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll see the main peak, and I've sent you the Deutschler modeling for both flat and globe. But yeah, there's a.
So
would you have two people there to do two separate observations?
Sorry, I just start your clock. My bad. Two people to do. Well, I've got my infrared P900. I would like to have a regular camera there as well. So somebody I'm sure will bring one, and then we'll have the infrared next to the regular Nikon.
Yeah, but one camera lining up behind the main peak of Catalina, and then someone a couple of miles south, I think, like a mile or two south, to line up with this Silver Peak, which is 1,800 feet. You won't see Silver Peak if it's a globe. You're going to see the main peak of Catalina, whatever that's called, regardless.
And
what else?
Go ahead.
I had three things to talk about. I can't remember what the other two are. This idea of the sun setting in front of the island. Like, what's that about?
Well, she was basically saying if the horizon is at 3 miles, right? So let's say that you're just looking out at the ocean and they tell us that when we see the sunsets, it sets at 3 miles. That would be the belief.
Well,
I mean, that's what we see it. At least that's the way it appears, right? If the horizon's 3 miles away, if there's 3 miles away and then you see the sun. So what she was saying is if it's 3 miles, wouldn't we see the sun in front of a 35-mile distant mountain that we can see the whole thing?
No.
Well, again, she knows that. We know that.
Closest. Right?
She understands how globes work. Yes.
Yeah, I know, but then why would you say
because
that it should be
to believe that the thing is lifting the mountain up is crazy. Like we would then see sometimes that the mountain would be above eye line. Right? We would see like things up in the sky. If you believe refraction lifts the sun up a whole half a degree, then why wouldn't we see things in the sky? We never see things in the sky.
What do you mean?
Refraction is causing things because the light's bending down. According to you guys, I'm sorry, let me start your clock again. Oh, is it going?
Yeah, it's going. 2
Oh,
minutes,
sorry.
yeah.
So, now I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
I totally lost
shiny
my
today, aren't I? Look at that.
Very shiny. How often do you shave that?
Yeah. Oh, I shaved it this morning, so yeah.
Okay. I do about once a week. So anyway, what were we talking about? Refraction, lifting things up.
Things appearing, lifting things up.
Right. So it seems to me that things bend down and then we see them lower. That's just how I always see it. I know you say that, but I'm just saying, if it was true that refraction lifted things up, then why don't we ever see things above the horizon? Why does the mountain always go right to the horizon line and start there?
I'm confused by what you mean. Like when I measure.
Okay, when we see the sun, let's say the sun is now fully being able to see above the horizon. We can see the whole sun. You guys say it's not actually there. It's a whole below the horizon, whole half a degree lower.
Yep.
Okay, so the real place of the sun has been lifted up. And then when the sun's even higher, so now the sun is up in the sky, it's still not in the right spot, right? It would still be refracted a little bit.
A very small amount, yeah.
So then it kind of closes in. Do we see the sun slow down at rise then as it gets back in line with...
Okay. Oh, it speeds up at the rise and then slows down at the sunset, yeah.
Speeds up at the rise?
Yeah.
The sun speeds up? You mean it like catches itself?
Well,
Here's the thing. If you're seeing a refracted sun, but the real sun's down here, then eventually in the day, you're telling me we don't see a refracted sun anymore. We see the real sun. What's above my head? When did those two things merge together?
Gradually.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So then the speed must be off. It can't be 15 degrees an hour if it has to do that. There would be a little difference. Again, what I'm saying is if refraction lifts things up because light bends down, then we should see things in the air above. Right, when do we ever see that besides the sun?
They are higher than they should be geometrically.
Yeah, if the Earth's a globe, I get I get your belief.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I had to correct Brian on this the other day, Brian Leakey, about 15 degrees per hour.
Okay.
He had this idea that it meant the sun changed 15 degrees of azimuth per hour, which is rubbish.
No, it doesn't.
It's just
or else then you would have 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night. If it moved 15 degrees, it doesn't because in the northern summer the sun is out longer than 12 hours. So how the hell could it move 15 degrees an hour?
Yeah, but it's 15 degrees. The GP of the sun moves 15 degrees per hour, 15 degrees of longitude.
Okay.
Or you can say in the plane of the ecliptic, it moves 15 degrees per hour. So anyway, that's it.
Gotcha. Right.
Time's up.
Thank you.
I will heckle you on Telegram about this observation.
I'm sure you will. You send me the most messages out of anybody consecutive without, I think it's like 27 or something.
All right.
Like 27, what the hell? Okay, all right, talk to you later. We've got Danny Diesel. I like it. Danny Diesel. Welcome. Danny?
Hey, Jern.
There you are.
Yeah, you there?
I'm here. What's up?
Oh, cool. Hey, do you remember a while back you did a video on the world record long distance rifle shot?
Yes.
Okay. That was the one in Wyoming, right?
Correct.
By the guy's name was Scott something.
I could remember his name if I think about it long enough, but yes, him and a buddy did 4.25 miles or something.
Yeah. I remember you showed that article from Outdoor Life.
Yeah.
And they just said they had to account for heat and what else? Some slight wind and and then you emailed him.
Correct.
And he asked him if he accounted for Coriolis.
Right.
And he said no. Why would I?
Yeah,
whatever
he
his
just
answer.
said kind of no, that there's so many things that would go into it that would be minuscule over 4 miles is basically what he said. But I mean, that's kind of the point that we're all talking about, because if you do the math on it, it comes out to like something, I forgot what the math was, something like 30 meters or something. So you're talking about like 90 feet difference, but they still were able to hit the target. I mean, that's a tough one because you find out those guys are just like shooting randomly in the sky, basically, to get those records.
Here's the kicker. I found that article tonight. I just looked it up.
Uh-huh.
Guess what they added to it
Did
that they accounted?
No, that
They
was
added-
originally, that was there. So it originally said, the reason I emailed him is because the article said that they accounted for Coriolis. I'm like, okay, then I want him to tell me what adjustment he made for Coriolis. So then I emailed him and said, hey, did you account for Coriolis? And he said no, which is hilarious because the article writer had to put it in there just because I guess it's a requirement if you're ever going to talk about
I thought
shooting.
they added it later.
I don't think so.
Like
Unless
after your video.
That'd be great if they did, but I don't think that's the case. I would have to check the Wayback Machine on that one.
Yeah, they said they had to account for the spin of the bullet because of the Coriolis effect. And I was like, I don't remember seeing that in the article.
They do have to account for spin drift, but not because of the Coriolis.
Yeah, just because the bullet's spinning so quick.
Right hand spin or whatever.
Oh darn it! I thought I caught a alteration.
Now, are you military, or is that just your best friend here in the picture?
No, yeah, that's me. I was in the military.
Did you know any snipers, or do you know any snipers, or?
They wanted me to be one because I was an expert marksman.
All right.
I shot 40 out of 40.
I thought I was an expert marksman. Then I took my wife to the shooting range, and she did better than me. So, fuck her.
Yeah, they say women can hold a steadier aim than men.
That's crazy to think about. I can't even imagine. But you're right. I think that's what they
they're
say.
they're more relaxed.
Yeah, she was just nailing that thing, man. I thought you think it was good. Like, I got him in the neck. I got him in the ear. She's like just putting it right through the forehead.
Women are better at a lot of things.
That's true.
Than men.
That's true. But
except when it comes to debates. Oh, hey, Brenda.
Oh. I thought you were talking about cooking, cleaning, doing dishes, that kind of thing.
I don't know. Let's see what else could I bring up now. I'm just always looking for stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's good. I mean, people should do more emailing and reaching out to people when these things happen. I've just noticed I've started asking people like, I'll come show me you doing spectroscopy, or show me you measuring distance of stars. I don't think anybody would come within anywhere near close. And especially if I was right there. I mean, these guys, they do it the opposite way. They know what they're looking for, and then they kind of dial their machines in until they get it to what and then they're like, oh, that's proof. It's like, no, it's not.
Yeah. Or maybe, we'll fly down to Antarctica and film the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, I would like to do that. If anybody wants to buy me a ticket, go ahead and do that. It'd be great.
I got another one. You know how I saw a video where you were showing your pinball machine?
Yeah.
Is there a good website that sells like the video games like Donkey Kong and Galaga and
Yeah, of course. You mean like arcade games?
Yeah. Like the old ones, not the newer small ones, the old ones with the coins and the quarters.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a couple good auctions I go to. One's called Captain's Warehouse down in L.A. He has one about once a month, a really good one with maybe anywhere from a couple hundred to 1,000 machines.
Really?
Yeah. He also gets he does all the liquidations throughout the state. So any place arcade or something that's getting liquidated, he'll sell them there. I've seen some great deals. One time I got completely lucky. I bought this machine. I bought like I think I paid $450 for a NBA Jam. It looked new. It was like, I remember that game as a kid. I was like, oh yeah, $450, I'll take it. So then all of a sudden something came up and I realized I couldn't go down and get it. So I was like, shit, what do I do? So I called them. I was like, hey, is there any way? And I know that once you make the purchase, it's yours, right? So I said, what can I do about that? And they're like, well, you could just what is it called? Consignment. Put it on consignment. We'll sell at the next auction, and then you get the difference, or you might only owe us a little bit. So I'm like, okay, let's do that. So I sent them the $410 or whatever it was that I paid, and then it went to the next auction. I didn't even think about it. Didn't even watch that auction. Next thing I know, a couple days later, I got a check in the mail for $700. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it sold for $700. So that's a pretty good little deal. I pay them $400 and then get $700 in a week later or a month later.
Yeah, I'm up in Michigan. and it doesn't seem like there's very many good ones. You know, like my buddy bought one. He bought Galaga, and we went and picked it up off of Facebook. And when we got there, we walked in the house, and it was this little half-size one.
Oh, I hate those ones. Yeah.
It looked like a real one in the picture. You know,
they actually have mini ones too that they'll try and get you on. They're like mini, but they look real in the picture.
Yeah, they're about the size of a laptop.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a yeah.
But else for me?
No, now my buddy wants to get a big one, you know, with the quarters, like the old fashioned one with the Donkey Kong on it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you tell me if you get a list from him of what games he's interested in, I could look for it for you, and then the shipping isn't too bad. You're probably going to pay $300 for shipping if you don't care about when it gets there. It might take 2 weeks.
Yeah,
but
because we found a Donkey Kong up here, but it was 6,000. Does that sound right, or is that way too high?
No, it sounds too high.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah, but
but I figured out in California they'd have better selection.
Yeah, check out if you want to check out online. Go to just look up Captain's Auction. It's in LA. It's a guy. He does the auctions about once a month. All kinds of redemption games and pinball machines and even slot machines. Like the games, you win a teddy bear, pull a teddy bear out, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, the cranes, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll just go.
Hey everybody, thanks.
Good talking to you. I'll keep my eyes peeled for any other weirdo things that happen like that.
Yeah, please do. And I'm almost done with that machine, so I'm going to put it up. People will be able to see it. It's looking really, really good. I just had to order one more play field. I kind of messed up on part of it, but that'll be good. I'll see how much we get for it.
All right, sounds good.
Take it easy.
Take care. Peace out.
Later. Peace. All right, that was Mr. Diesel. Let me see if I was going to show you something now, if I can find it here. Here's the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, in case you want to do that. We've already done it.
Hello, Jaron of Jeranism.
Thank goodness.
Well, I wanted to address the flat earthers harping on and on about no time-lapse footage of the 24-hour Antarctic midnight sun. Well, I can assure you, as a Southern Hemisphere scientist, a very seasoned one, the midnight sun does occur. I've seen it with my own eyes. And yes, there should be hundreds of these videos out there, but keep in mind, we are very busy down here doing science. So I will humor you. I brought a team down, courtesy of NASA, and they brought a high-tech panoramic 360 time-lapse camera, whole rig, very nice system. And they were able to capture the midnight sun. Here it is. As you can see, Jaron, we really do have a 24-hour midnight sun down here in the Southern Hemisphere. Keep in mind that humble pie is best served with a warm cup of hot chocolate. I do expect a full apology. Shit! Son of a bitch. Damn it, Brian.
So great. The very first time I saw that was on Glowbusters. Bob said, Jaron, did you see that they responded to you about the 24-hour sun? I was like, what? He's like, yeah. And up until the sun, I thought it was real. When he's like, we're down here doing science. I'm like, what? Did this guy really listen to me? It's so funny. Pretty good stuff. That is the Friend of Yahweh channel. If you aren't familiar with it, he has Mission to Mars 2035. He's done great stuff. We'd like to get him back doing more. He's the one who did the Rounding Curvy. Does he have the God, where's the one of the Charlie in the not Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, it's Charlie in the Sun Roasted Marshmallow. But I don't see it on here. Which one was it? Wasn't that one of his? I don't see it. Flat Earth original, Flat Earth song now. There used to be. I don't see it though anymore. Anyway, maybe one day I'll get it. But he did the one where Charlie can't get the marshmallow to roast, but it's because he doesn't have it tilted correctly. So he tilts it, boom, lights right up. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, we got nobody over there. Okay, we're going to check the submission line and check Super Chats as well and see how we are doing. And let's see here. Oops. Okay, so we've got 1 second. Hopefully you guys have checked out the song that Conspiracy Music Guru and I put out this week and got copyright claims against and all that. But actually, it's just a copyright claim. It's not a strike, so it's not the end of the world. But share it far and wide, and hopefully we get some more people to check it out. Because I got so few, I mean, look at the views on my channel are just atrocious. Atrocious. What's going on here? Why is this not working? Don't know why. There we go. That's working. All right. We did get somebody else coming back. But, I don't know. The world is a lie. I'll bring you back on, but you're only supposed to be on the show once, not multiple times. We'll bring you on and see what you're wanting to talk about. I thought you accidentally jumped on again. That's why I kicked you out. And what was I going to check over here? Great. Brain fart. Oh, yeah. The submission form, which is at the top of the chats, if you will. Make sure you're here for next Tuesday's show, too. Next Tuesday's debate. Because what I'm going to start doing for that debate, which I think will be fun. Let me bring it up just real quick. Well, we'll see how it goes. I think it might be fun. But we're going to... You'll see next to Dave and next to Craig, they have records. So, at the end of the show, there will be a poll. The poll will ask who won, who better represented themselves, who better represented their model, and we'll take the winner, and they will have a record. So, anytime, and they will get a belt. And anytime that you come back on the show, you have to defend your record. If you've got a belt, you would have to put it up on the line against whoever you go against, and it's always going to be in your guys' hands. So we need a lot of you to show up, because what could happen is Craig could tell his fans to come over here and to vote for him, and we don't want Craig starting out with a 1-0 record. That's what we don't want. So let's get some people behind Dave and see how they do. Now, again, if Dave shits the bed and Craig gets it right, then Craig should have a 1-0 record. Chances of that probably slim. All right, that's for Tuesday, 3 p.m. Pacific. Be there or be very square. Okay, let's go back over here and okay, there we go. And I'm going to check the submission form, which is again at the top of the chats. Go there if you so choose. Let's see if anybody submitted anything there besides pornographic stuff, which is usually the case. People are strange. People are a little strange. Let's see here. Yes. I saw this video by Larkin Rose today. It said like an apology of sorts. I'm like, wow, this guy actually is going to apologize. No, of course not. So wasn't for us. Let's see here. Do we have any responses? Come on. Oh boy. It just took me to my own form. Like I want to fill it out. And I'm like, well, can I get a response from it? Maybe there's nobody there. We'll check. And there is more. Oh, we got somebody buttered biscuit. Oh, let's bring World is a Lie on just to see why he's back again. Why are you back again? World is a Lie.
I saw this video by Larkin Rose today. It said like an apology of sorts. Like, wow, this guy actually is an important.
Oh, you weren't here before. That's why.
Let's see.
All right, I'm going to remove him for a second. World is a Lie. Turn off the sound on YouTube and turn on the sound on StreamYard. And I'll be right with you 1 second. And we'll go from there. But that's why there's an echo there. Okay, here we go. Now, there's one response. All right, let's see if it's a good one or not. All right, somebody says, I don't know who it is, but they did agree that I could post. All right, good. They said, what do you think the moon is made of? Do you think the moon is hollow or could possibly be a mega structure built by ancient humans? Aliens, or take your pick. I just find it too much of a coincidence that the moon is 400 times away and the sun is 400 times smaller. Also, NASA claims to have dropped items on the moon and said it rang like a bell and did not act like something that would on Earth. Last question, do you think the firmament could be something that is invisible to the human eye, but is also able for things to go through the space, but also holds the air in underneath? Something like a globe's ionosphere that can be seen, that can't be seen. Sure, it could be that. It could be gases, and we are able to go through. I don't think you can go through it. I think that that would be prevented, but how do I know? I've never been up that high. What do I think the moon is made of? No idea. Couldn't tell you. I do not think it's a rock in the sky. If it is some sort of celestial item, then celestial items don't obey the same rules as the Earth. And again, why would we assume that just because we do things on Earth, we're like, oh, physics works here, well, then physics must be how it is on the Earth everywhere else? To me, that's a little bit of presumptuous. But again, I haven't been up there to test that. You think you'd be able to, but somebody might be lying to you. But I don't know what the moon is. Do you think the moon is hollow, or could it possibly be? I don't think it's a megastructure. I don't think it's hollow, unless it's like a balloon. It's not a balloon. I don't know what it is. Aliens, no. Advanced humans, I don't think they've learned to put a rock in the sky. No. I just find it too much of a coincidence. It is too much of a coincidence. It seems like it's a projection of sorts. Not really sure. Also, NASA claims to have dropped items on it. That never happened. People never went to the moon. And said it rang like a bell and did not act like something here on Earth. That's what they want to say. They also said that the rocks there were unique to the moon, and they found some new titanium or some new element, but then they found that same element on Earth years later, showing that that's not the case, that it's not unique there. You know, NASA went to the 5 different locations and grabbed the same rocks everywhere. That doesn't make any sense. Imagine that you came from some alien world to the Earth, and you dropped down in 5 random locations on the Earth, collected some rock, and all 5 places were the same rocks. Again, I guess with their vision of what the moon is, then it makes sense. They go, the moon is just one rock. Not like the Earth that has lots of different kinds of basalt and granite, you name it. So anyway, that is your question. I also find it crazy that there'd be 400 times as far and 400 times as small. Also, NASA claims to have dropped items. Yep, nope. All right, that's basically it. Thank you for that submission, whoever that was. I appreciate you jumping on there. That link is up above if you want to take it. All right, let's see what's up with The World is a Lie. Let's see if he's got the right sound on now. He does.
Thank you. Yeah, you hear me now?
I hear you. What's up?
Yeah, okay. So sorry for all this.
No, and sorry, I thought that I saw you had already on here before. I didn't know you weren't on here. I actually did kick you off, so I feel bad for that.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Okay. Yeah, so we actually talked, I think, I called you like in 2017. I was in LA for I worked with Hollywood and did a Guns N' Roses documentary there. And I left all that kind of worldly thing because something big happened in my life around 2000. Yeah, but we talked about just about God in the Bible, and what I want to show you today is actually why you're having a problem with most people having a problem with it.
Oh, okay. Why we have a problem with the Bible, you mean?
There is one thing, yeah. For the first thing, we know that the Bible do not teach that Jesus is God, but 99% of the world's churches do teach it through the Nicene Creed. So we have like 3 church meetings that set up for this theology, and this all is derived from Plato, Platonism with the logos, the pre-existent word. And the problem is with that is that both Jehovah's Witness and the churches are teaching it. So there is a war against Jesus. The New Age teaching that they are Jesus, and then you have Islam is teaching that he's just a man, but the Bible teaching he's the Son of God. So he's the Messiah, he's our Savior, and we all count the years after him for a reason. And God has a 7,000-year-old plan, which is 7 days. 7,000 years. So evolution, of course, is a lie. So God has a salvation plan, and the teaching about heaven and hell is a lie. Also, is from the churches. There is no eternal torment in hell. The Bible does not teach that.
Okay.
So there is a second death. And the heaven, no one is going up to heaven. There is no rapture. The rapture is a Jesuit theology from the 1800s. So the problem is here, man has distorted. And you talked about, Judges 11, Romans 13, about subordinate to the authority, but that is not, because we don't need anarchy, So the problem is that when we start to be rebels against the authority, then we are in trouble. All are in trouble because.
But what if the government's doing wicked things?
Yeah, because Satan is ruling this temporary reign, and this temporary reign will go under when Jesus returns with the sword. He's not this guy with his long hair, this hippie guy. He's not that one. He's coming with the sword.
What I mean is that if it says all government is placed there by God, to go against governments to go against God. So are you advocating for?
No, the government model, the model of government is there to actually keep everything in order, but they are actually inspired by Satan.
So then why would God write in the Bible that all of them are placed there by God? So the idea of government, we get it, but why wouldn't he have said at that time? Except for sometimes when Satan rules the world, the government is not put there by me, and if you go against them, it's your duty. To me, my duty is to go against the government if they start subjecting people to tyranny, to high taxes, right? Our job is to get rid of that government. Whereas the Bible tells us no, if we go against that government, we go against God.
The Bible do not teach you to be passive at first, but at first glance it may look like that, but it's not like that. If the government goes against God's law, then it's different.
So why didn't he say that?
But
why not say that in that verse?
He says that you have to read the whole Bible. Don't just part of it. Don't only read Romans 13 and Ephesians. You have to see the whole context.
Yes.
And there is actually a good thing, because let's say we didn't have any government, then it would be total anarchy and everyone would be dead probably, because everyone is inspired by Satan to do, let's start a nightclub and don't have any guards and don't have, any police and anything, and a bar where it's free to drink how much you want, without paying it.
Right.
It would be crazy. You know that. And
Yes.
this is why we need the order and the government, but not that government that we see here with the,
right,
the jab and things like that. So let me, sorry for walking away from the subject, but here is the, if you can see this. So we have the sun worship, NASA, as you can see. Apollo is the sun god. Helios is the sun god. Heliocentrism is actually the worship of a super giant CGI ball that officially is in their religion is 93 million miles away.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Sorry,
If let's take two different gods. Let's say that we have the God of the Bible, Yahweh, right?
Yep.
And we take the God that is the sun that we see in the sky. Okay. And we call them both gods, and we say that the God Yahweh operates outside of morality sometimes. I know we're not supposed to judge him or whatever, but he does things in the Bible that we would consider immoral. And he... What?
Sorry, yeah. No, actually not. The moral is not what we are to define, but there is actually reason for everything. But
okay, so hold on. I just want to check on something. So are you saying that then no matter what Yahweh does, that we can't judge him? For instance, if he kills children and throws rocks at old ladies, that because that's the creator, we are not allowed to judge that person because the creator. So basically what you're saying is no matter how bad the creator is, because he created us, we are to worship him.
The thing is, those parts that you're thinking of is actually not what is the context.
Okay, so the Bible, God tells...
Example, you have...
But God tells people in the Bible that if their son disobeys, to bring him out in front of the people and stone him to death. That's what it says. So that's not if a parent taught a child how to act like that, we would all say that's bad parenting. You've now made that child bad. He's thrown rocks at somebody till they're dead. So why would God, our ultimate Father, give that as a direction to us to stone children till they died? Do you realize how gruesome it is to stone somebody till they died because they're a rebellious child? There's better ways to parent.
You're taking something out of the context now, because
how am I taking it out of context?
What the Old Testament is teaching. You have to look at, for example, Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham.
Okay, but does God say if your child is disobedient to bring him out in front of the people and stone him to death?
To stone him to death? No.
Yeah. God never says that?
Where exactly do you cite that from?
Oh, fine. Before you go ahead, finish off what you got to say, because I've already gone too long with you. People are going to get mad, even though it's a subject I would like to talk about. But so to continue here. So what you see here, the only scripture in the world that condemns sun worship is the Bible. So here you have NASA, of course. We have the obelisk, the flying obelisk. We have the religion of the sun, and here we have. Of course, the cross, that is a sun symbol. We have the obelisk tower of the churches. We have the Pope, everything here. And here is the official symbol of the Trinity. So the Trinity is not in the Bible. So we have to see there is a war against the Bible. And then we have in New Age, of course, all the yoga with the sun worship. We have the Mayans, the Aztecs, and things like that. And then the Hindu, the Buddhism gods. And then in the society, we have this, the jab symbol here, of course. We have the corona, we have the emojis, we have the medical symbol, the cross, that is the sun symbol. So, and the stars, worshipping of the stars is sun in the heliocentric models, and the 4 yearly sun rituals. What is that? What is that? What does it say underneath the picture of the happy face? Enkis?
Emojis, sun symbol.
Oh, emojis. Okay, sorry.
Emojis, yeah, sorry. Yeah, and then we have the 4 yearly sun rituals of the solstice, which is Christmas, which is the winter solstice, Easter, the spring solstice, midsummer, the summer solstice, and All Hallows Eve, which is the autumn solstice. So we in the society we actually worshiping the Hippocratic oath that doctors do is actually to Apollo, to Gaia, and Asclepius. So there is to the sun god. So everything, including churches, is corrupt. So that's why you need to read the Bible, but without the context, you're missing the. Yeah.
No, it's just an
part.
easy thing to say. I mean, it's just always going to be context but no matter how far do you have to go back, you're talking about the whole thing. Then what you're saying is we just have to believe God is good and apply that to everything in the Bible, and that's not.
Can I ask you, Darren, if you have read the Bible from all the books, have you read all or just part of it?
No, I would say that as a Catholic, you don't really read it much. Obviously, the Gospels and things like that, yes, but not everything. And then when I was looking into it deeply, I read a lot of it fully, but I would not say the whole thing. But there's enough in there that made me question whether I should continue reading it. So this is the part real quick here. This is Leviticus chapter 20. So, right. So it says here, if a man commits, here we go. So, and I'll give you a little context, give a verse back behind it. It says, I will set my face against anyone who turns to mediums or spiritists to prostitute themselves by following them, and I will cut them off from their people. Okay. Consecrate yourselves and be holy, because I am the Lord your God. Keep my decrees and follow them. I am the Lord who makes you holy. Anyone who curses their father and mother is to be put to death. Because they have cursed their father and mother, their blood will be on their own head. If a man commits adultery with his man's wife, wife of his neighbor, both them should be put to death. If a man has sexual relations with his father's wife, he is dishonored, both them should be put to death. If a man has sexual relations with his daughter-in-law, both them should be put to death. If a man has sexual relations with a man, as he does with a woman, both them have done something detestable, they should be put to death. Their blood will be on their heads. If a man marries a woman and her mother, it is wicked, but both he and they must be burned in the fire, so no wickedness is among you. So like things like that to me are just strange, that I would never think. Hold on, I want to get to. Go ahead.
Okay, we have 613 laws from the Old Testament. So this is the thing.
Doesn't matter if it used to be a law. It doesn't matter if it used to be a law. It's still
yeah.
Okay, just as long as you know, I'm not saying it's a law now.
Jesus came to actually make this law now. He is the eternal Melchizedek, eternal King David. So he is actually the temple. He's everything. But the thing is, with those laws that you mentioned, this is the foundation of moral. Because if the children were disobedient today, as they are, everything falls. You know that. So this is actually not that you're going to die. It's more like a what do you call my Swedish? Sorry, my English in Swedish is bad. You have like a if you do that, it's going to happen. You have to have something. You need to have some kind of like we have. If you kill someone, you're probably gonna, for 100 years ago, you actually they cut your head off, or whatever. So this is the thing. God don't want to do this, but we need to set laws so we can actually,
but there's better ways to teach people how to be. Like if I told, I've told before, if I told my son because he did something wrong, and I said, okay, now we need to sacrifice this, or we need to go stone this person, I'm creating a worse human being. And I'm smart enough to know that, and I know that my creator is way smarter than me. So the creator knows that that's not the way you teach people. But I'll just read this real quick.
You have to understand that this was for the Jews for almost 2,500 years ago.
It doesn't matter. It's still teaching somebody incorrectly. And
the whole foundation is true. We have to have order, of course. But
okay. So look, I'm saying we should teach people to be better people. Like this says here, if you're not pleased with her, let her go. Yeah. Okay. So here's it. It says, if a man has two wives, and he loves one but not the other, and both bear sons to him, the firstborn is the son of the wife he does not have. When he wills his property to his sons, he must give the rights to the firstborn to the son of the wife he loves in preference to his actual firstborn, the son of the wife he does not love. Okay, now it says, he must acknowledge the son of his unloved wife as the firstborn, being given him a double share of all he has, which makes no sense. But that son is the first sign of the father's strength. The right of the firstborn belongs to him. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother, and will not listen to them when they discipline him, his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him to the elders of the gate of his town. They shall say to the elders, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a profligate and a drunkard. And then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. You must purge the evil from among you. all Israel will hear of it and be afraid. So that's demonic to me. That's not a good parent. It's not a good way of, because why wouldn't God say, if your child's rebellious, try this, do this with him? Like, give actual instructions, not say, if your child's rebellious, stone him to death.
The word different under this time. That's why Jesus said, for us, we have, for 2,000 years back, we have
Yeah,
Jesus
I understand that.
now.
I understand that. I'm
The
just
new
saying that it
covenant,
doesn't
but-
matter any time.
but the
It doesn't matter if your people are just coming out of
Do you
the
know
ground.
what all these people did? They worshiped.
It doesn't
Baal.
matter.
There was so much disobedience for the Jews were so stiff necked. So
Yeah,
there
but it's the
was so
same
much
thing as, like,
disobedience.
about pit bulls, right? Pit bulls are, if you start teaching them bad, they become rabid and scary dogs, right? They can just bite anybody at any time because they have been taught that kind of behavior. It's the same kind of thing. We shouldn't wonder why
or some get better, or some get showing some kind of compassionate. So we have two things,
Would you be
views.
a worse person or a better person if you'd stoned somebody to death in your life?
If I stone someone,
Yeah. Would you be a better person today, or would you be a worse person?
No, of course not.
No, I'm asking you a question to choose one. Would you be
The
better?
question is- No,
You'd be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my
thing
problem.
is-
Is you don't think that's not a good way to teach people to behave?
Not worse. But the thing is, to follow God's law is the first thing to do, of course. But in
Okay,
that
that's my problem. Is that okay? 'Cause you say
culture-
that,
in
but
that
what if
culture?
what if God's
in
law is
that
bad?
culture, you have to
Okay.
understand.
I gotta let you go. Sorry, people are gonna hate me. I
Yeah.
spent too much time. We'll talk about it. Reach out on Telegram. Maybe we can set up a show or something. All right, buttered biscuits. How's your buttered biscuiting? Oh, you're not there. How about Kurt? Kurt?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Yeah, I heard you talking earlier about the Coriolis effect. How do they pronounce it?
Yes, Coriolis. Well, you're talking about
Coriolis effect. Yeah. Well, I was in the Marine Corps back in. I was in the Marine Corps.
You cut out there. Can you say it again? You cut out there. I don't
Yeah,
think I heard you.
I was a sniper in the Marine Corps.
All right.
Back in. I was at Pendleton, 88 to 92,
Okay.
and there's no Coriolis effect.
So you were a sniper. How far did you shot some long distance? A mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, that kind of thing, or no?
No, the distance, the actual qualification was to 800 yards,
Okay.
and then we shot an unknown distance where you have to get the range and make a wind call, but you don't know it ahead of time. That's out to 1,000 yards,
Okay.
and then in the desert we shot the Barrett 50 cal, which went to 1,800 meters.
Which is about a mile. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
about
sure
there.
the exact conversion. But that was more.
Was it
we're
ever
shooting at
mentioned in any?
much
Because
bigger target?
they always like to talk
Never.
about it's mentioned in the training guides and things like that. They can find.
Never.
Okay. Never mentioned.
Never. Just you got to know the range, and then you have to make a wind call.
Okay.
You got to call the wind.
Now, just to let you know, like, people will, at least glow believers or something, will say you're not in the military, you're lying, you're. So just so you know.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah. Just letting you know. That's their immediate. It has to be. So.
Yeah, I don't. That's fine.
So how long
Just,
did how long?
I've heard it mentioned before,
And you just knew that you were never taught it.
right.
Right.
Yeah.
And then did you always have
It was
a
never even mentioned.
never mentioned? Did you always have a sighter with you?
A what?
A sight with you, or or was it sometimes you by yourself?
Spotter with you.
Okay, so the spotter. Is there a chance that the spotter was taught it and not you?
No, the spotter is also a sniper.
Okay.
It's the same. It's the
Same
same
training.
schooling and everything.
Got you.
They're just making the wind call for you.
Okay, and the range as far as distance then.
The sniper gets the range.
Okay.
At least that's how we did it back then. Now they have rangefinders. We didn't have rangefinders back then.
Do they take into account at all any kind of drop or rising of the bullet, which would be required on a globe Earth, I guess?
No, not from the for a globe. You had to figure out the range so you could put it on the scope. The scope. So if you were, shooting say 800 yards,
right?
When you put the dope on the scope. So you put the 800-yard mark on the scope. That's going to raise it because the bullet's going to have to be shot higher.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
To drop in.
And it was never shot.
Right. It's not for
lower.
It has nothing to do with over a globe. No.
And it never would shoot. You never aim lower.
No.
Because I would guess that you would have to. Well, I don't know how that would work. If the Earth is spinning towards you, you would think if it's going away from me, I have to aim lower. Then if it's coming towards me, I would think I would have to aim higher. But yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anybody claim that it's used, other than some guys on YouTube who make a video or something, but not actual actual guys.
I thought it was maybe.
No, it's good that you do, because they'll make the claim. Globers will always make the claim that they know people who do it, and they've talked to snipers who do. You're the first sniper I've ever talked to, but I would assume that that's mostly not true. And if it means that they've talked to snipers, it's like, okay, well, just because you teach it doesn't mean it's actually used in the field.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, at the time, this would have been in 1990. This was like the Marine Corps had the best sniper school in the world.
Mm.
I mean, if it was something that was legitimate, we would have been taught it, I assume. And if you really think about it, well, because we did use formulas and stuff to figure out range and wind calls and all that.
Right.
But what would the formula be for something spinning 1,000 miles an hour? If that's what you're trying to calculate, what your bullet's going to do?
It's even crazier than that. It's like, yeah,
1,000 miles an hour. This is
well, it's like you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and then what you're shooting at is spinning 9,000 or 999.97 miles per hour. That would be the equivalent of it. That's what they say it's coming from, is that you're moving slightly faster than an area you're shooting to, which just seems ludicrous, to be honest with you. And again, if that was the case, then I start saying, well, how does Foucault's pendulum and things like that work? And why can't you just hover in an airplane? If what you're saying is that the atmosphere is moving with it, it just doesn't make sense to me either. But I appreciate the call. And do you have a channel or anything that anybody could, if they have questions for you about that?
Yeah, I'm not really on social media, but
okay. All right, well,
I'll drop back in another live.
Sure.
People
and we'll look for other people. If other people have the same story or even a different one, if you're somebody who wants to stand behind and say, no, I was taught it and we do use it, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, you could probably, somebody could probably look up the Marine Corps sniper manual from back then, and I'm sure it's public information.
Right.
And
well, again, I wouldn't be surprised if sometimes they'll show in these sniper manuals, but they just say like, oh, we also have to take this into effect, but then they like drop it. It's just mentioned, but it's never actually used in practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call.
I don't believe it's true. I don't think any shooter uses it.
No, if it was true, then you should have missed every time that you shot and just been like, I never could figure out why I missed.
Exactly. So. When one more thing I'll just say, when we shot the known distance,
right?
It's you shoot 300, 500, 600, 700, 800, 20 or 5 rounds each.
Okay.
The first 3 rounds are stationary. So you dial in, you already know the range, you dial in your wind call, then the next 2 shots are movers.
Right.
So there's literally a guy in the pit in the where you're shooting down range, and he's walking with a cardboard cutout of a man. And they make it a little narrower. They cut off the shoulders just a little bit, make it narrower. So you're having to shoot. This guy walks a certain pace. You shoot at him one time going one way, one time going the other way. That's your round for that yardage.
Wow.
And even at that range, and especially when you get to the 5, 6, 7, 800, you have to lead this guy. You have to shoot the round so that he walks into the bullet.
Right, because you figure 800 yards is going to be quite a big difference between when it's shot to when it hits him.
Right. Now, if you were having to deal with 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't think that's what what it means. Correlation simply means that they're saying that 2 locations on Earth would have to be spinning at different speeds. So you would never be shooting from the equator to the North Pole, right? So it would never be 1,000 to 0. It'd be 1,000 to 999.997, and then you're talking about such a small deviation that. But then again, it wouldn't even be a deviation if you're looking east or west. It would only be deviation exactly north south, and then you'd have to count in how much am I? No, I'm not shooting north south. I'm actually shooting a little northeast. The whole thing would just be a debacle. There's no way that it's calculated in.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking that the shooter and the target are stationary, and then are moving at 1,000 miles an hour, while the bullet's not, because it's flying through the air. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, they're saying
So-
that
so
basically,
they're
like,
saying
imagine
it'd
if
be
you were to
minuscule.
take a record, right? A record, and say somebody is shooting from the middle of the record a bullet towards the inside the middle of the right. If that record's spinning, well, because when that bullet is shot, it's going at the speed it was shot at, but then it's going towards a location that's going slower. That's why they come up with it and say it should be slowing down or whatever. All right, well, I appreciate you coming in. Let's go with later. Buttered Biscuits, welcome. Buttered, I saw you there. There you are.
Yeah,
Buttered.
I'm here. Yeah.
Buttered.
So I didn't want to get involved in the last conversation, so sorry about that.
Sorry, I shouldn't have either. I probably.
No, you're fine. Just I didn't want to get involved in, because there's plenty of things I could say to some of your thoughts too, and I didn't want to go down that line.
Okay.
But more or less, I just want to give a little bit of testimony just out there to people that are just getting into flat Earth, and basically, the walk that it takes to do this walk isn't necessarily the easiest thing for people out there.
Nope.
So if that makes sense to you. So basically I began to wake up. I was an atheist. I didn't believe in God. I was all about just destroying the Bible, as far as I'd never read it, but I was all about, just destroying the whole thing. Anything that came up against what I believed, I was like, this is baloney, whatever. I just looked it up, Googled it, kind of like FTE and all this kind of stuff, fight the flat Earth, all this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just destroy this stuff. I'm done with this crap. I'm not dealing with this. In 2010, after a couple of years, I worked for Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, and during I was big into the whole like real estate stuff. So I've been in real estate for a long time. I have a background in finance, economics, was my degrees in BS, which is rightly proposed as BS, Bachelor of Science.
BS, yes.
It is BS, yes, exactly. So I enjoy your channel, by the way, because of the you're a math guy, and I see that too. So I know you don't like to take credit for that, but I appreciate that. I see our minds are similar on this aspect. So anyways, long story short, in 2010, I owned like 4 different properties. And I ended up getting a letter from Countrywide at that time. If you remember the old mortgage giant, Countrywide. And they said basically they were going to be canceling my my second mortgage. I actually just paid it off, and the way I was actually paying my other mortgage bills was basically through that. So I would charge a $15,000 a month of mortgage bills that I had, and then put it onto this $65,000 credit line, and then turn around and use that money to pay it off. And then when my mortgage, my rent came in, then I would basically go and pay my mortgages off, and then I would, like pay off the other amount. So if you understand compound interest or anything else, then you would get this sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was cheaper than putting it on your credit card or anything else. So you would only pay a daily amount on it, and I would pay it off, and so on and so forth. So when I got this letter in the mail, they said, yeah, there's nothing we can do. This is declining value, so there's nothing we can do. We're just going to go ahead and cancel it. That just led me down a line of just, I was listening to different things. There was one guy named Walter Veith, Veith, and I'm listening to this. I don't know if you've been through this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but
Walter
anyway,
Veith. I've heard him talk before.
Walter Veith.
Yeah.
Walter, and then Veith.
Yeah.
He was an Adventist, which kind of got me into this stuff. And I was like, well, maybe this stuff is true, because he was going down about all kinds of the whole, background of the Catholic Church and all this stuff, and how, so if anyone else is out there, if you want to go back to his old stuff from the 90s, there's some really good information. I'm not trying to plug that I believe in everything that he believes in now that I've been, this is back in 2010. So, I mean, you have to imagine this. Now 2013 comes around, and I start getting into the flat Earth and that kind of stuff. All the way up to about 2017, 18, when it really started to blow up, and I was like, solidified my mind. I was like, okay, this is it. I'm
just a couple seconds, so try to wrap it up.
Sure. So I'm solidified on this whole aspect, and now, you know, I back it off. And since, so let's say 2018 to 20 till now we're turning around, and I was like, okay, I've already solidified it on my mind that the Earth is the way it is. It's a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing else to learn on this. Now I came back to Witsit, and I come and find Witsit recently on the debate that was of
modern day debate.
Not just modern day debate. It was a debate that was him, and also he was basically just talking about the debate of the two pastors.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I was interested because that popped up, and I was like, okay, that's cool. Let's listen to that. And then I found Witsit, and I was like, wow, I had no idea how far flat Earth has come. I was like, wow, we were just talking about basic stuff.
Yeah, there's some guys that have really taken it to space audits and Toby and ether cosmology.
I've gone down, Jake. Not Jacob. Anyways, yeah, all of them. Yeah, space audits and the other aspects. So now I've gone down this whole road, and now it's just lit a whole fire up under me again. I'm like, oh, nice. The fire is lit again, and the burning, and now I got into the aspect of getting kicked out of another church because I backed up somebody else that believed in flat Earth, because he was getting beat up by the pastor basically. And so I'm back here again.
Welcome back.
I'm really amazed, and I just want to say thank you.
You're behind in your behind in your dues,
others,
though.
Alan,
like you owe quite a bit here. Sorry, go ahead.
What's that?
I said you're behind in your dues. I'm looking at the registry here. You owe some money. I'm just kidding.
Oh man, okay.
There's no dues. All right, any final words for everybody where they can find you if you're going to be doing this some more? Are you going to be making videos or something, or what?
I've been on YouTube. I've been kicked off like 3 times now. So I had like 20-some thousand subscribers back in the day. I built it back up to about 4,000. That was if you're a Christian. That was my second one, and then that got obviously kicked off during the CB19 stuff, and so
okay.
I'm thinking about doing it again, but my wife's got me. I have so many more things I could say. I mean, when you have the FBI and stuff show up at your house and then accuse you of different things and take all your information, that kind of stuff. So I was kind of an old school guy, but if you see me on here, at least I just want to put my face on.
Okay,
so,
we got you now.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little. I know you've seen me before, and I just want to like put my face behind the whole thing. Now I'm not scared to, come on here and say, "Hey, guys." But anyways,
keep your eye out for
thanks,
buttered
Jaron.
biscuits.
You're awesome, man.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. All
Talk
right.
to you soon. Peace.
So, hey, anyone else?
Oops, I just dropped him. We got Danny Diesel. Whoops, Danny, weren't you already here? Wait. Now I'm confused. Isn't that the same guy that was in the military uniform before? Maybe not. Geocentric, what's up?
Hey, what's up, dude?
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Good, man. How's everything?
Fantastic. I'm setting your clock for you. You can go ahead and talk about whatever you want. Go ahead.
Did you ever see the Monte Urbano map?
Did I see the what?
Monte Urbano map?
No, show it to me. Maybe I have. Maybe I.
Yeah, you have. You probably have seen it, but let me show you real quick.
Is it the one behind you or no?
No.
Okay.
Do you have to select the screen for me?
No, you should have to select it, and then I'll pick it and put it on. Oh, there it is. I got you. It's there. Sorry. Yep. Now we're good. We got you.
It's a black screen. Do you see it now?
Yeah, it's a black screen that we see. Oh, you should have pictures there or something?
No, there's a map right there. Let me stop it and start it
Try again. Yeah, there's nothing there. I was having that trouble a little earlier. StreamYard share. Let's try this one instead.
I'm gonna do the entire screen. That's better.
Okay.
I think this is gonna work. Do you see that?
We got you on there.
Is it black or do you see the map?
Hold on a second. I'm wondering why. Oh, I put the wrong person on. There we go. Okay, we got a map on there.
Oh, you see the map? You see this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you've seen this map, right?
I have seen that before. Yeah.
So this is a map that was pieced together by two U.S. universities, and it's a map that is 10 foot by 10, something like that. It's a huge map.
What is the name of it again?
Monte Urbano.
Okay, Monte and then Urbano.
Correct.
Okay.
So they two universities. I think one of them is a pretty known college university, but you can check this out. When I'm done. You can go to davidrumseymaps.com and you can check this out, and you can see how old the book was and all these pages, because there were 60 sheets that they had to piece together, I guess, digitally.
Okay.
And they made the map, and they got done with this in 2018. Right?
Okay.
And that's when they released the map. And it's on, and once again, you can check it out at davidrumsey.com.
And Antarctica
So
is shown to be actual land, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What was crazy about this map is that in 2020, so only 2 years after, they've propped the website up. They created a interactive sphere, and they placed it on a sphere. So when you look up for Monte Urbano map, the first link that you find on Google is a spherical Monte Urbano map.
Imagine that.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, is on does Rumsey have the actual high definition one that you can zoom in and see things written on there?
This is the actual high definition one. Yes,
Okay.
it's a 450 something. It's a 700 megabyte one, but Rumsey has it, and it's free to download, which is what I found weird. I don't know if it still is, but I have it.
Okay.
I mean, if you have Telegram, I can shoot it over for you.
That'd be great. And if I was to go to, I'm just going to search Urbano over here at the David Rumsey site.
Yeah, you'll find it. You'll find it, but you're not going to get the high quality version.
I do see it.
Like the one-
I do
you
see
see
the
how
one that they
far-
put on a globe. Oh, dirtbags.
There you go.
I do see that.
So that was desperation, Jaron.
Is it? It was 1587. Is the date of the map?
It's 100 years after Columbus.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you see this right here, you see this list right here?
Yes.
I think it's 27 sailors that contributed data to Monte Urbano. And there's a name right here. It's called Fernando Colombo. It's either the son or the niece of Christopher Columbus. 100 years after.
Yeah.
They also contributed data with this map.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the best part. I mean, there's a couple of really good parts. Number one is that this right here shows the center of magnetism only in the North Pole, and I'm pretty sure you know about Rupes Negras, the north, the four rivers that runs down, right? And you know that this is real because North Canada, you see a bunch of little islands that are like diminished, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tiny little islands that are diminished, as in there's a huge flux of water that's coming from the north and that has diminished these islands. And there's a hole in between Alaska and Russia, and there's a hole in between Greenland and Europe. That kind of makes sense, right? If there were four rivers, the only river that didn't make a hole is the one that's pointing at Russia. So that's kind of a crazy point.
I've never even seen this site before. I'm on a site called visionscarto.net. And you can bring up, I just put it in the chat, you can bring up the Urbano, I'll put it on the screen for everybody to see. Let me move it over here and show people, because it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me see what you guys see. So this is the map just to show people real quick that, and if you look here, I saw this is crazy. It says select projection over here. And there's all these, oh, you can't really see that. Azimuthal equidistant. Let me bring up browser.
Yeah, you have me big. I think you want to make yourself big.
Yeah, I just put, well, you only see that, not everybody else. Everybody else sees what I'm seeing. So you can see this map here. Now I grabbed it to try and move it, and you'll notice that it does one of those, like the old Earth.Null school does. So you can put it kind of back in the middle or just hit reset rotation. It's going to bring it back. But now you can get way in here and actually see place names. You can actually read. Whoops, stupid mouse not working well. Can you turn it at all? I don't really know. I was going to say like if I could spin it, but I think no, I'm not going to do that way. But then anyway, I've never seen this site before. So there's like azimuthal equidistant. We can bring that up. And it's just taking this map and putting it in different. Right? Is that what it is? Like if I put up the sinusoidal, it's going to take this map and do that? Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Mercator
Yeah.
map. There's a Mercator projection of it. Wow, look at this land that comes way up here.
Yeah,
That's
so
Australia,
so
basically, right?
yes. So I've always had a doubt that Australia was actually Australia. I'm not saying that Australia doesn't exist. I'm not
Don't be
saying
one of
that.
those. Don't be. No, I'm just kidding.
But I mean, if these people had all the rivers, mountain ranges, islands, lands correct, how? I mean, this is not the first map that I've seen Australia like this, or weird shapely. I think the Piri Reis map also showed. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But it also showed Australia being weird, and this is why I don't think the flight from Chile to Australia is even real, right? It's kind of weird, or maybe they take one of the
Well, we've
islands.
seen somebody take the flight. I think it's real. It just goes a lot faster than we think. But
No, what I'm saying is that where they're actually getting to is just a piece of Australia that is not the complete area of Australia. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
okay,
I know. What's that guy's name? The one with the big nose?
David Weiss,
No, the guy that took the flight. You actually introduced him. You talked to him.
Max Egan.
Max Egan, yeah. I love Max Egan, man. No,
Yes.
he just doesn't look at he just doesn't see the flat earth thing, but that's fine.
No,
That's
he
his
doesn't.
his perception, right? So this is very important, Jaron.
Okay.
You see the things right here
Let me
that
go to
looks
your
like a
thing.
flower?
Okay, go ahead. You're
Sorry?
back. You're back on. I just had to get you back on.
Okay. You see these things right here?
Uh,
You see my mouse?
yeah, I see like the little pokes. Yeah, okay.
It's very little, right? But you see this right here?
Yes.
Right. These things right here. So what they did, and I was just in a Discord call with Vika Ravis.
Oh, I like him. Yeah.
Ravis?
The guy that did the
Yeah.
debate recently.
Yeah, he told me this, and I was like, I pulled up something. I was like, man, look at this. This kind of looks like what you're actually stating. And he's like, yeah, that is it. So he said that what they did. So he said he says that 500 years ago is when the treaty was actually made. It wasn't made in the 50s.
Okay.
It was made a long time ago. And what they did is that they took Antarctica, and you know how Antarctica expands further beyond if the Earth was flat, right?
Correct.
Right? So all the nations got a piece of the pie as from Antarctica.
Okay.
All the elites of those nations got a piece of the pie of Antarctica. And he told me that these are land claims, and I didn't know that this was land claims. I kind of can read the Latin, but I didn't know that these were land claims. And then I showed him this. I was like, "Yo, check this out." So I don't know if you know what Yandex is. Yandex is like the Russian Google, right?
Sure.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
So Google Maps doesn't show this, but Russian Google does. And if you say that these are pieces of pies, it aligns. Do you see these names right here?
Yeah, I can't read them. What do they say?
Right, it's all kings, queens. Willem II, Queen Mary, Knox Coast, Blood Coast, Sabrina Coast, Banzar Coast, Clare Coast, blah blah blah. George V.S. Oatsland. I guess these are kings and queens.
Okay.
And here, more Princess Martha, Princess Astrid, Princess Ragnar, Prince Harold, Prince Olaf, Ingrid, whatever, and then it starts all over again.
Okay.
But you see how it's written right next to each other?
Yes.
That's kind of weird, right?
There's a lot weird about Antarctica for sure.
Oh no, yeah, we know about that.
And there's still, there's places there that they say the declination is 180 degrees, which means if you're looking at your compass and it says north, you need to turn around to face north.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They say that the supposed true magnetic south is in the Indian Ocean. No.
Right.
It's not.
And then you see people with like a compass by the South Pole, like, look, we made it to the South Pole. It's like, that wouldn't work, jackasses.
Exactly. They're just receiving a very declined magnetical force that is from the north.
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah, and it's
That's it. The guy was just told that, oh, it's trying to point at the southern magnetic pole, but it's very weak, and now it doesn't work in Antarctica. It's like, oh, okay, let me say that. Let me repeat that. That's all what I'm gonna say.
Right.
Anyways, man, that's it, man.
Well, thank you.
This
This is a good call. This is why we have these shows, is because something like that I think will bring up some interesting work from people who can go to that David Rumsey site, which is an awesome site, by the way. I mean, I'll give credit where credit's due. That's a killer site. You get really high quality ancient maps. You can search it well, and I think they're all from his personal collection too, something like that. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, man. Take care, bro.
All right, later. All right, so one thing we want to do is, I don't know why the people are here that I think are already done, so I'm going to ask you why you're here, and then if you're not coming back on the show, what's going on here? Add the stage. There we go. How about Danny Diesel? Are you there, or you were just hanging out? Danny Diesel. Yo, Danny. Hey, Danny. All right, we're going to dump him because I don't know what he was doing. Let's go ahead and kick him. Kick from studio. Later. And then we've got The World is a Lie. Are you this there as well? Just watching? Going once? Going twice? Kicked? All right. So we do have open areas here. I wanted to, somebody asking, Taking Back Eden says, can you please direct me to the Nat Geo Hella V you made? So people get confused very much. Nat Geo did the observation that they used a optical illusion. Okay, so if you want the Nat Geo one, just search for Nat Geo Flat Earth. I'm assuming it's going to come up. Nat Geo Flat Earth. And this will be the optical illusion video. Correct. It's called Flat Earth versus... Wait, is this it? Flat Earth versus Round Earth? I thought it was a girl. Oops, let me turn this down. Oh, it is her. So just type in Flat Earth versus... Or Flat Earth... Sorry. Let me talk in English. Type in Nat Geo Flat Earth, and then it'll be the first option there. And that's where the girl's talking to the guy, and they row that boat out there that's an optical illusion that everyone has seen before. Let me put it over here so you can see this one here. And this is a joke because, I mean, again, if this guy's supposedly some independent investigations group leader or something, I don't know what he's called. But really, if he were, then he should be the first one to point out, well, actually, that can't be the curvature of the Earth because as you see, we see the horizon behind. Where is this here? Browser solo? Oh, that's not going to be working. Hold on 1 second. YouTube, that'll work. So, and you hear him lie right in front of you again, just to show you. I've told this a million times, but this is the optical illusion they use. So you just find the part of the video where they're showing it from, they're interviewing her. You see the flag right there. Okay, so find it where you can see this behind them. And you'll notice that here you can look at this flag. Where's the... There we go. That's a good one. So this one kind of lines it up for you and shows you that it's a very deceptive banner. Why would anybody in the world ever paint like this? Even some idiot's going to be like, well, we want to have a middle line. Or, well, no, what they did is they have black here, then white, white, then red, red, but there's no other white. So black is actually below halfway, and that kind of throws you off. So then they send it out to the water, and we'll go from there. Let's get a little bit further. So here they are observing.
Starting right now. At first, all the stripes are clearly visible.
So she says at first all the stripes are clearly visible, which is correct, right? Red, white, black, red, or white, red. That's all the stripes we saw.
But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon...
Now she says reaches the horizon, but if you notice, the water is back here. Because how could this board be being covered by the curvature of the Earth, which would be the highest point of the water, yet we can see water way, way, way behind it. I mean, this is miles behind it. So clearly they're lying there, but let's keep going.
The stripes begin to disappear one by one.
So she's claiming that the stripes disappear one by one. If anybody ever says that to you, well, then these things start disappearing one by one. Then you need to have at least one, and more likely you should have 2 or 3 or 4.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you...
So now she's about to say that the stripes are disappearing one by one, but we can still see the red stripe. And again, it can't be being covered by the horizon, the curvature of the Earth, because that's back here. It goes well behind the boat, way up here. So we do see the red. It's just there's little waves, and little waves cover a little bit of the half of the red. Let's continue.
See that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle.
And you hear her talking to him. This guy's hearing her. He just heard her say that the red line was at the very bottom, is now just being covered by a little bit. And so what does he say?
Green stripe, that is.
So we've lost about
Now listen to what he says.
1.5 stripes.
He says, we lost about 1.5 stripes. Mr. Independent Investigations Group that goes around and certifies scientific truths and goes out to debunk anything less than that has just claimed that this has had a stripe and a half missing. How? What do you mean? How can that be missing a stripe and a half? We saw what the board looked like before.
Right. So this can only happen. Why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Because of the curvature of the Earth. Which is just a flat out lie. Or he's terribly mistaken and can't even listen to somebody next to him say that just the bottom line has barely begun to disappear. Again, this is a optical illusion. And then they try and get like Mark on it. Well, what do you think, Mark? We saw a curve. What do you think? And luckily Mark stood his ground and said, no, I don't think you guys saw anything. But again, it's very simple. It's a lie. You can't have anything block this board if it's the curvature of the Earth you're going to claim, because you have water behind it. How would you be standing in a place that you could see water behind the curve of Earth? Doesn't make any sense. So that's the one. If you're talking about the other one, I'm trying to think of the guy's name who did I keep forgetting the guy who did the Alaska test with me. What was his name? What was his channel's name? Probably have to go to my channel real quick and find it, because I don't recall, and I'm not going to wait for somebody in the chat because they probably won't remember either. What was the name of that channel? He does the best video because he does the side-by-side of the helicopter, if that's what you're talking about. You said something about the helicopter. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about. Let me see if we can find it. It was definitely a live stream. Jeranism live. Oh, I remember why I couldn't find it last time, because it was blocked or something. I don't remember. Here we go. That's still there. Oh, it is members only. Let me bring this up. So I just want to get his. Actually, I just want to get his. Oh, it's the science of counterintelligence. I knew that. So this is the video you're talking about. I'll put a link in t.me/Jeranism links, and I'll also put it into the chat.
I got him.
As it lands, it completely disappears from my line of sight.
Right now.
These are the same scenes with extra magnification.
Going into the chat here. And t.me/Jeranism links. And this is blatant. This is the one that just... Oh, and by the way, I wanted to make a correction, or make a better understanding. I think people got confused what I said. So Lucky Haskins, who if you don't watch him, he does great work, talks great, has been in this for a long time, and makes a lot of great points. But he did a show recently where he was saying, like, I disagree with you, Jaron, that the guys that you say were in on this were in on it. There's no way the director was in on it. There's no way the actors were in on it. And I think he got confused. I'm not saying they're in on the flat Earth lie. Of course not. That's a much higher thing. I'm saying they were in on the fact that they didn't do that experiment. So what I mean by that is, there you go. I put it in t.me/Jeranism links. What I'm saying is that, and I agree with what Lucky said, well, they probably had him come in and they say, hey, we all know the Earth's a sphere and we know the measurements, so we're just going to go out there and kind of do the motions. That I'm saying that they're in on. What I'm saying is we can be able to call them I want to talk to Joy NG, and I want to say, Joy, you talk about how you don't do any science storytelling, that everything you say is not fiction. It's all nonfiction. And yet you let them do a fake experiment where they faked by putting a CGI helicopter in there or something. Because if you can't tell what's going on here, you've got a observation supposedly of a helicopter, and you'll see here that we can play along. And this helicopter here in this scene is lowering, and in this scene it's not. You don't see any helicopter at all. But look at the water. The water is identical. So as we go through it, you'll notice
the
that
helicopter here is about to descend below the horizon, and the helicopter here is about to crest the horizon.
This is where you have something that's a literal physical impossibility. So we know it was faked. Now, what reason, why, how? Is it a completely fake helicopter? Did they just splice the image of this and then play it at a certain time to have it come back up? Again, science should not be telling lies in order to get across their truths. It's the dumbest thing they could ever do.
And enter our line of sight. The waves of the lake in both scenes are identical, and the helicopter is not.
Look at the waves. They're identical. These are two different scenes. Look at this time slots at the top.
The same bird flies the same path in both scenes. these scenes are trick photography and not true recordings.
So again, does this prove the shape of the Earth? Nope, but it certainly calls into question why would something so easily known, something so easily proven for thousands of years,
As it lands,
something that is just the most basic observation that anybody can make. Everybody knows we're on a sphere, even though it's impossible. But if that were the case, then proving it should be easy. And when you have money, when you've got personnel, when you've got actors, when you've got camera crews and editors, then go out and fucking prove it. Don't go out and fake it. But again, people have different opinions of why they fake it. Me is because they had no choice. You're not going to hide a helicopter behind 6 miles worth of water. It's ludicrous. And they even got, so this is how I know Hawking had nothing to do with this program at all. Well, I don't even know if Hawking ever knew physics at all, but let's say that basically he did, and he is what they say he was. Very smart man, very, he's a physics, but he can't move anymore. He's got ALS and now he's dead. But anyway, if he was part of this, there's no way he would have let them do the stupid shit that they did, like send a helicopter over the water, then say that they saw it disappear at 24 feet, which is simply just the curve calculation for 6 miles with no observer height. But this guy's 3 feet off the ground. So at 3 feet off the ground, it changes everything. This is what Globers always tell us. Oh, you got to take your viewer height. Yeah, viewer height makes that drop about 9 feet. Can you hide a helicopter behind 9 feet of water? No, ever. And yet, this is a lie that they tell people. So that's the thing that should cause, if we were actually a human race, if we were actually citizens and we actually cared about each other, Globers would be worried about going after shit like this, not about flat earthers. It should make sense why flat earthers exist. Globers should look at it and say, well, they went to go prove it and they lied. So of course people now doubt it. They don't even think that way. They think that we should all just go along with the lie. Like, well, what? No big deal. Well, they lie. It's a TV show. Who cares? But again, you try and tell them that they lied about me at the behind the curve. They're like, no, I don't know about that. I got a question. So it's just not being honest. It's just not being honest. Anybody who's a human being should recognize that if we have scientific truths and we're supposed to follow the science, then the one thing that science can never do is tell blatant lies. Okay, because what that's going to do is hurt the credibility in the whole system. And it seems like we've been in a period of time where this is the new thing. The new thing is to tell everybody you better get your hacksaw Jim Duggan, you better do this and that because you got to trust the science. And then you find out 6 months later, oh, by the way, that science was not true. We didn't know that there was science. We just were saying words. Well, then don't say trust the science, because now what you've done is you've called into question that whole body of knowledge. So, but you can't go lie. You can't have a girl on there that is an actual scientist. I mean, again, this is why I'm saying they're in on it. She's in on the fact she read the script. The script said, I'm not a scientist. I don't know about you. If I'm a scientist, it'd be like me saying, going on some documentary, in the documentary script, it says, then Jaron says, I don't do live streams, but this, and this, and this. And then me reading that and going, yeah, okay, I'll say that. Why would you say that? Wouldn't I bring it to their attention and be like, excuse me, I'm looking at the script here. It says I don't live stream, but I do. So we should probably take that out, and you'd be like, no, we got to have you say it. What would make you say something that's a lie? Well, that's what she does here. I forgot, maybe he shows it after that, wherever it is, when she says all her little, this part here. Yeah, let's listen to this again. And I've shown that this is, the time periods they line up. I mean, this video here was done before the Genius Show. Again, this video on her YouTube was done before the Genius Show. Let's hear what she has to say.
That was incredible.
Oops, let me go a little further.
And it just came. It worked. I'm not a scientist, and to be able to just do that off a whim, and it just came to me, that was incredible.
And what really this does too is it proves that science people do lie. They don't give a shit. So we have this false belief that like science people, they don't lie, they have no bias, they have nothing. This just proves it to you. This woman is a scientist. So she went on a television show and to push her narrative, not saying she knows the earth is flat. I'm saying she thinks that the earth's such a ball that they didn't actually need to do these experiments. They just need to get on there and pretend. So she got on there and said, I'm not a scientist, and it just kind of came to me, which isn't true. She is a scientist. So again, they don't care about lying. If it means promoting science, they'll lie every day. They don't give a shit.
My name is Kat Bobineau, and I am a scientist. It worked. I'm not a scientist, and to be able to just do that off a whim, and it just came to me, that was incredible. I received.
Yeah, it's real incredible. But again, anybody, who reads in the script, I'm not a such and such when you are a such and such, you're not going to read that. So again, she obviously didn't care. She obviously cared more about being on the film and the film getting its point across. And then you figure with the helicopter, like I was getting at, Lucky, I get what your point is. And yes, if I was saying that they all were in on the lie about the Earth being a ball and it being flat, that would be a pretty insane claim of me. I don't claim that. I'm claiming that the editor knew what he was doing. He was editing in the helicopter footage. The producer knew what was happening. We were going to edit in the helicopter footage. These actors all knew we're going to. Now, you're right. They probably got told, hey, we all know the measurements. We're going through the motions today. You're going to go out there. You're going to make claims and we're going to say that you saw the helicopter go, but it's hard for us to do today. The wind's weird. Whatever they had to tell them. And then those guys just went along with it. But again, you have people like Joy Ng who sit on NASA's Goddard team of visual scientists who says things like, I don't ever tell fiction during my science stories. And I'm all about, well, if you pretend that you saw something or you pretend that a helicopter went by and then it didn't happen, that is what fiction is. That is what it is. So that means that she's lying. So we have her lying, him lying. This guy to say, oh, I saw it go behind the water and it disappeared from my eyesight means he's lying. So now we've got three liars. You've got Stephen Hawking lying. You've got the producers. You've got PBS lying. They put it out there. So again, that is something that we should come together as people. And if you actually saw Globers who cared, they would say, oh, well, this is why there's flat earthers. Because every chance that we've gotten to prove it, we did a optical illusion. We did a flat out lie. We did trick photography. We did misrepresenting experiments. At some point, you would think these guys would actually be human beings and be like, yeah, and that moon landing the other day looked pretty suspect. They act like everything's okay. They expect us to just go along with things like they do. What a joke. I will never give known liars that right. Like I don't mind believing some. There's some people I believe wholeheartedly in this world because they've never lied to me, and I don't have any reason to think that they would. But if you find out somebody is lying about you, then to just go along with what they say is ludicrous. It's like your ticket to disaster. Why would you trust a known liar? Again, let's go with Danny Diesel. Does he keep coming back, or do I? Danny Diesel, you keep coming back.
Sorry. I think my mic was off the last 2 times.
Okay, what's up?
I forgot to tell you that I was in artillery. I was trained in field artillery, and we shot the M109 howitzers, the 155 millimeters.
Uh-huh.
The big ones, biggest gun in the Army. We could lob 102 pounds of TNT for 20 miles, and not once in our training for those things did they ever mention.
Okay, now that's even different. So you're saying you could launch a bomb basically 102 miles?
Yep. Or no, not 102 pounds of TNT.
Oh, sorry.
About 13 miles.
14 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
13 to 14 miles. And how long? You remember how long that would take to get there? 13, 14 miles. Would they just launch it up in the sky, or what do you mean?
Yeah. We just shoot them out of our Paladin, the tank.
That's crazy.
And I've shot them. I've shot it when the barrel was pointed straight up, basically, to where it would only go, like a certain amount of yards away.
Right.
And then for like smoke, we could do smoke and incendiaries and all. Yeah, but 22 miles was the max range, and I don't know how long it took.
Trying to think.
I would have. We could see the bullets coming out. If we would shoot them from outside the vehicle, we could see the bullet go boom.
How big are the bullets you're talking about?
I'm holding one in my picture.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's pretty big.
I'm inside a tank, a Paladin howitzer right there, holding 102 pounds of TNT, high explosive.
Wow. Thank you for your service, by the way. I always tell people that, but I always forget to tell people that. But we do appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Enough people don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it again, but it's my pleasure.
Yeah, I was watching Alex Stein the other day when he got kicked out of Nikki Haley's event, and he was asking all the people to join the Ukrainian foreign union to go fight in Ukraine, and people are just like all saying no. Even veterans are like, no. He's like, what? Why don't you want to go? Why don't you want to go fight for the Ukraine? They're like, no, I'll pass.
Not for the Ukraine. No,
no, they don't want to do that. Imagine that. It's like, well, Nikki Haley wants to put your children there, so knock it off. But no.
Anyway, that's when I heard that the Marine that you had on, he was talking about it, and I was like, I forgot to tell him I was in artillery.
Okay, good to know. We're getting all kinds of good information tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I'll end with a joke.
Okay, it better be better than Eric's was, but go ahead.
Did you hear about the 2 globies that burned their lips trying to blow up a bus?
I have not, but I don't doubt it. I don't put it past them. All right, thanks, boss.
Anyway,
Later.
yeah.
Lowry, what's up? I told you that I want to. Is Nicole there? If Nicole's not there, I'm gonna.
She's back. She's back there
Okay.
doing something.
Oh, wow.
Garrett says hello.
Hi.
I was
Nicole,
just
how are
thinking,
you?
like, I'm having fried rice right now.
All right.
Actually, I was just thinking, like, I was like, what is the prop list for like people looking very important on TV? Like in the Nat Geo thing, like she had a walkie-talkie, so it looks very.
Oh, that's a good idea. I need to get one of those.
Really, and then also obviously the white lab coat thing that goes without saying, but like,
yes,
there's a lot more props you can do to like make you look really important.
The globe.
You don't have to go.
You gotta have a globe behind you.
You have to have a globe, but you could like also if you're carrying a very dense, heavy box that has an antenna sticking out of it or something, and there's like BP lights on it or whatever.
That makes
and
it
you're,
very
like,
official.
Yeah, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, my little machine here is saying this or whatever. And you're like, of course, like in the Nat Geo thing, they were like, we got it, we got it, and it shows them we got it on our little walkie-talkie. It's like, oh, that definitely makes it real, right?
If
like,
if the Earth was a globe, we would be expecting 3.8 milliamps here. And let me check my machine, and it's 3.775. So it's close enough. I mean, I don't know why anybody would argue with
definitely all these milliamps are like, every average person's like, oh, look at those little shiny dots on
Look at
there,
the milliamps. Yeah, he's got the right amount of milliamps there.
Yeah, and like if you wanted to take it really far, you could like put a satellite thing like sort of on your shoulder or whatever. I think it's a little over the top that way, but like it's really.
Can I just use an umbrella and pretend like I'm NASA driving around the moon?
Yeah, like the guy
Invert
that
the
discovered
umbrella,
electricity, he stuck his umbrella in the air with a key on a fucking kite or something and discovered Benjamin Franklin electricity or whatever.
Yeah,
You could
sure.
just like do things like that and like create these little things that like, oh, he looks really important.
That's true.
He
I should do
definitely
that.
knows what's going on, I mean, we're gonna wear out the white lab coat thing because if we all start wearing white lab coats, then it's sort of like I don't know, like not crying fire in a theater, but like it's like it's weird.
Yeah, we don't want to. I don't like to take away the gowns of the current priesthood. It's not nice. Let them have it.
But if you created like a cylinder that's black cylinder and there's no buttons on it or anything, but you could say whatever you wanted to say.
Oh,
that this thing is like. You don't understand. This is like how it works. And like, there's a lot of word salad over here that says, this is what it does or whatever. But watch, and put it on the table and you roll it across the table and you're like, see? And about 79% of people would be like, ooh, he's right.
Yeah. If I had a degree on my wall,
right.
but I don't have a degree on the wall, but I could fake one.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, some people probably do fake degrees or whatever, right?
How dare you? No person that's educated has ever told a lie.
Have you ever watched like the news broadcasters? They have their little computers on their desk in front of them. Like, what do you do? Are you guys like surfing the internet while you're like getting ready to like talk on TV or like what's going on? Like, are you getting your feed from the computer or is it coming out of like the thing?
Taylor Swift is not a psyop. Taylor Swift is not a psyop.
Not a psyop.
No,
anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna think of more things to do or whatever. You know what? The NASA man can.
What'd you think?
I loved it. I thought it was absolutely
good.
genius. I was trying to share it on Facebook and it kept getting blocked. I think I'm like crushed on Facebook. I don't even think I exist on Facebook anymore.
I don't think I've ever seen you there, to be honest. So,
are you on Facebook?
See, we don't even see each other. My stuff gets no play over there.
They definitely don't want us talking to each other.
No, I actually don't like Facebook at all. I try to get people off there if it at all possible. But they keep all your messages. They keep all. I mean, it's like FBI book. It's all crazy.
Yeah, it's the dirty bottom. It's the dirty bottom of the thing. I mean, like it is what it is. But I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
That's it.
Go on. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. How much time do I have? Do I have more time?
Minute 10.
I never use up all my time on here, actually, so I probably should.
Do you have any pets?
Do I have any what?
Pets.
We're looking for cats. If anyone out there has cats, we want two cats. We want 2 cats.
Okay.
I love dogs, but New York is not a dog place. It's like this is hard to keep a dog here.
I saw a lot of dogs in America,
but cats are fucking awesome. I think they're tripping on acid half the time, but they also keep the mice away.
They're very strange, and they do keep the mice away, yes, or they bring them to your door. It's true.
And they're hilarious. Cats are hilarious. I used to hate cats. I didn't hate cats, but I was like, nah, I'm not really a cat person.
I was not a cat person for a long time. Then Missa liked him, and we had one, and the one kind of grew on me and was kind of like funny, and they just don't care. They're just like, screw you.
They're hilarious. They're comedians.
They're
there's a reason.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, there's like cat videos. The reason they rule the internet is because they are really super funny animals, and like You know, sometimes they're little bitches.
They are funny. I like
you know?
when they get like slapping matches against each other.
Yeah, just like all this crazy shit. I can't believe a cat just did that or whatever. It's like the weirdest comedy animal of all time.
It's a comedy
you
animal.
know. And then they're just like, I don't know how to get them or whatever, and they love you. And then will they eat you when you die in your apartment? Nicole
do.
claims that they will. They'll eat you.
Just as long as you two don't die at the same time, then you're pretty safe.
They just cats don't really love you. They just pretend to love you.
Yes.
And they're really hilarious. So like I can't tell if they're like of the devil or if it's like a God's joke like to humanity.
They used to be
or, like,
worshipped,
whatever.
you know. They used to be worshipped in Egypt.
Egypt, right? Like the eyes of all cats have the eyes of God or something.
Right.
Isn't that what it was? I don't remember.
No, they just thought
exactly.
they were like holy or something. I don't know what, but
I mean, they pretend like they are little fucking bitches. Like they walk around like they own the fucking place.
Yep.
You know. But they're also clumsy as shit too. They're like total clumsy. Like they're like Batman 1 minute and the next minute they're like clumsy as shit.
you just
Like, I don't get it.
If they start acting up, you just got to channel your Alex Jones and be like,
I'll beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch.
that's what you got to do. Treat all you piece of shit. Anyway, anything else for me?
Nah, that's all I got. Everybody, see ya
later, Lowry. It's always fun. Lowry, a hilarious guy. I gotta hang out with that guy more. I don't hang out with him enough, but he's got my sense of humor. I could have gone on with that conversation for a long time. People would have been buying it. Like, is this guy really gonna put a globe on his behind him? And no, not really. I'm putting also the link to the David Rumsey site in both the chats. I don't know if people are interested in that, but there's lots of good. You can search geocentric. You can search whatever you want. Oopsie, don't hit control of that. There we go. There's that one, and then also in t.me/Jeranism links. And there we go. And wait, what's going on here? They put in the wrong one. I put in the wrong place. Sorry. I saw somebody respond to me like, "You're not allowed to talk in there. That's only me." Let me put that last link. I accidentally posted it in the VIP room, I guess. Gotta figure out how to use this one day. Was it this one? YouTube or Vision Carto? I don't remember which one it was. This one. Vision Carto. That one. And this one. I think. Wait, which one? Nope, the other one. Sorry, let me get this in there. And it's going to be, yeah, this one. Okay, there we go. That's the science of counterintelligence is there too for Taking Back Eden. All right, let's check super chats real quick and make sure we are caught up, which we should be getting close. What's the screen on? Let's bring something else up on there. If you want to get in, we're still open for a couple more minutes before I shut it down. I got to check. There's 2 more submissions I saw, or 3 maybe, on the form that you can find at the top of the chat. So we've got Blake. Thank you very much for being a member for 12 months. That is dope. He said, Jared. Yeah, Blake. Lord Racer, I think we already mentioned that. Thank you very much. He got he's been a member for 9 months and says Jaren is my homie, or Jaren is the homie. We've got Sir Link. I said that. He said how they just say refraction. It's like you can't win. No, and it's funny because refraction like came into play at the same time that they were like seeing that our vision was too far, that we were seeing further than, you know, right when telescopes started to come into play. They're like, oh shit, we better change this. And we talked about that one. I don't know what that means. Man, I miss hearing you speak socially about world events. Yeah, I like to speak about world events, but I don't know really much what's going on now. You know, elections, things like that. I'm not a believer. There is a deep state, if you will, that runs kind of the whole show. And I think they don't care which president wins because they've got them both. They might be slightly different. Biden might be easier to control. Trump might be a loose cannon, that kind of thing. But in the end, they've got control over anybody that would ever end up in that position. We've got Matthew D. Gregorio says, perception increased with every show. Thank you. Are you talking about mine or yours? Either one. We'll take either one. Oops. There we go. Perception increased with every show. Then we got Sir Link again. And he said, Lake Tahoe has calm waters and is 22 miles from end to end. Standing on the beach, you can see across to the other. Is that possible on a globe? 22 miles. Not if you can see the beach. Not really. I would have to do the math on it, but I don't think so. Can you please direct me to the Nat Geo? We did that. We've got another $2 from Thinking Back Eden who says, thank you, people. I have not seen your work. I meet people that have not seen your work. How dare them? No, I'm just kidding. I figured that's the truth. We've also got him saying, thank you. Very appreciative of that. Let's go with Crazy Dog in the house. Crazy! What are we smoking right now? And where's mine?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Where's mine? You didn't send it.
I'm not going to be on camera. Is that okay?
It's better for all of us, believe me.
Man, I just wanted to vent a little.
All right, go ahead, vent. You got 4 minutes to vent. Or do you need
Some
longer than
online.
that?
Huh?
I said, do you need longer than that? How long do you need for that?
No, I think I could fit it in.
Okay.
Some online, talking to some person online, and they said something, and I'm like, "Oh, you believe in COVID or something like that?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I bet you got the vaccine too." And he's like, "Of course, I don't want to get COVID again. I already had it once." And so I'm, like saying, "You just believe anything the news tells you."
This is somebody you know or a stranger?
It's somebody I'd play a game with online.
Okay.
Time to time. I don't know him that well. Like I'd never talk to him again if I had the choice. But anyway, so he's telling me that he doesn't want to get COVID again. I think so. I got the vaccine, and I'm like, there's other people in the room, right? There's like 6 other people, and I'm like, this guy believes that the vaccines, in quotes, prevents COVID. He goes, I don't believe that. I believe it just makes it less. I'm like, literally your words. I don't want to get COVID again. That's why I got the vaccine. Anyways, man, it just pisses me off that there's people that really still believe this. What started it all, and this is where I should have started. I kind of jumped to the end. There was a story that came out. 32,000 or 320,000 illegal immigrants were flown in last year.
Right.
By Biden. And I mentioned that, and he's like, so what does that mean to me? What is it? I'm like,
Okay.
well, they weren't families. They were military-aged men, and we paid to fly them in.
Right.
I'm like, he's like, that's the math. There's a 0.1% or whatever. I'm like, bro, that's just what got flown in that we know about. I'm like, that's not counting the 10 million that came across the border last year. He's like, 10 million, that's only 3%. I'm like, that was last year.
Right.
And I'm talking about inflation. He's like, what does it matter to me? What does it matter to me? I'm like, cost of everything. Oh, well, I make 300,000 a year, so it doesn't bother me. I'm like, why do people like this exist?
Yeah, I think the same thing.
You're the problem.
Yeah. Yep,
You're the fucking problem. I don't want to cuss. You're the problem. That's why this is happening. But literally believes that he's doing good and he's right.
Yeah, it's because they watch the news. The news tells them that.
I told him, I said, you should change his name to MSNBC.
Right.
Like, you're regurgitating shit. He goes, oh, you like your echo chamber. I'm like, bro, you're projecting.
Right.
I don't believe what you believe. Oh, well, yeah, it just pisses me off. And the news, how can they do this? How can they go and say, MAGA Republicans are threatening our democracy? Like, how can they even say that kind of shit legally? Like, how's it allowed? Because it's all owned.
Yeah, it's all owned, it's all controlled. And I mean, we're finding this out in the music industry. People's coming out in the comedy industry saying we can't speak because there's this club, and there's just lots of it. The truth is that the money makes the world go round. And as long as you're paying people money and they're kind of happy, then they just get set and they're like static, they're just like happy with that. I guess they don't realize that you're never going to be rich. You're never going to take over anybody. I guess they've just made people really happy with a complacent kind of run of the mill life. Because that's what you have to be, I would guess, to just believe everything. I mean, I don't know what other reason you would have for not looking into it. I do get it that once you look into it and you start finding some things, then everything unravels because it tells you that everything is built on lies. Now, I want to know that. I don't care if it means I don't know anything. I want to know those things. I don't want to be under the false impression that everything I'm being told is true when I know it's a lie. Like, how do you hide that from yourself? I couldn't do that. I don't know how people do that.
I don't either. Well, and just all the politics going on, it's insane right now.
Yeah, and they're going to just run this whole show out again. And I don't know if they want. I guess I'll be able to tell whether they want civil war or not, because if they try and steal the election again, like then they want civil war. Then I think that they want it.
They must.
Yeah.
There's something else I was going to say. I done forgot, though, man. I've been smoking too much of that homegrown.
Be careful. Be careful.
I should wait till after hours like you do.
That gives me something to look forward to and like kind of shoot for.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you finish up your show. I was just trying to call in and vent because I don't get these people.
The ones that I can't understand are just this. Like this, sovereign citizen, unchained. I always say sovereign citizen, sovereign soul, unchained mind. Had this guy on. He was just, and these guys, they like argue about like gravity. They don't understand that all we're trying to say is like that yes, things fall, but that doesn't mean gravity exists. They get so fucking confused. They're like, but things fall, gravity exists. It's like, no, you mean things accelerate towards the ground, yes, that doesn't mean your version of it, that things are being pulled to the center of spheres. That doesn't mean that that's true. Like, you can't just see something and then just apply it to whatever you name it. Like, oh, there's
Yeah, you
gravity.
assume everything would just float off without it. Like, what? No.
No. And I mean, yeah, what Sovereign taught me the other day too is I was like, had never really thought about this, is that like all vacuums are man-made, right? There's no natural vacuum. So we take things and then to test it, we're like, let's put it in this unnatural state and let's make decisions about the world because of this. It's like, we don't even know if vacuums exist besides the ones that we suck the air out of.
Well, we haven't found them.
Nope. So
anyway. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say.
Okay,
so you know this, is it Intriguing Machines, or what was the name of that company?
Right.
That landed on the moon or whatever?
Intelligent something, or yeah, whatever.
So even NASA comes along,
intuitive machines.
Intuitive, yeah. Come along, and this is an amazing achievement for man. Can you imagine if I pulled out like an old Nokia phone and I'm like, I can text people on this phone. This is an amazing achievement for mankind.
It's so
That's
bad.
what they've been doing it for 60 years, the same.
And then they said it's hard to get pictures back from the moon. Well, it's hard to get pictures, you know. You got a lot of planning, and it's hard to get pictures. Give me a break.
Oh, they got stories, don't they? Oh, well, they knew it was going to tip over, and we try to find a signal. Oh, we're going to get it.
Oh man, it's so ludicrous. It's just. And again, anybody could be supplying those feeds from the satellites. People think that if you have a satellite and it's going to your computer, it has to be what the satellite sees. You can't possibly intercept that feed and send something different to the controllers. Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, nobody could do that, and nobody would.
Be
Why
impossible.
would they, Jared?
That's the thing. Why would you lie? Only flat earthers lie.
Right. I know you've been watching Robot Polisher, but he played
I do
some
watch him,
videos that shows like some of these space believers are like, well, why don't we have footage from the, if we could live stream the moon landing in the 60s.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
We have it now.
They were like on live streams or something talking about it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. More people need to think about it, and more people need to wake up. It's just so, I know that people at this time are going to be looked at in history as just being the scum of Earth, because I mean, really, you can trust in things when there's verification, when there's other people, not when there's just one organization. All government organizations go through that one, and that what they show is so ludicrous. Like, there's no reason why we wouldn't question it as a people. And guess what? When you question something, it doesn't hurt any of them, right? Like, it doesn't hurt any glober if we question the glober. It can only help. And if something is scientifically fact, then you don't need protection. Like, they come running to protect the globe, like as if flat Earth is going to come and take over, and flat Earth won't be the truth. It's like,
no, the truth don't need that.
Yeah, the truth doesn't need that. You shouldn't need your protection. We should be able to keep knocking, and it should not be able to be destroyed. But that's not the case. Thank you very much, new members. Christopher Allen, thank you. Oh, Richard B donated 5 subscriptions. Thank you. Yeah, it's just crazy to me that we can't get to a place where at least, because that's what I thought was going to happen. Is I understood when I was talking about flat Earth that of course Globe Earth members would not agree with me, but I never thought there would be the absolute hate, disgust, call me names, I'm a grifter, this, that. It's like so weird. It's like, wait a second. And then they'll be like, you're just making money off this. But it's like, well, wait, what do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson's doing? Do you think he does science for free? So who's grifting off of this when you're struggling to get by, and you got Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I'm sure living a luxurious life. So,
oh, yeah.
I mean, and again,
he's got to see the whole world.
Yeah, and he's never even like submitted a paper, which I think is required if you're a PhD. Thank you, Brian Cash. I think it's required, and he has never even written a paper, and he makes all kinds of mistakes and tells people that the Earth is as smooth as a cue ball, which isn't true, and just all these things. Crazy man is what he is. Anything else for me?
My 4 minutes is up. I appreciate you. Much love.
It's long
Peace
ago.
out.
All right, later. Let's see. That was Crazy Doug. He didn't want to be on camera because he's too high or something. Something like that. I'm going to go check out who's over in the Rokfin, and then we'll be heading out. What do we have coming up this week? We got tomorrow, the Jeranism show, which is the #1 show that ends in ism show on YouTube. And that's been proven numerous times over. Oh, wait, we have more. I'm sorry. We have to read the responses first, or the submissions. So we read that one. We got this one. It says, love your show. When are you going to do another NASA comedy hour? Soon, because good point, but I need to write that down. I want to do that soon. So, thank you. Okay, I'm writing that down. NASA comedy hour. That's great. And there's lots to do. I mean, there's so much to do. There's, I just saw this new video. It's like, want to be an astronaut? You know, they're hiring for astronauts. So if any of you are looking for a job and you're partly retarded or something, you might want to apply there. I mean, look at Don Pettit made it so if you can chew bubble gum, you don't even have to walk and chew bubble gum. If you can just chew bubble gum and you know how to do that, I think you'll make it right in. They tell you 1 out of 4,000 applicants. Can you imagine? Imagine I go out on the street and I just randomly select 4,000 people. And from that 4,000, I find the best one. I would bring him back and sit him right here, and he would talk you guys under a table. He would just be making sense and talking clearly and enunciating, and just because that's 1 out of 4,000 people randomly. NASA tells you they have 4,000 applicants and they pick the best one, and I've never heard one astronaut that can even speak. They're like, my favorite book was Illusions. Oh, what's your favorite thing about space? Oh, my favorite thing is when we look out and we see the curvature of the. I look out and I see the curvature of the Earth. If we see, that's my favorite thing about space. It's like just nauseating, and they just talk to kids every day and the same old question like, "What do you eat in space?" Oh, we eat ice cream, and it's just a joke. Very frustrating. All right, and we got another one that says Joan Margaret. I don't know. We'll go back to that one. I don't know if she put her name where you're supposed to put the question, but anyway. Oh, maybe that's you who said that. Maybe I'm understanding. The world population is not 8 billion. If the majority of the population is in large cities, as we are told by the government and news, then why are the 300 largest cities in the USA only account for less than 30% of the population? Well, I don't think it matters what the population is, but I certainly don't think it's 2 billion. So when they say 8 billion, could it be 4? Sure. What difference does that make? So if they said 4 billion, would you may feel better? I don't know. And then you said the majority of the population is in large cities. Who says that? The majority of people is in large cities. I don't think that's true. I mean, look up California population. What would it be? Probably 40? 39, yeah. So 40 million. But that's 8 million is in, no, what is the number? Let me look up what, I don't know what the population is of like LA. I want to say it's 4 million, but I might be wrong. I would know that. Let me check. Is it 4? Let's see here. We've got population of Los Angeles 4. Yeah, 3.8. So if we go through the rest of California, so we get looking at a couple places here. LA's 4, or let's go 3.9. So LA's 3.9. San Diego is 1.4. About, I'm rounding up a little bit. San Jose is 1. And San Francisco is 873,000. And then from there, you're just going to have a bunch of less. Is there any more California at all? Fresno, 5. So Sacramento and Fresno together is 1. Bakersfield is another half. Plus Anaheim, plus Irvine is another 1. So, I mean, that right there is just those small, but that's 2, 4, 6, 7.5, plus 1 is 8.5, plus about a half, so 9. So that means 9 million of 40 million live in those big cities. So I don't know if I would say the majority of people live in big cities. We might think that way, but think of California. California is huge. So that's why it'd be very weird to me if we said a majority of people live in the big cities, because then who lives in the rest of the state? Now, again, I'm not going to argue for 8 billion because I have never counted them. So I certainly don't know. But I think that I've seen, like, they seem like they're packed like sardines in India, China, Japan. I wouldn't know much about Russia and some of those. But, I mean, I don't think 8 billion is that crazy. When you look at the population growth possibility, I think you could get to 8 billion real freaking quick. Yeah, real quick. I mean, if you start with, we did the population calculator the other day, but start with like 500 million and watch how quickly 500 million, even with a growth rate percentage of 1.2%, which is what we're at, or what they say we're at. Do I still have that up here? Let me check it real quick. Sorry, you're not looking at anything on the screen. You just have to stare at me, which is probably the best thing you could ever stare at. And why don't you admit that to yourself instead of arguing with me? That's the question. Population, no, population calculator, population growth calculator. Just want to see real quick what that. So I've heard people question the 8 million, and I question it, but I also don't see a real point. In fact, I think that they would lie and undercut, not overcut. I don't think it's really good for them to say that there's more people than there is. Maybe it kind of gives people the sense that the world is shitty because of how many people are here. I don't really know. I would think it would be the other way around, that they don't want people to know how fast population grows, because population grows ridiculously fast. So we're going to put an initial population of 500 million. 500 million. And then we'll put a growth rate percentage very low of 1.2. Let's even go 1. That's just a very low estimate. Thank you very much. I'll get back to you in a second. Tony Coriolis. Yeah, I'm going to get to those as well. Thank you, Tony. Number of years. Let's just do 500 years, see what that does. So if you have a initial population of 500 million, okay, which, again, they say the United States is 350 million, so wouldn't we say there's 500 million easily in the world? I would assume most people would say yes. At a growth rate of 1%, which means you're only growing 1% year to year, which is a lot less than I think it's ever been in recorded time. And 500 years, it would take the population to 72 billion. Okay. So again, that's only in 500 years, going from 500 million to 72 billion with just a 1% growth rate. That's not arguable because that's the math of it. But I'm saying, who knows what the growth rate percentage is. But if we go down to 300 years instead, 300 years, calculate. So I think that we've been here a much shorter time. So I think that humanity's been here 500 years, this epoch, if you will. So I think that in that 500 years, we've grown so much that they would undercut the number because they don't want you to know how fast the population grows. But in 300 years, it would be 1, 2, 3 would be 10 billion. So again, 500 million to 10 billion in 300 years with a growth rate of 1%, which again is awfully low. What's that? Clit rubs. One of my favorite screen names that there is. But if we go up to a population growth of like 2%, which I think is probably more likely to be accurate, then that means we can go to like 150 years. Let's see, 500 million to what in 150 years? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, to 10 billion. So think of that. If you're at 500 million, okay, 500 million people, and you have a growth rate percentage of 2%, which again, they say that the highest the growth rate percentage has ever been is in 1960. It was 2%. That's again, I don't believe that because people had way more kids before 1960. But anyway, let's say growth rate of 2%. In 150 years, you'd be at 10 billion. So that's why I think humanity could be a very short experiment or this round of it. And then they do another reset, leave some people behind. I started hearing, who was I hearing talking about? Oh, Ian Leahy the other day was talking about that we're all orphans from the orphan trains, that we came from the outer lands. Like they brought people here to repopulate this area. Just a crazy thought. I'd never really thought about that before. But I do think back and I'm like, well, I don't know who my great grandparents are. I kind of know who they are. My grandparents definitely had parents, obviously. But I don't know before that. And I don't know many people that do. I asked somebody to reach out to me if you have a family tree that goes back, to 1300 or 1200 or 1100. I've never had anybody reach out and say that. Again, wouldn't it be somebody would have that kind of history? It would be passed down generation to generation. It doesn't look like things were passed down from our past. It looks like we were put here and then given a historical narrative that doesn't jive with anything that we see. Oh, the pyramids were this date and Stonehenge was this date, and then they don't really jive. And then you find out that they built, re-stood up Stonehenge in the year 1930, and you had a bunch of cranes out there, and teachers were telling students, like, we don't know how these bricks and these stones got on top of there. People couldn't lift them. It's like, yeah, well, now I've seen videos of cranes doing it. So cranes did it. But anyway. Yes, so let me check Tony Coriolis, who wasn't able to join us, but he is able to be in the chat. But we want to see what he brought. I'm sorry, I didn't say his name right. Tony Almanac Coriolis. By the way, Tony, your hat is still not sold. Guys, will somebody make an offer on the damn hat? Please. Please. Yo, dude, no presentation for me today. Way harder to do than I thought it would be. This is me showing off my COVID museum to music up. I'm sorry. This is me showing off my COVID museum to music up in my out of town spot. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know what you're trying to get out there. Let's put this one up there. Come on. Is that on the screen? All right. What is this now? We're going to listen to music? There's no sound. COVID museum. Watch out. Don't get close to Mandalay Bay. They've got people that go up there and shoot crowds if you're not careful. Look at the COVID museum. Look at all the shirts. Look at all the masks. Do you have masks on the ground, though? God, I got to show people something that I saw. I saw a strange video of McDonald's in Germany. It was just an utter disaster. Like, nobody else does that, do they? Hey, what is that? What is the 1 in the 20 on there? Oh, super sticker? Good. Enough. When your drink is down, mask up. That's fact. These people care. They care about the world, the health of everyone. All right, like that. Good job. Let me see what else you brought for me. I like the video submissions. Those are fun. Let's go see what else you got. That was one, and then he's got this one. Oops. Was I supposed to? Oh, great. Is that what you put a 1 on it for? Was I supposed to do that one first? Send them in the right order next time. Also, can you tell Sue Finelli I picked up a mask this week? Here's the proof. Okay. Sue Finelli, he picked up a mask this week, and here's the proof. You see that? Let's go here. Strange that that moon looks about the same size as the Earth from the moon, which shouldn't be. Well, thank you. That's great. And Rokfin, we will be getting to that. I'm going to search one more time just in case anybody sent videos this way. We do have Tony Coriolis, who's yes, thank you very much. And then we've got Clit Rubs. I want to know why the U is so small. Why are you so small, Clit Rubs? We have to know that. We have to know that question. Thank you very much for that, Tony Coriolis. Do we need your sound effect? I forgot to have it ready. I'm such a jerk. But I can do it pretty quickly. I can just go, just type in God, and then I can get it. Godfather, there it is, and then you just go like that. And then just go. Come on. Tony Coriolis, everybody. Tony Coriolis. Thank you very much for that submission. Tony Almanac Coriolis, of course. Let's see what else we got here. Urban Urbana, we did that. David Rumsey, I gave you those links. California population, we talked about that. Again, I'm certainly not claiming that there is 8 billion people, because how the hell would I know that? But if somebody did count them and they're like, what do you think it came in at? I'd probably guess 6 billion. And if I found out it was 3 billion, okay, I don't really know what that does to me, but it proves that they lie more. I kind of figured that. But I think there's a lot of small cities, and they add up. But I guess maybe I just thinking of California. But I've driven through Utah before, and I've driven through Nevada, and I've driven through Idaho, and I've driven through places where there's nothing forever. So could there be 4 billion, 3 billion? Maybe. But I would think that do you believe that there's 1 billion people in China? I think there's a lot of people in China and Japan. So I think a 2 billion or 3 billion number would be kind of out of the question. But again, up to you. You can choose for yourself. That's the great thing about that. All right, so let's go to Rokfin now. Oh, wait, I was going to check one more time on the Telegram. Make sure I did put some hashtag cornerisms. Let's see if I missed anybody in that one. We've got Craig, we played his. We've got Eric, we played his. And we've got, is that it? Yes, I think so. I don't see anybody else's. We did see Tony. Why didn't I see Tony? Oh, I did put that one there. Okay. Nope, it looks like it. Let's go check. What is this page? Sorry, I'm just checking what this all is. Okay. I think it's just my saved messages. Great. Did I have anything in here I want to play? There was some funny stuff that I had, didn't I? Something funny. What did I have? That's very true. Here's somebody quote. It just says, I get a kick out of people who demand unequivocal proof before they'll change an opinion that they formed with absolutely no proof. Does that tell you something? What do you think of that? Oh, this is pretty cool. I saw this is the moon phases of 2024. Let me see. Let me forward this to t.me/Jeranism links. If anybody wants to see that, it's kind of cool. It's just a AE map with all the moon phases on the outside of it. Jeranism links. There you go. More power to you. Where did I find that? I found that because he played our song. That's right. We read that. We did that one. All right, I think that's all I got. That's a great video by Phuket Word. What was that funny thing I was going to show? Oh, it wasn't funny. It was somebody else. I still have a soft spot in my heart for baseball just because I grew up with it and didn't watch it since 2015. Giants won the World Series 3 years out of 5, and that kind of led right into my waking up. And then I stopped worrying about it, and then I realized how much money I'd spent going to games and kind of making that a focus when it's kind of just a waste of time. But I wanted to show this just because if you're a baseball fan, you'll get it. If you're not, maybe you'll start to see why some people absolutely enjoy it. Where is the one? Yeah, this one. just awesome that this is a grandson that was hit by a guy named Bryson Scott. Bryson Stott is his name, from the Phillies. But this is somebody removed the announcers' names or announcers' voices from it. And it's just incredible. It's really cool. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait. It won't get copyright because it's got no announcers on it. So they're going to pick it up. But just watch this. It gives me chills still to this day. And I'm not even a Phillies fan, but I've seen enough games like this where the crowd is just electric. This is what I mean by sometimes I think that we have God power. I think that they have us focus it on things that don't matter. So watch these people in this crowd. They start singing this guy's entrance song. So he's coming up to the plate. They're singing it. And for people who think sports is fake, you cannot throw a fastball 95 miles per hour and somebody hit a home run automatically. You're retarded if you think that. Okay. If you've ever played sports, you know that that's not true. Okay, no pitcher's going to go up there and lob it to you and let you hit a home run. And even if they did, the chances you hit a home run are not good. So watch this. I think this is God power. I think this is the people in the crowd willing this to happen. It help. The player has to be a good player. Obviously, you're not going to will Brenda to hit a home run. I'll tell you that much. So let's check this out again. No announcers. Just very cool feeling. I think that's cool. I think that that's just an example. There's a reason why all home teams in any sport always win more games than away teams. If you're just talking pure sport, baseball, basketball, football is the same field for everybody as far as the layout. Basketball, same court for everybody. Baseball, technically, if you don't count the fence's length and everything, about the same layout. It should be equal. You shouldn't have an advantage because you're playing in front of your own fans. In fact, I would think it should be the opposite, that when you go on the road, you're not being bothered by your wife, your kids, your friends, your family. You're on the road. So you would think a team would excel on the road. No, teams get destroyed in away games. And and that's every sport and by a significant margin. So couldn't it be that we are given power that 2 is better than 1, right? 2 people are better than 1. 2 people can bring things into fruition, maybe can manifest better than 1. So then wouldn't 5 be better than 2? Wouldn't 20 be better than... So again, if we have that kind of power, what are the elite going to do? They're going to want us to put it into things that don't matter, like sporting events, right? So if everybody there is using their kind of collective manifestation to make something happen, and something does happen, and again, people always ask me, well, then wouldn't they win every game? Well, no. I've been to many games in my life where I was like, I don't think they're going to win tonight. They got a tough... So again, now you have people even on your own side. You have players out there that might think that way. So you're interrupting the kind of the flow. Now, sometimes, like in 2010, Missa was 13-0 or 12-0, 13-0, and I was like 15-1 at games the year the Giants won the World Series. And you went there knowing they were going to win. I went to the playoff games against the Phillies, and I knowing they were going to win. And so that's just... And then when you see it happen, you're like, wow, could it be that people can have control of things like that? Again, the players have to... It's not something as simple as, oh, we all wish for a home run, and the guy closes his eyes and hits a home run. But I do think it can put something into people. It's that God power that they want wasted. They want it wasted. Think of everywhere that people put that in church. Think of spiritual moments that you've had, right? Spiritual moments that you've had at church, or they're always like with a bunch of people. At least it seems like. Maybe that's because it's a collective thing. There's a better energy there. I don't know why I even brought that up. We're going to go over... Wait, celebrate your 20th super on a live stream. Thank you very much. Clit Rubs. Getting all kinds of play today. Let's go over to Rokfin. See what we got over there. And for all those who hate baseball, you can go ahead and say, oh, Jaron loves a Freemason game. It's the square and the compass of the field. Yeah. I get it. I've broken away from it. I went to so many games as a kid. I think one year we went to like 60. We had season tickets till I was 16. And my dad used to drive to and from the ballpark in a van with the fucking windows blown up, rolled up, smoking cigarettes. Oh, way. And I lived. So how long? Who knows? Could be gone tomorrow. Let's go to Rokfin, see what we got over there. All right, we got $27. Thank you guys very much. Under tips, we got Leland Wilt, said Jeranism Merced. Thank you very much. We got Dustin Tidball. Dustin Tidball says, here's a little something. Every little bit helps. I agree. That's a little more than a little something. $20. Thank you very much. Fishhead, Montana. My lunch break had a video about airships. In the comments, someone claimed their grandparents, great-grandparents, arrived in San Fran by airship in 1696. That is awesome. Wow. So it claimed their grandparents, great-grandparents, arrived in San Francisco in 1696 by airship. What year was the Zeppelin did that blow up? 1930s something? Anybody? Anybody off the top of your head? Zeppelin, I don't know when that blew up. Explosion. It'd be so easy for them to hide stuff. I mean, that's what's crazy. That's why when people say the Bible's under attack, I'm like, hey, come on. If they didn't want the Bible here, it wouldn't be here. Right? I mean, that's the thing. It's that simple to get rid of, especially 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Who would even have known? They'd be like, there used to be a book called the Bible, and what happened to it? 1937 was the Zeppelin. Oh, the humanity! And they've now changed their mind about what it was. They're actually quiet down. I want to see everybody running from the bottom of it again, just because I don't think it looks very real. But let's see here. Certainly got it on video, didn't they? Jeez, that's a roaring fire. Yeah, oh, you're not watching. I know you want to watch it. You want to watch the roaring fire as well. I know. Put it over here for you. There you go. Where are we at here? Okay, let's rewind a little bit. Just so you can see this thing. And that's just like coming in for a nice, easy landing. Look at all these people. All right, we're here. And then it supposedly, I guess they said that this, the frame of it or something was like made of something flammable. Which is smart. Smart to do. Make a flammable casing for it and then put hydrogen inside that it can ignite. Well, which one ignites? Hydrogen, not helium, but helium does too. I've seen it blow up a balloon in somebody's hair and start it on fire. So I mean, it's so weird because look at they've got like a nice clean, and then of course the camera cuts to like. So they were dropping anchor right then. They just dropped anchor. Then of course you're gonna get like that's the same view we just saw. You just showed the same video twice. And then it just like is on fire, like before you know, like where's. Well, maybe this is not the part. Isn't now the next scene just it's on fire? I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd love to talk to somebody who was there or in that area because that's. I mean, what happened in the video? Always is the case. I want to see if we can see any. So these people are just all gathering around, waiting for it. Now there's. What was that flash in between there? Did you guys see that? So the flash. Ah, no. Okay, just trying to pause it here, but look over here. What is that? It's supposed to be it blew up like right on top. See how there's like a fire up there? Oh, anyway, let's press play plus. Yeah. Yeah, man, I doubt this whole thing now. Just a coincidence, I guess, that things happen. Put the camera down at the wrong time. Oh, we got to film it going around a bunch of times, but then when it's about to land, we'll turn off the camera. So this is supposedly the same place we just saw all those people. Let me see. Sorry, I hate to do research right in live time, but I'm trying to see if it's the same ground. So you've got this over here. What is this? Is that the water tower? It doesn't look the same. Let's see if there's any part of this. And then over here, it looks like what? What is this? So this looks like a, little Eiffel Tower kind of thing. It's got legs like a lunar lander. So then where is that here? Oh, there it is. So that's the thing that we see. Okay. I see it now. Which looks like some sort of teepee. And that's the same as that. Let me see again. don't know, man. So what's behind this? There's like some things on the ground and like trees behind it. I don't know about that. Anyway, then it goes down here. What do we got on the ground? Looks like a lip here, maybe a road there. So this is kind of the view. And I didn't see any of those people moving right there. Look at these. Are these supposed to be people down here? See that? I don't see any of them moving. Let's see again. Oh, I do see people walking. Okay, that's a better view. I don't know, those people just like they're just standing there. God bless it. The whole thing is not real, is it? These people are just standing here. Why would you ever? You would never do that. You'd be running. Nope, somebody's running towards it, or thought they were. I don't know about that. And these people are all running from the wreck they lived. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Is this a give me, did this really happen exactly as we've seen? What happened here? I do think that they want that gone. They want airships gone. What do you guys think? Virtue signaled right out of the business shortly after. Hydrogen implodes, unlike petroleum products, very safe. On fire, Jaren, let's do a GoFundMe airship company. Don't be lazy. Thank you. It fell right into its own footprint. The structural steel. It melted because of the jet fuel, I think. Man, those people stand awfully close to fire. What is this guy doing? Oh, putting it out with a hose? It's just weird. You know those events in history where it's like, okay, this happened, no more of these. Even though it's like the best way to travel, be the cheapest way to travel. I agree with Eric. We need to bring him back. But that is a terrible, terrible. How many people lived in that? I mean, could you really live from that thing? It's on fire in the sky. And yes, I know there's some more Zeppelin or Hindenburg deaths. What do they claim? 36. The accident caused 35 fatalities, 13 passengers, 22 crewmen. From the 97 people on board, 36 passengers, 61 crewmen, and an additional fatality on the ground. Somebody on the ground died? Oh, that's weird. So there's all these pictures of it. Does nobody have... That's the only video of it? One video that doesn't actually show it? Look at this. What's that? Oh. Like there's this picture. Do you see that? I'm sorry, I don't know what you guys are looking at. Yeah, that picture shows it above the... Come on. Why is this video not doing that? Move it over here for you. So there's that tower thing. And look, it's like... Wait, so what is this string? It was tied to this thing? What is this string right here? So that's when they dropped anchor? That they tied it to that? Wait, now I'm really lost. I thought that was the thing over here. What do people think? Bring back the blimp. I agree. We can try, Lowry. In the Timeless series, they hinted towards an explosive. Could be the truth. Zeppelin lives matter. Yeah, come on. One of the idiots run. The guy that we saw. What's phallic about that? That's not phallic. Come on. Yeah, I guess it could be. You probably need a little work on yours if that's the case. So... I'm got confused. So they dropped anchor, then they ran and tied it to this thing, and then it lit on fire. I don't know about any of that. But it's weird. I think that again, this is why the fuel hoax, right? If there was no such thing as the fossil fuels, we need them to travel to do all this stuff, then people could literally get into an airship with probably some solar panels on the top of it and just go south. Just go. And if you didn't find what you thought, or if it came back on the other side of a ball, done. Okay, great. Now we know there's a ball. But they don't want you doing that. And they make it so you can't take fuel below the 60 degrees south. And they make it so that you literally cannot go anywhere. You literally cannot have enough gas in this world to actually go. In fact, if you tried to fly across the South Pole with your plane full of gas, if you don't know where you're going on the other side, you're automatically risking everybody's lives, right? Because if you get to the other side of Antarctica and it's something different than we're taught, or even if it is, but you don't know where you're going, you're going to be SOL when your plane runs out of gas over the water and you pull an MH370 and then these 3 dots come in and they rotate and you disappear. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know about that. But let me just go back to here. Nope. My friend to be all right. Nope. Not you either. Nope. Where were we? Yeah, this one. Just want to watch this one more time. I want to see when they drop these anchors, what happens. Oh, you can't see that. Come on. YouTube, move back over here. Where's that other thing it got close to that they tied it to? I don't even see it yet. It should be right here on the right side, right? Right on the right. Keep going. Keep going. Who died on the ground? That person's not very sharp. Not very smart. Okay, they just dropped an anchor there. Do you see any anchor come out of the tip? Another one on the side. Maybe that one did come from straight. I can tell. Nice video footage. High def. Where's that other thing? Who's the cameraman here? What a jerk. Can you imagine? I'd be like so livid. Like I stopped it for 4 seconds. It took me 20 seconds to do it again. I don't know how so many people survive. This person's running. You hear him right here? Running out of there. Look at that. Shoot, look at what I do. Hopefully that guy didn't have a wife and kids. Can you imagine? Just a guy running out there by himself. Where's your wife and kids? Oh, shit. Forgot about that. Totally forgot about them. Moors are anchor ties. I guess this just doesn't match that picture that they showed of like the cables being attached to that building or that structure next to it, does it? Where were they able to tie that off? Wow, that did look like an I guess this one hit the ground. So, yeah, where was the other picture from? That picture doesn't even look like it's real then. The picture that had the one on Wikipedia. Because this isn't tied to anything. Nothing is tied off the front here. Sorry, one more time. I think that looks so fake. So how would they have had time to... Okay, there. So is there anything... Yeah, we wouldn't have tied it already to... No, the end would be burned off anyway. Yeah, there's no way. I don't know. Again, look at this picture. I mean, that looks totally fake because it actually shows wires being connected. Like this wire looks like it's coming over across here down to here. Does it look like it's tied off? I don't think it's just waving in the wind. God, I would love to look at this. Look at this. I think it's tied there. Oh, you can't see it over there. Damn it. Can you see it now? Nope. Lower? Nope. Looks like it's tied there. What is this thing? A mini blimp. It was giving birth. It was giving birth at the same time. Wow. Hindenburg. And everybody was in here? That's the only place, this little thing? What? Well, whatever. 96 people were in there. Looks pretty small. All right, well, don't know what to tell you. I don't know about the Hindenburg. Let me go back and check what we got left on the submission page, and we'll be done. Call it a march. Wow, there's way other pictures here. What is this? I'd have to look into it more than I make, because now I'm seeing other pictures from other angles that show it nowhere near that thing. Look at this picture. Everybody had pictures of this. Let's see what really like this one. See that picture? Does that look legit? A little further. There. Nope. No, there. And there's like one car there. You see the one car? One vehicle here. I don't know. It's a pretty big mistake if somebody just screwed up or something. Oh, it's true. I didn't even see this. They've got pieces of it. They probably found the pilot's passport down the street. And an engine, too, if you needed it. Built by the German Zeppelin Company and billed as the largest and safest airship yet constructed, the Hindenburg began regular passenger service across North Atlantic. 1936, filled with hydrogen, it burst into flame, was destroyed on May 6, 1937. This disaster, claiming 35 lives, marked the end of an era of the giant rigid airship. I say we bring it back. Bring back the airship. Lowry, you want to get the airships back on?
Yeah, I don't normally call back in, but this was like a pretty powerful thing that I like to talk about.
Oh, you know
the
about
airships.
the I thought you knew about the Zeppelins.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you follow the the notion of the standard psyop, which is like scare people off of a subject that you don't want to go towards.
Correct.
Like,
I mean, it's
called-
too obvious
yeah.
when they just like, oh, this happened, then no more of that.
Yeah, and then it was like you could see the cycle of it. It was through the Titanic, through the blimp, through there's a lot of things. The description, if you see the script over time, you can see what's going on. It's like, no, don't go there, don't go there. But
Right.
really, what you get is like if you get in an airship and you get enough altitude, then you can start using your eyes and see horizons up to my eye line.
You'd also be able to see too far, of course.
You might be able to see too far, and you scare people away from like really good ideas. So maybe an airship will blow up from time to time, just like you'll have a car crash, right? Yeah. But like these big media events, it's suspect, right? Because it's like everybody remembers that thing. Oh, big fiery ball thing coming out of the sky.
Right.
I'm never getting into that thing, ever, right? But it's
No.
like that was the thing. What do you call that? It's trauma-based mind control, basically.
Through
film, just like towers falling down into their own footprint, that sort of thing.
It's starting to rain again.
All trauma-based mind control, but the airships have been a special thing for me that I don't really get to talk about that much. It's like it's the simplest idea. Like people do this in hot air balloons. They get up, they don't go that high, but they're generally safe. If you stick to your mechanics and you stick to everything good, unless you're an idiot, you fuck up.
Right, I've seen a couple accidents.
Yeah, and it happens, but you're talking like very slow speed, high altitude traveling devices, yeah. And it doesn't matter how fast they move because it doesn't matter. We can get up and over water.
Yeah,
and
well,
go
think
to
about it. If we
another
know
place.
that the jet streams are moving 300 miles per hour, you can fucking move in those things.
Yeah, there's that, but I don't think in an airship you would get
You would
up
not get
to
that high.
that altitude.
No.
Yeah, but you can safely traverse over an ocean full of sharks out to a place that you're probably not supposed to go to.
How
where
high do you
there's
think
no-
that those flew? Not 10,000 feet.
I don't know the physics. I can't describe the physics of it. It's if that's hydrogen. I'm looking at your thing right now. If it's hydrogen, I don't know what that is, but I don't think you want to get up into like the jet stream and or the ether drift, which is like the new hot topic right now. But I think you can definitely 5,000 feet. You can cruise very slowly out over so the Baja Peninsula out over towards Hawaii. When I say out, like south out, take
Right.
the S and the H out, but in the middle it's out. Go out there, you go very slowly, and eventually you're going to be in some airspace that they probably don't want you in, right? So but the average
Probably,
person
for
could
sure.
build one of these things. You could build a personal aircraft,
Yeah.
and get yourself up in the air and just float out. You have enough, supplies. I don't recommend this, by the way. I'm not saying you should do this because you might fuck up and your thing might blow up and you might end up being eaten by
And
sharks.
don't blame Lowry.
But
Whatever you do.
yeah, indeed. So, but like the airships really, I think the demolishing of the airships was a big deal, and that was the first big, what do you call it? It's like
PSYOP.
trauma,
Yeah.
psyop trauma to get you. I'll never go on that thing. Look at that thing. It blew up in fire. It's so big. It's just a dude that filmed a thing that blew up on fire one time in New Jersey and they spread that shit all over
Yeah,
everywhere.
but it's like everywhere. It's like, yeah, it's so ridiculous. All these pictures. Now I'm seeing it. You know, it had swastikas on the back.
Oh yeah, and then they also blended that into the Indiana Jones thing too. They had the whole thing. Everything was like all blended in together.
Yeah.
Just like no more airships. Even the Goodyear blimp, you know, you used to see it at football games or whatever. You don't see it that much anymore.
No, you don't
it
see the
shows up
blimps at
every
all.
now and then. You know, but nobody talks about the
Rarely.
airship. I'm like,
Just
the
Alex
airship.
Stein. Alex Stein does his show from a blimp, but that's it.
And did he do one?
No, that's what he says. He's from a blimp. But it's not-
Dude, I'm gonna go. I'm
not
gonna
a
whip that guy's ass if he doesn't stop fucking up. He's fucking. I'm gonna find him on the street. I'm
He's
like,
easy to
"Dude,
find.
We fucking launched you up into the stratosphere, you motherfucker. Stop being a fucking jerk ass.
He launched himself. I mean, that's the thing, is that he had to be an ass and do all that stuff on his own. Like it didn't, because I've heard people say like, oh, it's Flat Earth that got him all the views. It's like, if that was true, then a bunch of us would have views. Why don't we have views? It's because he did something kind of crazy and it got picked up by the media. But anyway,
we just fucking elbowed him a little bit in a certain
That's for true.
direction
We
and
definitely
got
gave him a position
like, out
to-
of a certain place, right? But
Yeah.
like airships, stay focused.
Stay focused,
right?
airship, yes.
So like, it's like you have a thing that can travel very slowly. You're not going to slam into a wall and die. You're just
shouldn't.
going to float very peacefully out over the ocean. As long as you stick to the fucking physics and keep your shit together, you can go as far as you want to. And will you get shot down by like a ship out in the Southern Pacific or somewhere? No, you're like, no, don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. I'm just going over here. I'm just going over here. There you got it, right? So you got a thing that can float over water. You don't get eaten by sharks.
Right.
And you get out over there. And then you get to the icy edge. You're probably going to run into some problems, but at least you can fucking get that thing down on the fucking platform above the thing. Then you're there, right? Okay, so I'm just spitballing here, but
yes,
you get out there, whatever. You're like, hey, need a bunch of supplies. I think it's a 6-hour drive south in whatever direction you want to go. Unless you go to the summer path. The summer path. She's showing me. It blew up.
It's
It
a
blew up,
Hindenburg-
and
it's a
everybody's afraid of
Hindenburg.
it. Everybody's afraid of it because it
Wait.
blew up.
This is the first photo. The Hindenburg was the first photo that won a Pulitzer.
It looks like a
And it's the
nuclear
first
bomb.
Oh,
looks
was
like
it
the
really?
Same as a nuclear bomb.
The Heidelberg Press is the first mass press that printed the Bible. And then you have the
Ah.
Hindenburg, which was the first photo that was actually published in newspapers that was not an etching at the time.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
And guess
up
what?
until 1937,
It scared the shit out of everyone.
Up until 1937, people were looking at literal drawings and etchings
Right.
that could be printed.
Right.
So maybe there still are airships, and we're just not allowed.
Oh, there's the Goodyear
to
blimp
use
still
them. The
exists.
Goodyear, it's up on that.
But that looks like a
Flight Radar all the
nuclear
time.
bomb mushroom cloud, which they've been
Oh, no,
scaring
there's-
us with
oh,
like for the
there's-
last, what 60, 70, 80 years.
It's-
Boom, nuclear blast, mushroom cloud.
it's helium.
Everything
It's
dies,
helium.
right?
Look at these people.
Right? Everything dies. Everything dies. Mushroom cloud, everything dies. Hindenburg, fire, everything dies, right? I mean, that's where we're at. It's like,
'Cause somebody
you don't
lit
want to
a
go there
cigarette.
because you will
That's
die in
why.
fire. No, you won't. You just float. We're going to float over here. We're going to go over here. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to drop any bombs on you. We're just going to get this thing that floats.
It's
and
so obvious too,
go.
because it's just that easy. And you should be able just to go south and say, let's go see if there's anything over there, and then you see nothing, turn around and come back.
Turn around and come back. Yeah, and it's like that's been my biggest thing of the whole thing, and I think a lot of us have argued about this for a lot of years. And my thing with it is very simply is like, if there's bad shit out there, and out is all directions, every direction.
Yeah.
If there's bad shit out there, I get it. Maybe we're not supposed to go out there. Maybe we're a danger to them, or they're a danger to us.
Right.
But we deserve to know what the fuck is out there, and we make our own decisions on it. The physics of the flat plane is already complete. We're already done with that shit. It's already over. We've nailed them. None of these motherfuckers will approach us on debates or anything else. They will not touch us, and they know it, and that's how I know it. How they censor it, that's how I know it, right? So now, hey, can we just find out what's going on out there? Is there anything out there that we might want to participate in?
I'm gonna have to do a video on this now. I'm gonna have to do a video on this. There's too much.
Do
stuff.
they want us out there or not? Are they dangerous? Are they big fucking giant people that'll eat us? I don't fucking know. But at least give us the choice to know what the fuck is going on out there. Are we living in a ghetto in the middle of like fucking beautifulness way out there? I don't know. Maybe if we go out there over the fucking edge and it's like shitty and there's a bunch of shitty people out there that are assholes. Yeah, no, I'll turn around and come back. Fine here.
So there's this
but
guy.
give us the fucking choice,
Right.
you motherfuckers.
This guy Hugo Eckner, never heard of him. Hugo Eckner was the manager of the Zeppelin during the interwar years. He was the commander of the ship during all of its successful record around its record-setting flights, including the first airship flight around the world. But he wasn't doing it that night.
Yeah. The whole thing to me made a lot of sense when you get into the reckoning of the Great Circle Route. The math all lined up, right?
Right.
That all lined up, and I was like, and then the whole no more airships except for the Goodyear blimp, and they like we promote tires. We promote tires.
By the way, hold on
Here
real
we
quick
go.
on the just on the thought of psyops. This guy's education was in psychology.
Of course, probably of the Bernays.
Probably they're
crowd,
good friends.
like
But
whatever.
I'll read that in a second. Was best friends with Bernays. Watch, go ahead.
Yeah, and so like if you look at it from a very straight stand up, most of the community when we talk about this kind of stuff, I come from a position of what I can measure, and that's it. Like I'll have family members come up to me. I'm like, do you believe this shit? Are you in some kind of cult? No. I'm really good at measuring stuff. That's it. It appears as though I can't measure any curvature. Yeah. And I
No.
go through this over and over again. And most people that aren't, I have a bachelor's degree in biology, and I'm not appealing to my own education because, matter of fact, I wish I'd never have gotten it, but I probably got some good stuff out of it, at least from the scientific method. You talk about measuring curvature. It's really not that difficult. It's not that difficult, and you can do it down to the millimeter if you
They
want
have
to.
the money to do it. I mean, I get that we can't really do that. We don't have enough money, but they've got plenty.
I mean, it already happened, Jer. Like it already happened. You can't fucking see the Alps from fucking the UK, even with the height
Why not?
observation.
Oh, sorry.
You can't. And like everyone's, this is my favorite one. It's like, why can't I see Mount Everest from Long Island? And it was like, well, first of all, Spain would look like a pinpoint due to perspective. Okay, hey, and then you have a bunch of atmospheric bullshit in the middle of that. Of course, you're not going to fucking see it, but nobody knows that shit. I don't think a lot of people actually thought about that shit in their whole life. I mean, if you're selling hamburgers at McDonald's, you're not thinking about perspective or like what Mount Everest looks like from fucking Long Island. You're just not doing that.
And you don't care either.
You don't care. You don't give a fucking flying shit. But airships, that's a different story, because like the very simple part of like getting up in elevation, if your horizon rises with your eyes to whatever the fuck you get up to, there ain't no downward curvature on a fucking spinny water ball. There just fucking isn't. And if you can't figure that out, you're either an NPC, a retard, or some sort of enemy that's coming at me. And I like over and over and over again, I do this shit. And I'm like, it's so simple, but it isn't simple for some people, Airships.
I think there's something there for sure. I mean, you read the story and it reads like everything else. It's a garbage. And it's like, it says
every single piece of like, they call it the narrative stream of like what is our history, always has trauma-based mind control events along the way.
And it's always these signs like it's the same thing of the people who why would you ever elect? So when NASA crashes their Challenger, right, and they need an independent investigations group, why would you hire NASA people? I mean, it's the same thing here, that this Zeppelin crashed and then they brought him in as the head of the investigations group, this Eckner. Who originally said that was
the same fucking ilk. They're all from the same ilk. Like NASA is like the religion-based fucking propaganda form of the government that suppresses your thoughts of cosmology. That's just what they do. They're just like, no,
mind control, psychology,
it's mind control. It's mind control. And like if you know what the Hegelian dialectic looks like, if you understand that thing, they understood this a long time ago. They knew it years ago. And like you try to explain this to somebody who doesn't understand that someone would actually create a problem in order to fucking profit or exploit from you, they would just be like, no, nobody would ever do that. Yeah, they actually would. And they do it all the time. They do it all the time. They did it with they usurped the very thing where your eye meets the world. They got right in the middle of that. They usurped it. They usurped it and said, no, you're spinning. And the minute they got in that little spot where you can make evaluations of your natural world and make really common sense, logical things of what you're looking at the world, walking around, should I buy this? Should I do this? Should I do this? No, they got in there and they usurped it. They got in the middle of that, right there where your eye meets the world, and they made you spin. And the minute they got hold of that, when you're spinning in there, they had you. because now they can affect the way that you think and you divert to their authority because you're spinning. You're like uncomfortable. When you get rid of that spinning, which is what we've done over the last 8 to 10 years, then your soul settles and you're in a great
you
spot.
feel so
you
much
can actually
better.
see the world. You feel fucking amazing. I wish I could impart
I used
this
to be
everybody.
afraid. I used to be afraid of flying, and it's so weird. I just became a flat earther. Never thought that I wouldn't be afraid of flying. Then driving to the airport, my wife's like, "How are you feeling? Okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I feel fine." Got to the airport, got on the plane. I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm not afraid of flying anymore."
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like
Yeah,
all the anxiety I had 10 years ago is completely evaporated. You know, and this is not some like spooked out cult fucking thing that we're up to. It's not some psyop or anything else. I can measure what I believe to be true, and I checked it, and I went out and checked it again and again and again and again. Did it over and over again. Someone comes up to you and is like, "Oh, it's a psyop." It's a psyop. No, fuck you. You can go out and check it for yourself. Can you? Try it. And before you come back and talk to me, you try it for yourself first. Do not come back at me with your bullshit. And usually you can spot an NPC at that point in time. You're like,
right.
Oh, NPC. They don't want to look at it. They're really just like a Zelda fucking weapon warrior, a guy in a shop in a video game. You know, so like you walk back, it was like, would you like the magic specter of like this? And then you never see him again, right? But you walk back out and you're like anyone that actually has eyes to look at things, you're like, you know, I showed my family members and friends. I was like, look, here's a glass. What does the water do? What does the water do? What is that doing? What's that doing? I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm ranting. I'm sorry. I'm ranting.
I like listening to rants. Okay, I'm finding all kinds of stuff about this Hugo Echner. He's not a good guy. He was part of the Germans. He's a liar. He's a war criminal. He fabricated his life during the war to get off the Nuremberg hook.
Oh, of course. So, like, he's the bad guy now. They made him the boogeyman.
The once most famous man in the world was actually responsible for thousands of miserable deaths of the prisoners kept at the Freischenhaufen camp, where those killed by the V-2 rockets he helped manufacture. So he's kind of the same as as
he was
what's his name?
He was a sacrificial lamb for the airship,
possibly.
Right? Like, yeah. Okay. So like, yeah, and there's a lot of people that talk about like the what's that damn fast airplane? What's the fast one?
Concorde.
They were like they cut that one off because they're getting too high, and people were like, holy shit,
Or
there's
they wanted
no
the
curvature.
technology for themselves, and we can't see them flying them.
I mean, I don't put anything back past any of these bastards.
No, they don't care about people. They don't care about you.
But if you can see the psyop and how it unfolds as a script over time, and you've been through enough of these, it's just a script. They're just following a script. They literally just unfolding it because most people will just fall for that shit.
It's called a spin in journalism.
Sorry?
It's called
spin.
a spin in
Yeah,
journalism.
spin.
They spin the story.
I call it evil.
It's
I call it evil.
Well, once you understand the spin, then
Yeah.
you're not spinning anymore.
I don't know. Airships are close to my heart. They really are, and I really feel like
Eric wants to get one. Eric wants to make one. He wants to get one. Get a pilot. Get ready to go, and just I see what happens.
I mean, somebody might have to be like a martyr, like we might get shot down at the 60th Southern Parallel, and they're like, hey, there's just a guy from like California. He's flying an airship, and he's just like a hippie dude, and he's like, oh, I just want to check out what's going on there.
Yeah,
and then they shoot a missile at him, and it's like, so somebody's gonna have to martyr themselves.
And then the thing is that all the people that are statists would just be like, well, it serves them right. If you get up in an airship by yourself without permission from the government, you should be shot down.
I know it's right.
He could be doing crazy. He could be going above our houses and dropping stuff on it. We got to shoot him out of the sky.
And his mom is like, he was just an innocent boy. He was just trying to figure out what's past Antarctica, and they shot him down.
Well, they could. Why don't they read a physics book then, if he wants to know what's on the other side of Antarctica? Well,
I don't know. That's my rant. Sorry. If you let me off my leash, I'll keep going. Anyway, I love you. Get off here.
Later. Bye, Nicole.
Okay, bye.
Peace. All right, that was Lowry and Nicole. Oops, I brought him back then and let him go. All right, let's head out. I don't see any more people, and let me go. Did I forget something? I read Rokfin. I think we're good. I don't want to go too long. Anyway, it's been fun. We'll do it again the first weekend or the first Thursday in April. Is that what month we're going towards? Yeah, I think so. April calendar. Please, can you show me? Let's see what date it's going to be. It's going to be on April the 6th. Correct? April the 6th. Wait, I'm so confused now. Why did I think the first date of the... Well, that's not... Okay, good. That's not 2000. I was so confused. Can you show me April from a current year, please? April 2024. That's what I'm trying to do. Geez, I was like looking at the day like that doesn't seem right at all. All right, April 2024. The 6th is a Saturday, right? So it'd be Thursday the 4th. We'll be back again. You can you can send me a video or something if you don't want to be on live, or you can show up live and we'll hopefully get more people next time. So the next show is Thursday, April 4th at 3 p.m. Pacific. If you want to be a VIP, you get to come to the VIP only hangout, which will be on Saturday the 6th, and we'll have Rose with us for the first 2 hours, and then we'll just hang out after and maybe get high and barbecue or something fun. So that should be good. And yes, it will be recorded, but it will only be recorded for people that are members to watch again, or to watch if they didn't watch it, but it won't be on like YouTube or anything. And also, if you want to do the crypto classes, we do those every other week. We have ours coming up on Friday tomorrow. Tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific is that. What else do I need to show you? Anything else? Or are we good? I think that's it. Again, place to go to that is WHOP. If you're interested in that. And that's kind of my goal is that, I want to do this full time. I want to do this for a living. I know a lot of people get very upset. They get a real job. Get a real job. No, I don't want to work for the man like you do. I don't want to do that ever again in my life. I used to do that quite often. And it's not fun. I'd much rather work for myself. And if people enjoy the content, I want to make more videos. Oops, that's not what you do. I always do that. Oh, there we go. So WHOP.com/Jeranism, not dot this one. There we go. There you are. Sorry, there's a VIP. But again, every video will be at the Telegram group. I think I showed that, but I can show it again just so you can see people there. Let's go to here. Jeranism VIP Club. There we go. All right. And thank you very much. That's nice of you for putting it in there. So anyway, move this over real quick and just show you where we're at. It's not going to work there. Good enough. All right. So this is the group. So this is the VIP group. So we've got the VIP chat. We've got rules and kind of some notes in here. We've got new videos. So this is the ones that we've done recently. There's one on Lark and Rose. Today's video will go on after that. It's playing live right now. I don't know if you can see that, but you probably can't. There's the crypto chat. And then these are the vintage videos, so you can find old videos in there. Here's the audio, so you can listen to any show with the audio. Then we've got the Cryptoism back classes. So this right here is worth $15 a month. This is every class that we've already given. So you can go back if you want to go to the very beginning and learn about things. You want to do the Friday night Q&A. We've got tons of stuff, tons of presentations being done by different various people. Here's Uncle V spoke about Epic Cash. We've got Power City. We had somebody come speak about that. Jesse came and spoke about that. The head of Koval came and spoke. The head of Hedron, Alex with Hedron, actually. So anyway, just lots of stuff for us. You go back, those are all the every other Friday nights classes that we have. And everybody can come. And I'm not separating the groups anymore because I figure they can be together. And if you don't like one or the other, you just don't have to pay attention to it. For instance, if you don't like crypto, then you would come here and you would never hit the crypto chat. Or you would never hit the crypto link to get the back classes. You would just go to audio or links or whatever. So anyway, I think Telegram's awesome because it's quick and easy to communicate. And the fact that they let you post pretty much unlimited and up to, well, if you're a member or whatever, 4 gigabytes, 2 gigabytes if not. But anyway, I think that it's my goal is to have enough people there that if I can ever get to the point where I'm funded through that, then I just have visions of grandeur in my head of being able to do videos like I used to do and not having to worry about moving things to like, oh, this is for members only. This is for Rokfin. It's not free. If I'm funded, then all that stuff can be free. I don't need to price anything at Rokfin. I don't need to put things behind paywalls at YouTube. So that's the goal. But I get it. Not everybody has $15 a month. I do get it, but I think it would be worth it, especially. Oh, by the way, we did some sample portfolios recently in November. So November 4th, I think it was. November 4th of last year. We made these 3 portfolios just to kind of get an idea. We called one low risk, we called one medium risk, and one high risk. And each had 3 coins in it. The low risk had Bitcoin, Monero, and I don't remember the other one. Litecoin, maybe? I don't remember. The medium risk had like Solana and Avalanche and something else. And then the high risk had Pulse and PulseX. Anyway, we put 10,000 in each one. Not real. It was a sample portfolio. And today I checked, and so since November 4th, that 10K on the low one is up to 16.5K. The 10K on the middle one is up to 29.5K. And the 10K on the high risk is up to like 23K. So if somebody would have followed that path and said, okay, I'm going to take this 30,000 and invest it, in just 4 months, you'd be at 67,000, which is about $10,000 profit per month, which is insane. But again, you would have had to. It's always easy to look. Hindsight's 20/20. It's very easy for me to say that now that everything's gone up. If I would have said that 6 months ago, when everything was going on its way down, it wouldn't have been as glorious of a story. But to get a consultation, to get started, sometimes people think it's overwhelming. But again, I'll make this claim: you'll never wake up a day in your life and crypto not be a thing. It will never happen in your life that you will wake up and cryptocurrencies are gone. It is a technology you can't put back in the bag. It is what it is, and it's not going anywhere. All right, let's land the ship, shall we? So you get every show, you get every live stream, you get the Cryptoism group class, you get the exclusive chats, you get the first Saturday of the month live stream, you get the random live streams and stories. So I don't even know how you see those on here. Does anybody know how to do that? I did post one before I went live, but I don't even know where they go. I guess they disappear or something. I don't know why I can't see it. Where did people's stories go? Anybody know? Click here. Nope, that's the live view. Done with that. Maybe that's why I can't, because I'm watching. Yeah, it probably won't let me watch it because I'm streaming. That makes sense. All right, makes sense. All right, guys, it's been fun. I love you all. Love those VIPs. Thank you very much for continuing to do that. You can go to whop.com/Jeranism if you're interested in that. If not, hey, you'll still see the stuff on Rokfin. Oh, by the way, I should talk to real quick. If you are a member at Rokfin, if you are a YouTube channel member, just so you know what you're getting. The YouTube channel member is $5. Google takes 2 of that, so we get 3 of the 5. And some videos I put on members only just to try and drive the membership up. But besides that, really the only good thing about it is the emojis. People like to use the emojis. So if you like to use the emojis, I'm not going to tell you don't continue to be a member there. But if you don't, then there's really no reason to do that anymore. You'd be better off at Rokfin. You'd be better off as a VIP than at YouTube. Because here's the thing. Sometimes YouTube, I'll do a video and I'll decide after that there was things in there I shouldn't have said, or we'll get in trouble for saying. And so that video gets pulled from YouTube. So there is times where just because you're a member, you're going to miss videos because they're going to get pulled. If you're at Rokfin, the good thing is about Rokfin is you get all the videos. So Rokfin's never taken down one of my videos. So Rokfin is a good place, and it's only $15 a month, and you get every creator there, right? So that's probably your best bang for your buck. If you just want to watch my videos, that's all you care about, then you want to be a member at Rokfin so you support us and everybody else that's there. But if you want access to the past videos, you want access to the current videos, you want a private chat. Some of the chats on Telegram are like too crazy because there's just everybody's in there and trolls and everything. So this is going to be much more controlled. It'll be a cool chat of a couple hundred people, I hope. And there won't be trolls and things like that because they're not going to pay. Trolls don't pay money. So you'll get that. You'll get the monthly hangout where we'll hang out, and every month I'll get a new person to join me for the first couple hours. Dave Weiss, Austin, people like that will just be hanging out with us. And that's the first Saturday of every month, and then every other Friday, the crypto class. You get 50% off consultations. You get a 30-minute consultation for getting a year, signing up for a year. So again, I think that there's enough there that's worth it. And to have all that stuff in one spot, it's all at Telegram, will be lovely. And it plays great as a podcast player right in your hand. Now, some of the stuff, just if you go there and you click on one that's like a 4 or 5 hour video of mine, just give it 10 or 20, 30 seconds to start playing. Just because it takes a little time. It's not like I don't know why it takes that long for the audios, but it does. If they're that long. If it's a 3-hour show, you maybe have to wait 5 seconds after you click it. But I have clicked it before and waited. It's like 15 seconds. All right. So everybody, goodbye to everyone. Chat later, Brianna. Hello. So YouTube is already censoring Jaren's membership link. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Moon images, they're coming. It's hard. It's harder than you think, guys. I know it sounds really easy, like put a camera on the craft. You don't understand science. It's not as easy as you think. I know everything with GoPros, you think it would just be $400, slap a camera on there. No. This is in a vacuum environment. It's going to take much more than that. We're not there yet. Give us some time. All right. I appreciate you guys a lot. We'll listen to by the way, good news. I got a girl that reached out to me and says she's a rap artist. I'm like, oh, show me something that you've done. I was like, okay, that's good. And I said, what's up? And she said, you ever need something written for you? You ever see them? And I was like, you know what? I don't like one of the verses in my outro song. So I showed her where I wanted it. She says she's on it. So the outro song is not ready now because the verse that starts at about 47 seconds is not my favorite. I was going to go ahead and just go with it anyway, but now I'm going to let her rap a verse and see what she does. So we'll see. Who's texting me? Who's messaging? What did I forget? I don't think anything. Is this for me? Just check, make sure this isn't something pertinent to now. No, it's not for now. All right. Good. That's good. That's good. Then we'll play this on our way out of here and see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Don't be late because I've got to be in the crypto class. But wait. And Saturday I'm going to try and do, yeah, I wonder if I'm going to do a late night show tomorrow. We've got something we got to do, but we should be back by 1. If I do it 3, yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine. If it's not at 3, it'll be a late night show starting at about 9 after the class. All right, we are good. Yes, everything's good. Become a VIP. That'd be very awesome of you. If not, again, like I said, be Rokfin. You'll get all the content, and even YouTube as a member, you'll get most of the content. Just not stuff I pull. But I think that's all a good deal. So there is. Oh yeah. So I already talked to the people about Rokfin. Yes, if you're a crypto person and you're already at Patreon, just wait. I'm going to post for you, and I'm going to actually give extra time to people that are already patrons. So I'll basically look at your account. Let's say your account ends April 7th. We'll round up to May 1st. Then I'll give you 2 free months. So it'll be May, June, July. And then we'll just make it through July. And then after that, you can decide whether or not to keep being a member or not. And the great thing, I didn't even tell you about this, the great thing about the Telegram group is it's controlled by a bot. So one of the things that's hard on Telegram is how do you ever have a paid chat when people stop paying? How do you go, who's going to go in there and match up names and kick them out? The great thing about the thing that I'm using, WAP, is that you can control access because it is the one that lets you into the group. So when you stop paying, it sends you a message, says, hey, you have 72 hours to pay or else it's going to remove you from the group. And then it removes you, which is what we want. It's the people that are supporting that get access to all the videos and all the content and all the chats. So anyway, that's kind of a game changer because before I'm not going to go through and how would I even match up people's names? How would I know who's who? So yeah, that's how the Patreon worked is that we kept adding people to the group. Then people stopped paying, but they're all still in the group. So people can still attend the meetings right now. They can still attend the classes. They're not even paying because they have access to the group. So we're going to be switching that group over this week. All right, let's head on out before I start talking more. Okay, and let's get some dancing or something up there. I don't know, something. Let's see what's on the outro here. What's this? Oh, let me turn that off for you. There we go. All right, we are heading out, guys. This has been the March edition of Speaker's Corner. It was your 4 minutes. It was where people get to talk. It was fun. We had some great calls. Go back and listen. There was some good stuff from the Coriolis non-force and snipers saying they don't use it, never used it, have no idea what it is. That's a problem. And there was some other good calls as well. So it will be good to watch the show back. And we'll do it again in a month. And we'll see you guys then. All right. So I do remind you to do your own research when you do. You'll never again believe all that bullshit you've been taught. Till tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, it will be the Jeranism show, which is the #1 show in the world that rhymes with ism and show. And that's a fact. All right, guys. Much love to you. We'll see you soon. Until then, peace. Oh, and we got to see. The problem is here now. Let me try and stop my live stream. I'm going to learn how to do this. Hopefully recorded. Let's see here. We didn't record last time. End video chat. Stop recording. Stop recording. Are you sure you want to stop recording this video? Yes. Video saved to save messages. Oh, it doesn't put it into the VIP group. Weird. So I had to move it over there now. Whatever. End video chat. End video chat. Good. That's gone. Man, they got to do something. This is way. Did you guys see at the beginning of the show that I had the thumbnail up for like? Because I have too many things to do. I got to get the Telegram thing going. After it won't let you do it until you hit go live. So then you go live, and then I got 15 things to do. I need a engineer. Anybody need a job? All right. It's been fun. I'm heading out of here. I promise you. As soon as I get to my open volume mixer. Yes, that's what we got to do. And we got to turn Telegram back up. There we go. Now we're good. All right, guys. Do your own research when you do. Never gonna believe all the bullshit you've been taught. We'll see you tomorrow. Jeranism show. Much love. Reach out. t.me/Jeranism. See you then. Peace.
Yeah, it was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the clout, don't fuck around. Ayy, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all on the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. God, I'm saying, what the hell is he talking about? No big words, yes sir, simply talk about it. It's a topic of discussion, but they walk around it. Beat around the bush to hide the truth, we chop it down and find it. You ain't gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Try to tune in, but the note get flatter. Flatter, tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for. They try to teach you things against the things was taught before. No point in arguing now, they don't wanna talk no more. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, deified, all just scientism lies.